On Kings. On Kings. David Graeber and Marshall Sahlins. Contents. Analytical table of contents. Preface. Introduction. Chapter 1. The Original Political Society. Chapter 2. The Divine Kingship of the Shilluk, on Violence, Utopia, and the Human Condition. Chapter 3. The Atemporal Dimensions of History, in the Old Congo Kingdom, for example. Chapter 4. The Stranger Kingship of the Mexica. Chapter 5. The People as Nursemaids of the King, Notes on Monarchs as Children, Women's Uprisings, and the Return of the Ancestral Dead in Central Madagascar. Chapter 6. The Cultural Politics of Core, Periphery Relations. Chapter 7. Notes on the Politics of Divine Kingship, or, Elements for an Archaeology of Sovereignty. Bibliography. Preface. This book is more of a conjunction than a collaboration of its two authors. The several studies on kingship and kingly politics assembled here were originally conceived and written separately by one or the other for conferences or on other occasions and were then elaborated with these common purposes in mind. Accordingly, the effect is a set of complementary observations on kingship rather than a cumulative and sustained argument. The closest thing to the latter is the introduction, where we gather the observations on various aspects of kingship featured in the several individual studies. It almost goes without saying that the overall result is a work on kings, but not all about kings. It does not pretend to deal with kingship in all its structural dimensions and historical manifestations. Except where otherwise indicated, our observations on kingship concern its so-called traditional, pre-modern, or archaic forms which are, however, its most common, indeed archetypal, forms. Introduction. Theses on Kingship. David Graeber and Marshall Sahlins. Structures. Kingship in general. Kingship is one of the most enduring forms of human governance. While we cannot know its precise historical origins in time and space, it is attested during virtually all eras on all continents, and for most of human history the tendency was for it to become more common, not less. What's more, once established, kings appear remarkably difficult to get rid of. It took extraordinary legal acrobatics to be able to execute Charles I and Louis XVI. Simply killing a royal family, as with the Tsars, leaves one burdened with substitute Tsars, and even today, it seems no coincidence the only regimes almost completely untroubled by the Arab Spring revolts of 2011 were those with long-standing monarchies. Even when kings are deposed, the legal and political framework of monarchy tends to live on, as evidenced in the fact that all modern states are founded on the curious and contradictory principle of popular sovereignty, that the power once held by kings still exists, just now displaced onto an entity called the people. One unanticipated side effect of the collapse of European colonial empires has been that this notion of sovereignty has become the basis of constitutional orders everywhere, the only partial exceptions being a few places, like Nepal or Saudi Arabia, which had monarchies of their own already. It follows that any theory of political life that does not take account of this, or that treats kingship as some sort of marginal, exceptional, or secondary phenomenon, is not a very good theory. In this volume, then, we propose some elements for a theory of kingship. The arguments set out from territory we have both explored already, in the one case, in the classic essays on the Stranger King, in the other, in the Divine Kingship of the Shilluk. The collection focuses particularly on what has been called divine or sacred kingship, but with the understanding that a thorough examination of its common features can reveal the deep structures underlying monarchy, and hence politics, everywhere. What follows are a series of general propositions inspired by the findings of the essays collected in this book. Certain entries, perhaps, lean more toward the perspective of one author than the other, but we believe the dialogic tension to be fertile, and that the resulting propositions may suggest important new directions for research. The Cosmic Polity. Human societies are hierarchically encompassed, typically above, below, and on Earth in a cosmic polity populated by beings of human attributes and meta-human powers who govern the people's fate. In the form of gods, ancestors, ghosts, demons, species masters, and the animistic beings embodied in the creatures and features of nature, these meta-persons are endowed with far-reaching powers of human life and death, which, together with their control of the conditions of the cosmos, make them the all-round arbiters of human welfare and ill-fare. Even many loosely structured hunting and gathering peoples are thus subordinated to beings on the order of gods ruling over great territorial domains and the whole of the human population. There are kingly beings in heaven even where there are no chiefs on earth. It follows that the state of nature has the nature of the state. Given the governance of human society by meta-person authorities with ultimate life and death powers, something quite like the state is a universal human condition. It also follows that kings are imitations of gods rather than gods of kings, the conventional supposition that divinity is a reflex of society notwithstanding. In the course of human history, royal power has been derivative of and dependent on divine power. Indeed, no less in stateless societies than in major kingdoms, the human authorities emulate the ruling cosmic powers if in a reduced form. Shamans have the miraculous powers of spirits, with whom, moreover, they interact. Initiated elders or clan leaders act the god, perhaps in masked form, in presiding over human and natural growth. Chiefs are greeted and treated in the same ways as gods. Kings control nature itself. What usually passes for the divinization of human rulers is better described historically as the humanization of the god. As a corollary, there are no secular authorities. Human power is spiritual power, however pragmatically it is achieved. Authority over others may be acquired by superior force, inherited office, material generosity, or other means, but the power to do or be so is itself deemed that of ancestors, gods, or other external meta-persons who are the sources of human vitality and mortality. In this cultural framework, a privileged relation to the metapersonal rulers of the human fate is the raison d'être of earthly social power. Moreover, as demonstrated in worldly accomplishments, this access to meta-human powers may have subjugation effects on people beyond those directly affected by the acts of the persons of authority. Its charisma in the original, God-infused sense. In this God-infused sense, Shilluk say the king is Juak, but Juak is not the king. The divinity of the king is a kind of intersubjective animaism. As a modality of the one over many, divinity itself can be understood as the personified head of a class of things that are thus so many instances/instantiations of the Godhead, which is also to say that as a partible person, the God is immanent in the creatures and features of his or her realm. Hawaiians speak of symbolically relevant plants, animals, and persons as so many bodies of the God, in which sense Captain Cook was famously the god Lono, but Lono was not Captain Cook. Such intersubjective animaism is not all that rare. Shamans are possessed by their familiars and victims by their witches. Idolatry and kinship are likewise forms of a broad metaphysics of intersubjective being. Compared with the kind of cosmic polities that exist among foragers and many others, mortal kingship represents a limit on state power. There is simply no way that any mortal human, whatever his pretensions, whatever the social apparatus at his disposal, could ever really wield as much power as a god. And most kings, despite the absolute nature of their claims, never seriously make the attempt. For half of humanity, though, the creation of mortal kingship represents a major blow, because kings are, in virtually every known case, archetypically male. Nowadays, scholars are used to writing off Paleolithic or Neolithic representations of powerful female figures as mere mythological representations, of no political significance, but in the cosmic polities which then existed, this could not have been the case. If so, fixing divine political power in the male head of a royal household was a blow for patriarchy in two ways. Not only was the primary human manifestation of divine power now masculine, but the main purpose of the ideal household is producing powerful men. The precise historical trajectory by which divine power's sovereignty, properly speaking, devolved from meta-human beings to actual human beings, if it can ever be reconstructed, will be likely to take many unexpected turns. For instance, we know of societies where arbitrary orders are given only during rituals in which human beings impersonate gods, but those who give the orders are not the gods, but clowns, who appear to represent divine power in its essence. In related societies, this develops into clown police who hold sway during an entire ritual season, then, in yet others, into more straightforward seasonal police. In such cases, sovereignty is contained in time, outside the specific ritual or seasonal context, decentralization ensues, and those vested with sovereign powers during the ritual season are no different from, and have no more say than, anybody else. Sacred kingship, in contrast, would appear to be largely a means of containing sovereign power in space. The king, it is almost always asserted, has total power over the lives and possessions of his subjects, but only when he is physically present. As a result, an endless variety of strategies are employed to limit the king's freedom of motion. Yet there is at the same time a mutually constitutive relation between the king's containment and his power. The very taboos that constrain him are also what render him a transcendent metabeing. Stranger king formations. Stranger kingdoms are the dominant form of pre-modern state the world around, perhaps the original form. The kings who rule them are foreign by ancestry and identity. The dynasty typically originates with a heroic prince from a greater outside realm, near or distant, legendary or contemporary, celestial or terrestrial. Alternatively, native rulers assume the identity and sovereignty of exalted kings from elsewhere and thus become foreigners, as in the Indic kingdoms of Southeast Asia, rather than foreigners becoming native rulers. The polity is in any case dual, divided between rulers who are foreign by nature, perpetually so, as a necessary condition of their authority, and the underlying autochthonous people, who are the owners of the country. The dual constitution is constantly reproduced in narrative and ritual, even as it is continuously enacted in the differential functions, talents, and powers of the ruling aristocracy and the native people. The kingdom is neither an endogenous formation nor does it develop in isolation. It is a function of the relationships of a hierarchically ordered, intersocietal historical field. The superiority of the ruling aristocracy was not engendered by the process of state formation so much as the state was engendered by the a priori superiority of an aristocracy from elsewhere endowed by nature with a certain libido dominandi. The ruling class precedes and makes a subject class. On his way to the kingdom, the dynastic founder is notorious for exploits of incest, fratricide, patricide, or other crimes against kinship and common morality. He may also be famous for defeating dangerous natural or human foes. The hero manifests a nature above, beyond, and greater than the people he is destined to rule, hence his power to do so. However inhibited or sublimated in the established kingdom, the monstrous and violent nature of the king remains an essential condition of his sovereignty. Indeed, as a sign of the meta-human sources of royal power, force, notably as demonstrated in victory, can function politically as a positive means of attraction as well as a physical means of domination. For all the transgressive violence of the founder, however, his kingdom is often peacefully established. Conquest is overrated as the source of state formation. Given their own circumstances, including the internal and external conflicts of the historical field, the indigenous people often have their own reasons for demanding a king to lead us and to go out before us and fight our battles. Even in the case of major kingdoms, such as Benin or the Mexica, the initiative may indeed come from the indigenous people, who solicit a prince from a powerful outside realm. Some of what passes for conquest in tradition or the scholarly literature consists of usurpation of the previous regime rather than violence against the native population. While there is frequently no tradition of conquest, there is invariably a tradition of contract, notably in the form of a marriage between the stranger prince and a marked woman of the indigenous people, most often, a daughter of the native leader. Sovereignty is embodied and transmitted in the native woman, who constitutes the bond between the foreign intruders and the local people. The offspring of the original union, often celebrated as the traditional founder hero of the dynasty, thereby combines and encompasses in his own person the essential native and foreign components of the kingdom. Father of the country in one respect, as witness also his polygynous and sexual accomplishments. The king is in another the child chief of the indigenous people, who comprise his maternal ancestry. Even where there is conquest, by virtue of the original contract it is reciprocal, the mutual encompassment of the autochthonous people by the stranger king and of the king by the autochthonous people. The installation rites of the king typically recreate the domestication of the unruly stranger. He dies, is reborn, and nurtured and brought to maturity at the hands of native leaders. His wild or violent nature is not so much eliminated as it is sublimated and in principle used for the general benefit, internally as the sanction of justice and order, and externally in the defense of the realm against natural and human enemies. But even as the king is domesticated, the people are civilized. The kingship is a civilizing mission. The advent of the stranger king is often said to raise the native people from a rudimentary state by bringing them such things as agriculture, cattle, tools, and weapons, metals, even fire and cooking, thus a transformation from nature to culture. As has been said of African societies, it is not civilized to be without a king. As alleged in the original Union, the synthesis of the foreign and autochthonous powers, male and female, celestial and terrestrial, violent and peaceful, mobile and rooted, stranger and native, etc., establishes a cosmic system of social viability. In a common configuration, the autochthonous people's access to the spiritual sources of the earth's fertility is potentiated by king's conveyance of fecundating forces, such as the rain and sun that make the earth bear fruit. Each incomplete in themselves, the native people and foreign rulers together make a viable totality, which is what helps the kingdom to endure, whatever the tensions of their ethnic class differences. Although they have surrendered the rule to the foreign king, the native people retain a certain residual sovereignty. By virtue of their unique relation to the powers of the earth, the descendants of the erstwhile native rulers are the chief priests of the new regime. Their control of the succession of the king, including the royal installation rituals, is the warrant of the foreign-derived ruler's legitimacy. In the same vein, the native leaders characteristically have temporal powers as counselors of the stranger king, sometimes providing his so-called prime minister. To a significant extent, the principle that the sovereignty of the king is delegated by the people, to whom it belongs by origin and by right, is embedded in stranger king formations, hence widely known before and apart from its early modern European expressions. Notwithstanding the superiority and perpetual foreign ethnicity of the ruling aristocracy, they are often not dominant linguistically or culturally, but are assimilated in these respects by the indigenous population. Correlatively, the identity of the kingdom is usually that of the native people. European colonization is often in significant aspects a late historical form of indigenous stranger kingship traditions, Captain Cook, Raja Brooke, and Hernando Cortés, for example. Kingship politics. In general, political struggle over the power of the king generally takes the form of a battle between two principles, divine kingship and sacred kingship. In practice, divine kingship is the essence of sovereignty. It is the ability to act as if one were a god, to step outside the confines of the human, and return to reign favor or destruction with arbitrariness and impunity. Such power may be accompanied by the theory that the king by doing so demonstrates he is an actual embodiment of some already existing meta-human being. But it may not be. It could as easily be that by acting in this way, the king himself becomes a meta-human being. Japanese shoguns, Roman emperors, or Ganda Kabaka could all become gods in their own right. To be sacred, in contrast, is to be set apart, hedged about by customs and taboos, the restrictions surrounding sacralized kings not to touch the earth, not to see the sun. In Fraser's famous dictum are ways not only of recognizing the presence of unaccountable divine power, but also, crucially, of confining, controlling, and limiting it. One could see these two principles as refractions of different moments of the stranger king narrative, the first, of the terrible power of the king on his arrival, the second, his encompassment and defeat by his subjects. But in this larger sense, both are always present simultaneously. All the classic issues of divine kingship, then the royal displays of arbitrary power, the king as scapegoat, regicide, the use of royal effigies. The oracular role of dead monarchs can best be understood as different moves in a continual chess game played between king and people, in which the king and his partisans attempt to increase the divinity of the king, and the popular factions attempt to increase his sacralization. Stranger kingship provides the deep structural foundations for a vernacular politics in which representatives of humanity did battle with their gods, and sometimes prevailed. The chief weapon in the hands of those who oppose the expansion of royal power might be termed adverse sacralization. To recognize the meta-human status of the monarch, to keep the king divine, requires an elaborate apparatus which renders him, effectively, an abstraction, by hiding, containing, or effacing those aspects of his being that are seen as embodying his mortal nature. Kings become invisible, immaterial, sealed off from contact with their subjects or with the stuff and substance of the world, and hence, often, confined to their palaces, unable to exercise arbitrary power in any effective way. Royal regicide is just the ultimate form of adverse sacralization. When popular forces win, the result can thus take the form of phrase Ryan sacred kingship, or the reduction of the monarch to ceremonial figurehead, like the latter-day Joe Emperor or present-day Queen of England. When kings definitively win, a different range of conflicts ensue, largely, between the living and the dead. Having overcome boundaries in space, kings will regularly attempt to similarly overcome boundaries in time, and translate their meta-human status into some form of genuine immortality. Insofar as they are successful, they create a series of dilemmas for their successors, whose legitimacy is derived from their ancestry, but who at the same time are necessarily placed in a position of rivalry with them. Anthropologists have long remarked on the phenomenon of sinking status. Over time, the progressive distancing of cadet persons and branches from the main line of succession is an endemic source of strife in royal lineages, often leading to fratricidal violence, especially among paternal half-siblings, each backed by their own maternal kinsmen. The succession chances of the junior princes of each generation become increasingly remote, unless they seize by force and guile the kingship to which they have diminishing claim by right. Beside the violence of an interregnum, the effect is often a centrifugal dispersion of royals, those who withdraw or are defeated into the outer reaches of the kingdom or even beyond, where they may take power in a lesser realm of their own. This is a major source of stranger king formation and of regional configurations of core-periphery relations. It may also play a role in the formation of so-called empires. This problem is complicated even further by a central contradiction between two forms of sinking status, horizontal and vertical. On the one hand, each collateral line that breaks off from the dynastic core descends ever lower in status as new ones are constantly produced, unless some radical means of self-promotion succeed in at least temporarily reversing their decline. On the other hand, the central line itself is usually seen as declining steadily in status, as the current ruler becomes ever more distant from the founding hero, god, or stranger king. As a result, the branch of the royal line identified with the highest-ranking ancestor is also the lowest-ranking branch of the royal line. The inevitability of sinking status over time leads to the dilemma of how to manage the royal dead. Deceased members of the dynasty are likely to be present in political life through shrines, mummies, relics, tombs, or even palaces, to communicate their will and perspectives through mediums, oracles, or similar means. The paradox of horizontal and vertical sinking status, that older ancestors rank higher for the same reason their descendants rank lower, becomes all the more acute the more active the role of the dead in contemporary politics becomes. This role can be very active indeed. Inca royal mummies continued to own the same palace, lands, and retinues of retainers they had possessed in life, forcing each new ruler to conquer new territories to support his own court. In all such systems, if things were left to their own devices for too long, living kings would be crowded out and overwhelmed by legions of the dead. So the dead had to be controlled, limited, contained, even purged. Like living kings, they had to be rendered more sacred, more bounded by restrictions that were restrictive of their power, even if those restrictions were ultimately constitutive of that power. It is a general sociological principle that the more ancestors are seen as fundamentally different sorts of being from present-day mortals, the more they are likely to be seen as a source of power, the more similar, the more they are seen as rivals and sources of constraint. The memory of a totemic killer whale ancestor, or witch Eddie Grubb, is in no sense an imposition on the living. By contrast, the memory of a man remembered and venerated by his many descendants is very much a rival for any descendant whose life project is to achieve exactly the same thing. Only so many ancestors can become famous. Still, there is always a balance here. If ancestors are entirely effaced, their descendants lose all status. If they have too much power, they are seen as stifling those same descendants' self-realization. The result is often another variant of the politics of ritual subterfuge so typical of dealing with life-giving gods. They must be contained, driven off, or even destroyed, all in the ostensible name of honoring them. Ordinary mortals may or may not face this problem, but kings, whose legitimacy is based at least in part on descent from other kings, must always face it. To flee one's domain and become a stranger king elsewhere is in fact one way to escape the chokehold of the dead, but a stranger king's descendants will begin to have the same problem, and it will only get worse as time goes on. Much of the more extravagant behavior of the rulers of powerful kingdoms or early states can be seen as attempts to escape this chokehold, that is, as modes of competition with the dead. One might attempt to efface the dead, or become the dead, but this is rarely entirely effective. One might enter into direct competition in the creation of timeless monuments, in conquest, or in the ritual sacrifice of ever greater numbers of subjects in attempts to manifest ever greater arbitrary sovereign power. One might even, this is sometimes done, attempt to reverse the direction of history entirely, and invent a myth of progress. All of these expedients create new problems. The ordinary balance of power between king and people is often maintained through intense emotional engagements, love, hatred, or some combination of the two. These often take the form of paradoxical inversions of what would normally be expected to be the result of those emotions. Shilluk or Swazi kings took on divine status at the moment people united in hatred against them. The nurturant love of Marina toward infantilized rulers might alternate between indulgence for acts that might otherwise be seen as atrocities, and harsh chastisement when they were seen as overstepping bounds. The perfection of the king, his court, palace, capital, or immediate surroundings, is not precisely a model of the universe. It is a model of the universe restored to a state of abstract Platonic perfection, one which it lacks in ordinary experience. Perhaps it once had this state. Perhaps it is felt it someday will again. The newly founded royal city, a projection of a single human vision imposed on the material world, can thus be seen as the prototype for all future utopias, an attempt to impose an image of perfection not just onto the physical world but also into the lives of those mortal humans who actually lived in it. Ultimately, of course, this is impossible. Humans cannot be reduced to Platonic ideals, and the fundamental quandaries of human life, revolving as they do particularly around reproduction and death, cannot be legislated away. Such states of transcendent perfection can perhaps be attained in moments of ritual performance, but no one can live in such a moment for their entire life, or even any substantial part of it. Some royal capitals try to exclude birth, infirmity, and death from the royal settlement entirely. Going that far is unusual. But something along these lines always happens. At the very least, royal courts will be marked by elaborate codes of etiquette which require that even everyday social interaction be governed by the pretense that such things do not exist. These codes set standards of comportment that are then realized at ever greater degrees of imperfection the further one travels from the royal court. In this way, where prophets foretell the total future resolution of the contradictions and dilemmas of the human condition, kings embody their partial present-day resolution. The arbitrariness of stranger kings is, however paradoxically, the key to their ability to establish themselves as avatars of justice. The ability to seize or destroy anything, even if only very occasionally deployed, is structurally similar to the ownership of everything. It is an undifferentiated relation between the monarch and everyone and everything else. This indifference is also impartiality, since such an absolute monarch has in principle at least no particular interest which might bias his judgment in disputes between his subjects. They are all the same to him. For this reason, kings will always claim some kind of absolute despotic power, even if everyone is aware such claims mean next to nothing in practice, since otherwise, they would not be kings. At the same time, the all-encompassing nature of such claims renders the very power of the king potentially subversive of existing social arrangements. While kings will, generally, represent themselves as embodiments and bastions of all existing hierarchies and structures of authority, the ultimately undifferentiated nature of their power also meant all subjects were, ultimately, the same, that is, equal. As the Scottish Enlightenment philosopher Henry Home was perhaps first to point out, the difference between absolute despotism, where all are equal except for one man, and absolute democracy, is simply one man. There is thus a deep structural affinity between the contemporary notion that all citizens are equal before the law and the monarchical principle that they are equal as potential victims of purely arbitrary royal depredation. In political life, this tension can take many forms. Commoners may appeal to the king against his evil counselors. Kings or emperors may frame themselves as popular champions against the interests of the aristocracy. Alternately, everyone, regardless of status, can unify against the king. As a result, even when kings are gone, even when they are deposed by popular uprisings, they are likely to linger in ghostly form, precisely as such a unifying principle. Royal spirit mediumship in much of Africa and Madagascar, and the modern notion of popular sovereignty, are both contemporary examples of this principle. Core, periphery relations. Centrifugal dissemination of influential political, ritual, and material forms from central kingdoms often evokes a centripetal attraction and movement of peoples from the hinterlands. Peripheral societies have been rendered subordinate culturally while still independent politically. It is probably a law of political science that all great kingdoms were marginal ones. Originally oriented to a powerful center from the peripheries, they succeed by some advantage as in trade or warfare in replacing their erstwhile superiors. Indeed, in these core, periphery configurations centered on dominant kingdoms, there are endemic impulses of upward nobility at every level of the intersocietal hierarchy. The apical kingdoms themselves are competitively counterposed in a larger geopolitical field, which they seek to dominate by universalizing their own claims to power. On one hand, they engage in what is variously described in these pages as utopian politics or the real politics of the marvelous by tracing their origins to world historical heroes, legendary god-kings, fabled cities, ancient or contemporary world powers, and or great gods. On the other hand, they demonstrate their universality by acquiring through tribute, trade, or pillage and domesticating the wild, animistic powers ensouled in the exotic objects of the barbaric hinterlands. In a famous ethnographic case reported by Edmund Leach, chiefs of the Kachin Hill tribe of Burma have been known to become Shan, that is, to ally with and adopt the lifestyle of Shan princes. For their part, Shan princes take on the political and ritual trappings of Burmese or Chinese kings, some of which may also filter up to the hill peoples. This phenomenon of galactic mimesis, in which lesser chiefs assume the political forms of their proximate superiors, is a prevalent dynamic of core, periphery systems, impelled by competition within and between political entities throughout the intersocietal hierarchy. The competition takes one of two common forms. In a process of complementary seismogenesis, individuals contending for leadership in a given community, or communities competing for power within a larger galactic field, attempt to trump their local adversaries by affiliating with a superior chief. They scale up their own status to a higher register of the regional hierarchy. Or conversely, in a process of antagonistic acculturation, a lesser group may attempt to resist the encroachment of a neighboring power by adopting the latter's own political apparatus and thus effect a standoff, the way the Vietnamese long claimed their own mandate of heaven as a southern empire on equal basis with the Chinese northern empire. Note that in any case the elements of high political status, including kingship, are disseminated by a mimetic process through the region and on the initiative of the less powerful peoples. Taken together with the culturative influences radiating outward from core kingdoms, galactic mimesis has the effect of creating hybrid societies whose political and cosmological forms are largely not of their own devising and indeed surpass any possible determination by the economic basis. Given the pervasiveness of core, periphery relations the world around, even in parts of the tribal zone, this kind of hybridity or uneven development is more often the norm of socio-cultural order than the exception. The superstructure exceeds the infrastructure. The political economics of traditional kingship. Kingship proprietary schemes are complex. On one hand, the country is divided into local properties, of which the ancestors of the inhabitants, or the indigenous spirits with whom the ancestors have made a pact, are the true owners and the decisive agents of the area's fertility. Correlatively, the local subject population, who have ritual access to these meta-person authorities through their initiated elders or priestly leaders, are themselves deemed the owners, the earth, the land, or some such designation of their founder rights to the country relative to the ruling aristocracy, especially in stranger kingdoms, where the latter are foreign by origin and ethnic identity. Although possessory in relation to the rulers, the local people's rights are only usufructuary in relation to the spiritual inhabitants, whose ultimate ownership must be duly acknowledged by the current occupants. On the other hand, the ruling aristocracy and the king, who by tradition may have been poor and landless originally except as they were granted land by the native people, may also be owners, but here in the sense of lordship over large landed estates and their inhabitants, giving them tributary rights to a portion of product and manpower generated by the underlying population. Whereas the subject people's relation to the process is productive, by virtue of their control of the primary means, the ruler's relation to the process is extractive, by virtue of their domination of the producing people. As the East African Nero people put it, the Makama rules the people, the clans rule the land. Accordingly, the kingdom economy has a dual structure, marked by fundamental differences between the oikos economics of the underlying population and the specifically political economics of the palace and aristocracy, undertaken with an eye toward the material subsidization of their power. Devoted rather to a customary livelihood, the primary sector is organized by the kinship and community relations of the subject people. The ruling class is principally concerned with the finished product of the people's work in goods and manpower, on which it takes a toll that helps fund an elite sphere of wealth accumulation, oriented particularly to the political finalities of strengthening and extending its sphere of domination. Labor in this sphere is organized by corvée, slave, and or client relations. Besides support of an imposing palace establishment, it is notably employed in the accumulation of riches from extramural sources by means of raid, trade, and or tribute. Employed, then, in conspicuous consumption, monumental construction, and strategic redistribution, and possibly in further military exploits, this wealth has subjugating effects, both directly, as benefiting some, and indirectly, as impressing others. Moreover, the material success of the king is the sign of his access to the divine sources of earthly prosperity, thereby doubling the political effects of his wealth by the demonstration of his godly powers. Kingship is a political economy of social subjugation rather than material coercion. Kingly power does not work on proprietary control of the subject people's means of existence so much as on the beneficial or awe-inspiring effects of royal largesse, display, and prosperity. The objective of the political economy is the increase in the number and loyalty of subjects as distinct from capitalist enterprise, which aims at the increase of capital wealth. To paraphrase a Marxian formula, the essential project of kingship economics is P.W. where the political command of people gives an accumulation of wealth that yields a greater command of people, by contrast to the classic capitalist formula, W.P.W. where the proprietary control of productive wealth gives the control of people in the aim of increasing productive wealth. One might justly say that spirits own the means of production, were it not that in the form of plants, animals, significant artifacts, and even land, and the natural forces of growth, these so-called spirits, and more properly called meta-persons, are the means of production. Having their own dispositions and intentions, they are indeed their own persons, and, together with divinities, ancestors, and other such meta-person powers, they are known to be responsible for the success or failure of human work. Accordingly, the means of production characteristically includes ritual, especially sacrificial ritual, as an essential part of work, as in the famous Tikopian work of the gods. It also follows that the political benefits of material success, the rewards in status and influence, go to the shamans, priests, elders, lineage heads, big men, chiefs, or kings, who have by ascription or achievement priority of access to these meta-human sources of human prosperity, but not necessarily, or only to a lesser extent, to the hunters, gardeners, or others who did the work. The alienation of the worker from his product was a general condition long before its notoriety in capitalism. So far as the social credit goes instead to the reigning politico-religious authorities, political power may thus have an economic basis, although the economic basis is not economic. Also, by the way, cannibalism is a widespread condition, even among many societies that profess to abhor it. Cannibalism is a predicament of the animistic hunter or gardener, who must live by consuming animals or plants which are essentially persons themselves. Hence the taboos and other ritual respects accorded to these species and their meta-person masters, again as a necessary condition of production. On shop-worn concepts that have outlived their usefulness. Cultural relativism, properly understood, has not outlived its usefulness. What is useless is the vulgar sense of relativism to the effect that the values of any society are as good as, if not better than, the values of any other, including our own. Properly understood, cultural relativism is an anthropological technique for understanding cultural differences, not a charitable way of granting moral absolution. It consists of the provisional suspension of our own moral judgments or valuations of other people's practices in order to place them as positional values in the cultural and historical contexts that gave rise to them. The issue is what these practices mean, how they came about, and what their effects are for the people concerned, not what they are or are worth in our terms. In this same relativist regard, the local people's ontological scheme, their sense of what there is, must likewise be considered in itself and for itself, and not be distorted by analytic concepts that substitute our certainties of reality for theirs. Take the category of myth, for example. In standard English, to label a statement as myth means it's not true. Hence, in speaking of other people's myths, we characteristically assert that what they know as sacred truth, and upon which they predicate their existence, is fictional and unbelievable for us. Having thus debunked the constitutional basis of their society as in the ethnological oxymoron mythical charter, we are given liberty to write it off as essentially unreal for them too, an epiphenomenal mystification of their actual socio-political practice. What is then typically left to the scientific project is a more or less feckless search for the kernel of historical truth in a narrative riven with irrelevant fantasy, in this way ignoring that the concepts thus devalued are the true history at issue. For taken in that veridical capacity by the people concerned, the so-called myth is truly organizing their historical action. Life, after all, is as much an imitation of art as the reverse. So commented Victor Turner in regard to the way Central African Ndembu villagers applied principles from the traditions of Lunda kingship they had learned as children to their current social relations. Or again, this is how important political leaders likewise inform and structure their own public actions by the relations encoded in dynastic epics. The past is not simply prologue, but, as Turner says, it is paradigm. Historical causes in the mode of traditions have no temporal or physical proximity to their effects, they are inserted into the situation, but they are not of it. Embedding the present in terms of a remembered past, this kind of culturally instituted temporality is a fundamental mode of history-making, from the omnipresent dreamtime of Australian Aboriginals to the state politics of Congo kings. But then, what actually happens in a given situation is always constituted by cultural significations that transcend the parameters of the happening itself. Bobby Thompson didn't simply hit the ball over the left field fence, he won the pennant. The better part of history is atemporal and cultural, not what actually happened, but what it is that happened. This does not mean that just because Nuer now insist they are all descended from a man named Nuer who lived 10 generations ago, we must ignore documentary evidence of the existence of Nuer before 1750. It does mean that if we do not care what being Nuer means to Nuer, then or now, we have no business speaking about Nuer at all. Shop-worn economic concepts. Things, for example. The Cartesian distinction of residential cogitans and res extensa subjects and objects, is not a good description of ontological schemes largely constituted on grounds of human attributes or personhood. As already repeatedly noted, in the societies at issue in this work, the features of the environment with which people are significantly engaged, and even important productive artifacts of their own making, have the inner and essential qualities of human persons. The conventional anthropological concept of the psychic unity of humanity has to be extended to the subjectively infused universe for many or most of these societies. It was a distinctive Judeo-Christian conceit that the world was made of nothing, that spirit or subjectivity was not immanent in it, and for atoms eating an apple humans would be condemned to wearing themselves to death working on obdurate matter, thorns, and thistles. For most of the world, economic praxis has necessarily entailed intersubjective relations with the beings on which people work and which decide the outcome. The plants that the issue are women of Amazonia nurture are their children, even as the success of their efforts is due to the goddess of cultivation. Here it is not simply that human skills are a necessary but not sufficient cause of the successful outcome, but that human skills are the signs of divinely endowed powers. Our own parochial economic science of a Cartesian world notwithstanding, in this respect there are no simple things. The so-called objects of people's interest have their own desires. Likewise production, the notion of a heroic individual working creatively on inert matter, thereby transforming it into a useful existence by his own effort according to his own plan, does not describe an intersubjective praxis in which metapersonalities are the primary agents of the process. It is more accurate to say that people receive the fruits of their efforts from these sources than that they create them. The forces that make gardens grow, animals available, women fertile, pots come out intact from the kiln, and implements from the forge, forces variously hypostasized as mana, Samangat, Hasana, Nawalak, Orenda, etc. are not of human origin. Conventional notions of the supposed functional effects of the relations of production on the larger relations of society are non-startas in regard to the many societies so ontologically constituted. Our notion of production is itself the secularization of a theological concept, but it derives from a very specific theology, in which an all-powerful God creates the universe ex nihilo, an idea which is maintained in our cosmology in multiple ways even after God has been ostensibly taken out of the picture. But consider the hunter, forager, or fisher. Does she produce anything? At what point does a trapped fish or uprooted tuber stop being a natural phenomenon and start being a social product? We are speaking of acts of transformation, attack, propitiation, care, killing, disarticulation, and reshaping. But the same is ultimately true of making automobiles. It's only if one imagines the factory as a black box, the way a man who doesn't know very much about the full course of pregnancy might imagine a woman's womb as producing something fully formed through one great burst of labor, that it's possible to say production is the true basis of human life. Shop-worn concepts of socio-cultural order. As implied in the preceding discussion and amplified in the body of this work, several conceptual dichotomies of broad application in the human sciences are not receivable for the societies under consideration here, inasmuch as these binaries are not substantially differentiated, opposed, or otherwise ontologically pertinent. Typically, they are inappropriate ethnocentric projections onto culturally distinct others. But the peoples concerned do not distinguish humans from spirits. So-called spirits have the essential qualities of persons. Material from spiritual. They are largely and fundamentally alike on the common ground of humanity. Supernatural from natural. Populated and activated by embodied persons, there is no subjectless natural world, a fortiori, no transcendent realm of spirit. Hence, this world from an other world. Metaperson others are in people's everyday and in dreams, every night experience. People are known to communicate with so-called spirits and have customary social relationships with them, including sex and marriage. There are no egalitarian human societies. Even hunters are ordered and dominated by a host of metaperson powers that be, whose rule is punitively backed by severe sanctions. The earthly people are dependent and subordinate components of a cosmic polity. They well know and fear higher authority, and sometimes they defy it. Society both with and against the state is virtually a human universal. This does not mean the famous egalitarian ethos of so many hunting societies, and not just them, is an illusion. Just as assertions of the absolute power of the sovereign are also, tacitly, assertions of the absolute equality of his subjects, so assertions of meta-human power are also ipso facto ways of asserting that mortal humans are in all the most important ways the same. The difference is that a flesh and blood sun king needs an apparatus of rule. If the actual sun is king, well, human beings are pretty much all equal compared to the sun. The first ideals of political equality, especially, the refusal to give and take orders between adults, so well documented among many societies with particularly terrifying cosmic powers, are themselves an effect of the cosmic polity such men and women inhabit. This no less makes them pioneers of human freedom. Note the disproportions in structure and power between the cosmic polity governing the human community, including divine beings with ultimate life and death powers over the people, and the organization of the human society itself. In both morphology and potency there is no equivalence between the human social order and the cosmic authors of its fate. Great gods on whom human life depends are known to peoples in the Arctic, the New Guinea highlands, and Amazonia. As was said earlier, there are kings in heaven where there are not even chiefs on earth. Neither do kings on earth have the hegemonic scope and powers of the gods they imitate. This structural disproportion is one reason that the common human science of the supernatural realm, as a discursive ideological reflex of the people's socio-political order, being designed to functionally support it whether by mystification or replication, is a theoretical practice as seriously flawed as it is habitually repeated. Durkheim notwithstanding, human societies of all kinds are never alone in another sense. Engaged in regional fields with societies of cultural others, they are largely formed in respect of one another. As noted above, even apart from imperial systems or galactic polities centered in dominant kingdoms, core, periphery relations are known in the tribal zone as in the classic culture areas of the Native Americas, with their respective cultural climaxes such that the structures and practices of any given society are predicated on those of other societies. Besides diffusion and acculturation by domination, a variety of other intercultural dynamics may be in play, including complementary seismogenesis, whereby interacting peoples take contrary cultural forms, whether in the mode of competition or interdependence, or the aforementioned galactic mimesis, whereby peripheral peoples take on the cosmopolitical forms of hierarchical superiors. The scandal is that while human societies are thus never alone, the human sciences have long pretended that they are. With few exceptions, such as recent world system and globalization theories, all our major paradigms of cultural order and change imagine that societies are self-fashioning monads, autonomous and sui generis. Durkheimian sociology is not the only one. Likewise, Malinowskian functionalism, the structural functionalism of Radcliffe Brown, the Marxism of base and superstructure, evolutionism from Herbert Spencer to Leslie White and Julian Stewart, Benedictine patterns of culture, even post-structuralist discourses and subjectivities, they all suppose that the forms and relations they are explicating are situated within a solitary socio-cultural order, and that the articulations and dynamics of that order are the critical matters at issue. The concept of culture has been unfortunately tied to a politics of nationalism since Johann Gottfried von Herder and his followers formulated it in that context. And so, finally, we pass to that intellectual fetish whose worship today transcends even that of the nation, that is, its twin companion, the state. Asking whether a kingdom is a state or not rarely tells you very much at all about its politics or constitution. Surely we have learned all there is to learn from the endless theorizing on the origins of the state or the process of state formation that so dominated theoretical debates of the 20th century. In retrospect, we may well discover that the state that consumed so much of our attention never existed at all, or was, at best, a fortuitous confluence of elements of entirely heterogeneous origins that came together in certain times and places, but that, nowadays, are very much in the process of once again drifting apart. Chapter 1. The Original Political Society. Marshall Sahlins. I am a Cartesian, a Hocartesian. I want to follow Hocart's lead in freeing oneself from anthropological conventions by adhering to indigenous traditions. How can we make any progress in the understanding of cultures, ancient or modern, he said, if we persist in dividing what people join, and in joining what they keep apart? This essay is an extended commentary on the Hocartesian meditation encapsulated in Kings and Counselors by the straightforward equivalence, king equals God. I mean to capitalize on the more or less explicit temporality entailed in the anthropological master's exegesis of this equivalence, as when he variously speaks of the king as the vehicle, abode, substitute, repository, or representative of the god. The clear implication is that gods precede the kings who effectively replicate them, which is not exactly the common social science tradition of cosmology as the reflex of sociology. Consider Time's arrow in statements such as, so present was this divine and celestial character to the Polynesian mind that they called the chief's lani, heaven, and the same word mari is used of a temple and a chief's grave. Kings are human imitations of gods, rather than gods of kings. That was the dominant view in Christendom for a long time before the modern celestialization of sovereignty as an ideological expression of the real political order. From Augustine's notion of the earthly city as an imperfect form of the heavenly city to Carl Schmitt's assertion that the significant concepts of the modern state are secularized theological concepts, human government was commonly considered to be modeled on the kingdom of God. Based on his own view of the ritual character of kingship, however, Hocart's thesis was more far-reaching culturally and historically, that human societies were engaged in cosmic systems of governmentality even before they instituted anything like a political state of their own. From the preface of Kings and Counselors. The machinery of government was blocked out in society long before the appearance of government as we now understand it. In other words, the functions now discharged by king, prime minister, treasury, public works, are not the original ones. They may account for the present form of these institutions, but not for their original appearance. They were originally part, not of a system of government, but of an organization to promote life, fertility, prosperity by transferring life from objects abounding in it to objects dependent on it. In effect, Hocart speaks here of a cosmic polity, hierarchically encompassing human society, since the life-giving means of people's existence were supplied by supernatural beings of extraordinary powers, a polity thus governed by so-called spirits though they had human dispositions, often took human bodily forms, and were present within human experience. The present essay is a follow-up. The project is to take the Cartesian thesis beyond kingship to its logical and anthropological extreme. Even the so-called egalitarian or acephalous societies, including hunters such as the Inuit or Australian Aboriginals, are in structure and practice cosmic polities, ordered and governed by divinities, the dead, species masters, and other such meta-persons endowed with life and death powers over the human population. There are kingly beings in heaven where there are no chiefs on earth. Hobbes notwithstanding, the state of nature is already something of a political state. It follows that, taken in its social totality and cultural reality, something like the state is the general condition of humankind. It is usually called religion. For example, Chwang and Inuit. Let me begin with a problem in ethnographic perspective that typically leads to a cultural mismatch between the ancestral legacy of the anthropologist and her or his indigenous interlocutors. I know this is a problem, since for a long time I lived with the same contradiction I now see in Sinya Howell's excellent study of the Chwang of the Malaysian interior. Although Chwang society is described as classically egalitarian, it is in practice coercively ruled by a host of cosmic authorities, themselves of human character and meta-human powers. The Chuang are a few hundred people organized largely by kinship and subsisting largely by hunting. But they are hardly on their own. They are set within and dependent upon a greater animistic universe comprised of the persons of animals, plants, and natural features, complemented by a great variety of demonic figures, and presided over by several inclusive deities. Though we conventionally call such creatures spirits, Chuang respectfully regard them as people indeed, people like us or our people. The obvious problem of perspective consists in the venerable anthropological disposition to banish the so-called supernatural to the epiphenomenal limbo of the ideological, the imaginary, or some such background of discursive insignificance by comparison to the hard realities of social action. Thus dividing what the people join, we are unable to make the conceptual leap, the reversal of the structural gestalt implied in Howell's keen observation that the human social world is intrinsically part of a wider world in which boundaries between society and cosmos are non-existent. There is no meaningful separation, she says, between what one may term nature and culture or, indeed, between society and cosmos. So while, on one hand, Howell characterizes the Chuang as having no social or political hierarchy or leaders of any kind, on the other, she describes a human community encompassed and dominated by potent meta-persons with powers to impose rules and render justice that would be the envy of kings. Cosmic rules, Howell calls them, I reckon, both for their scope and for their origins. The meta-human persons who mandate these rules visit illness or other misfortune, not excluding penalty of death, on Chuang who transgress them. I can think of no act that is rule neutral, Howell writes. Taken together, they refer not just to selected social domains or activities, but to the performance of regular living itself. Yet though they live by the rules, Chuang have no part in their enforcement, which is the exclusive function of whatever spirit or non-human personage is activated by the disregard of a particular rule. Something like a rule of law sustained by a monopoly of force. Among hunters. When Sinya Howell first visited the Chuang in 1977, she found them obsessively concerned with a tragedy that happened not long before. 3 people had been killed and 2 injured for violating a weighty taboo on laughing at animals, a prohibition that applied to all forest creatures, the breach of which would potentially implicate all Chuang people. The victims had ridiculed some millipedes that entered their lean-to, and that night a terrific thunderstorm uprooted a large tree, which fell upon them. Here it deserves notice that while the Chuang profess to abhor cannibalism, like animist hunters generally, they nevertheless subsist on people like us, their animal prey. Likewise, similar to other hunters, they manage the contradiction by the ritual respects they accord wild animals, in this case, by the prohibition on ridiculing forest creatures, which also, by positioning the animals outside familiar human relations, apparently erases the cannibal implications from overt consciousness. Since the forest animals are not really like us, we can beat the cannibal rap. The severe punishments for disrespecting forest creatures originated with certain immortals of the above and the below, the male thunder god, Tanko, and the female original snake, whose abode is the primordial sea under the earth and who is most responsible for maintaining rules of this type. There were never any humans the likes of Tanko and the original snake among Chuang themselves, no such human powers, whatever the conventional wisdom says about divinity as the mirror image of society. Tanko lives in the sky, whence the thunder he unleashes on taboo violators is aptly said to be the sound of him laughing at the human predicament. His thunderbolts are also known to punish incest, causing severe joint pain and, if the behavior persists, death. On his frequent visits to Earth, he indulges in contrasting sexual behavior relations with distantly rather than closely related women and with beneficial rather than fatal results, for without his sexual exploits there could be no Chuang people. Tanko descends to have intercourse with all human and animal females, which is what makes them fertile. Menstrual blood represents the birth of children he has sired, children unseen and unknown to their mothers, as they ascend to the heavens to live with their father. The semen of human males, however, is unable to procreate children until Tanko has copulated with the women concerned, which is to say until they have menstruated, from which it follows empirically that the god was indeed the condition of possibility of human reproduction. The original snake is sometimes identified as the sky wife of Tanko, a culture heroine who gave Chuang fire, tobacco, and night, but in her more usual form of a huge snake dwelling in Thonian waters, she is especially known for her malevolent powers. Knocking down trees and houses, her breath creates the destructive winds that punish people who violate the ordinances on the treatment of animals. She may also be provoked into moving while in the subterranean sea, causing an upwelling of waters that drowns the offenders, upon which she swallows them body and soul. 1 Not that the original snake is the only man-eater among the myriad indwelling and free-ranging meta-humans whom Chuang encounter, more often for worse than for better. Without replicating the extraordinary catalogue compiled by Howell, suffice it for present purposes to indicate the range, from female familiars who marry the human individuals for whom they serve as spirit guides, through various kinds of ghosts especially dangerous to small children and the creatures upon whose good will fruits bear in season, to the 27 subtypes of harmful beings who were once human, and of whom Chuang say, they want to eat us. If there is indeed no boundary between the cosmos and the socius, then it's not exactly what some would call a simple society, let alone an egalitarian one. I hasten to reply to the obvious objection that the potent deities of the Chuang reflect a long history of relationships with coastal Malay states by noting that basically similar cosmologies are found among basically similar societies situated far from such influences. For an initial example, the Central Inuit, thereafter, Highland New Guineans, Australian Aboriginals, native Amazonians, and other egalitarian peoples likewise dominated by Metapers and others who vastly outnumber them. Of the Inuit in general, it is said that a person should never push himself ahead of others or show the slightest ambition to control other people, and in particular of the Netsilik of the central Canadian Arctic that there were no lineages or clans, no institutionalized chiefs or formal government. On the other hand, of the same Netsilik, Knud Rasmussen wrote, "The powers that rule the earth and all the animals, and the lives of mankind are the great spirits who live on the sea, on land, out in space, and in the land of the sky. These are many, and many kinds of spirits, but there are only 3 really great and really independent ones, and they are Nulyajik, Narsuk, and Tatkek. These 3 are looked upon as directly practicing spirits, and the most powerful of them all is Nulyajik, the mother of animals and mistress both of the sea and the land. At all times she makes mankind feel how she vigilantly and mercilessly takes care that all souls, both animals and humankind, are shown the respect the ancient rules of life demand. Ruling their respective domains Nulyajik or Sedna, the sea and the land, Tatkek, the moon man, the heavens, and Narsuk or Sela, the meteorological forces of the air. These 3 great spirits were widely known under various names from East Greenland to the Siberian Arctic, which affords some confidence in their antiquity and indigeneity. While always complementary in territorial scope, they varied in salience in different regions, the moon man generally dominant in the Bering Strait and Sela in Greenland, whereas Sedna, as Franz Boas wrote, was the supreme deity of the central Eskimos, holding supreme sway over the destinies of mankind. 2. The Central Inuit and Sedna in particular will be the focus here, the stern goddess of fate among the Eskimos, as Rasmussen characterized her. In command of the animal sources of food, light, warmth, and clothing that made an Inuit existence possible, Sedna played by far the most important part in everyday life. She was effectively superior to Sela and the moon, who often functioned as her agents, to see that her will is obeyed. Accordingly, in his ethnography of the Igloolik, Rasmussen describes a divine pantheon of anthropomorphic power ruling a human society that was itself innocent of institutional authority. So whenever any transgression of Sedna's rules or taboos associated with hunting occurs, the spirit of the sea intervenes. The moon spirit helps her to see the rules of life are daily observed, and comes hurrying down to earth to punish any instance of neglect. And both sea spirit and moon spirit employ Sela to execute all punishments in any way connected with the weather. Scholars perennially agonize over whether to consider the likes of Sedna as gods. Too often some promising candidate is rejected for failing to closely match our own ideas of the deity, an act of religious intolerance, as Daniel Merker observed, with the effect of promulgating the Judeo-Christian dogma that there is only one true God. But, why not call them gods, for it happens that Hocart thus posed the question in regard to a close analogue of Sedna among Winnebago people, a certain immaterial being in control of animal species. More than just species masters, however, Sedna, Sela, and the moon had the divine attributes of immortality and universality. All three were erstwhile humans who achieved their high stations by breaking with their earthly kinship relations, in the event setting themselves apart from and over the population in general. Various versions of Sedna's origin depict her as an orphan, as mutilated in sacrifice by her father, or as responsible for his death. The Moon Man's divine career featured matricide and incest with his sister. Sela left the earth when his parents, who were giants, were killed by humans. Much of this is what Luc de Huysque identified as the exploit in traditions of stranger kingship, the crimes of the dynastic founder against the people's kinship order, by which he at once surpasses it and acquires the solitude necessary to rule the society as a whole, free from any partisan affiliation. And while on the matter of kingship, there is this, as the ruling powers of earth, sea, air, and sky, all of the Inuit deities, in breaking from kinship, thereby become territorial overlords. Transcending kinship, they achieve a kind of territorial sovereignty. The passage from kinship to territory was an accomplished fact long before it was reorganized as the classic formula of state formation. This is not only to say that the origins of kingship and the state are discursively or spiritually prefigured in Inuit communities, but since, like Shuang, the human social world is intrinsically part of a wider world in which boundaries between society and cosmos are non-existent, this encompassing cosmic polity is actually inscribed in practice. Like the Shuang, the Inuit could pass for the model of a simple society were they not actually and practically integrated in a complex society of cosmic proportions. In the territories of the gods dwelt a numerous population of meta-human subjects, both of the animistic kind of persons indwelling in places, objects, and animals, and disembodied free souls, as of ghosts or demons. The invisible rulers of every object are the most remarkable beings next to Sedna. Boas wrote, "Everything has its Inuit. 3 All across the Arctic from Greenland to Siberia, people know and contend with these Inuit, a term that means person of the noun that precedes it. Or its man, as Waldemar Bogaras translates the Chukchi cognate, and which clearly implies that a human life spirit is supposed to live within the object. Note the repeated report of dominion over the thing by its person. Everything has its owner. Just so, as indwelling masters of their own domains, the gods themselves were superior Inuit, endowed with something akin to proprietary rights over their territories and the various persons thereof." J. G. Oiston explains, an Inuit was an anthropomorphic spirit that was usually connected to an object, place, or animal as its spiritual owner or double. The Inuit of the sea, the moon, and the air could be considered spiritual owners of their respective territories. Correlatively, greater spirits such as Sedna, mother of sea animals, had parental relations to the creatures of their realm, thus adding the implied godly powers of creation and protection to those of possession and dominion. Taken in connection with complementary powers of destruction, here is a preliminary conclusion that will be worth further exploration. Socially and categorically, divinity is a high-order form of animaism. That's how it works in Boas' description of Sedna's reaction to the violation of her taboos on hunting sea animals. By a well-known tradition, the sea animals originated from Sedna's severed fingers, hence, a certain mutuality of being connected her to her animal children. For its part, the hunted seal in Boas' account is endowed with greater powers than ordinary humans. It can sense that the hunter has had contact with a corpse by the vapor of blood or death he emits, breaking a taboo on hunting while in such condition. The revulsion of the animal is thereupon communicated to Sedna, who in the normal course would withdraw the seals to her house under the sea, or perhaps dispatch Sela on punishing blizzards. thus making hunting impossible and exposing the entire human community to starvation. Note that in many anthropological treatments of animism, inasmuch as they are reduced to individualistic or phenomenological reflections on the relations between humans and animals, these interactions are characterized as reciprocal, egalitarian, or horizontal, whereas often in social practice they are at least three-part relations, involving also the master person of the species concerned, in which case they are hierarchical with the offending person in the client position. Or rather, the entire Inuit community is thereby put in a subordinate position, since sanction also falls on the fellows of the transgressor, and as the effect is likewise generalized to all the seals, the event thus engages a large and diverse social totality presided over by the ruling goddess. 4. In the same vein, the many and intricate taboos shaping Inuit social and material life entail submission to the metaperson others who sanction them, whether these prohibitions are systematically honored or for whatever reason violated. Of course, submission to the powers is evident in punishments for transgressions. But the same is doubly implied when the proscriptive rule is followed, for, more than an act of respect, to honor a taboo has essential elements of sacrifice, involving the renunciation of some normal practice or social good in favor of the higher power who authorizes it. In this regard, the existence of the Inuit, in ways rather like the Chwang, was organized by an elaborate set of rules of life, as Rasmussen deemed them, regulating all kinds of behavior of all kinds of persons. For even as the main taboos concern the hunt, the disposition of game, and practices associated with menstruation, childbirth, and treatment of the dead, the enjoined behaviors could range from how one made the first cut of snow in building an igloo, to whether a pregnant woman could go outside with her mittens on never. Rasmussen's major work on the intellectual culture of the Igloolik includes a catalogue of 31 closely written pages of such injunctions. As, for example, the marrow bones of an animal killed by a firstborn son are never to be eaten with a knife, but must be crushed with stones. A man suffering want through ill success in hunting must, when coming to another village and sitting down to eat, never eat with a woman he has not seen before. Persons hunting seal from a snow hut on ice may not work with soapstone. Young girls present in a house when a seal is being cut up must take off their kamiks and remain barefooted as long as the work is in progress. If a woman is unfaithful to her husband while he is out hunting walrus, especially on drift ice, the man will dislocate his hip and have severe pains in the sinuses. If a woman sees a whale, she must point to it with her middle finger. Widows are never allowed to pluck birds. A woman whose child has died must never drink water from melted ice, only from melted snow. Commented Boas in this connection, it is certainly difficult to find out the innumerable regulations connected with the religious ideas and customs of the Eskimo. The difficulty is even greater in regard to customs which refer to birth, sickness and death. The greater number of these rules of life were considerations accorded to Sedna. When they were respected, the sea goddess became the source of human welfare, providing animals to the hunter. But when they were violated, Sedna or the powers under her aegis inflicted all manners of misfortune upon the Inuit, ranging from sicknesses and accidents to starvation and death. Punishments rained upon the just and the unjust alike. They might afflict not only the offender but also his or her associates, perhaps the entire community, though these others could be innocent or even unaware of the offense. As it is sometimes said that Sedna is also the mother of humankind, that is why she is especially dangerous to women and children, hence the numerous taboos relating to menstruation, childbirth, and the newborn. But the more general and pertinent motivation would be that she is the mother of animals, hence the principle involved in her animosity to women is an eye for an eye in response to the murder of her own children. Again, everything follows from the animist predicament that people survive by killing others like themselves. As explained to Rasmussen, all the creatures we have to kill and eat, all those we have to strike down and destroy to make clothes for ourselves, have souls like we have, souls which do not perish with the body, and which therefore must be propitiated lest they should revenge themselves on us for taking away their souls. Among Netsilik, Igloolik, Baffin Islanders, and other Central Inuit, the disembodied souls of the dead, both of persons and of animals, were an omnipresent menace to the health and welfare of the living. All the countless spirits of evil are all around, striving to bring sickness and death, bad weather and failure in hunting. In principle, it was the persons and animals whose deaths were not properly respected ritually who thereupon haunted the living. But in this regard, Rasmussen confirms what one may well have surmised from the extent and intricacy of the rules of life, namely that the gods often act in ways mysterious to the people. There are never any definite rules for anything, for it may also happen that a deceased person may in some mysterious manner attack surviving relatives or friends he loves, even when they have done nothing wrong. Human beings are thus helpless in the face of all the dangers and uncanny things that happen in connection with death and the dead. There is hardly a single human being who has kept the rules of life according to the laws laid down by the wisdom of the ancients. In a way, the reign of the meta-person powers that be was classically hegemonic, which helps explain the seeming conflict between the common traveler's reports of the Inuits' good humor and their sense that human beings were powerless in the grasp of a mighty fate we don't believe, we fear. The ambivalence, I suggest, represents different aspects of the same situation of the people in relation to the meta-person powers that be. What remains unambiguous and invariant is that for all their own loosely structured condition, they are systematically ordered as the dependent subjects of a cosmic system of social domination. Hobbes spoke of the state of nature as all that time in which men lived without a common power to keep them all in awe. Yet in Rasmussen's accounts of the Inuit, a people who might otherwise be said to approximate that natural state, mankind is held in awe given the fear of hunger and sickness inflicted by the powers governing them. 5 If this accounts for the people's anxieties, it also helps explain the reports of their stoic, composed, often congenial disposition. This happier subjectivity is not simply seasonal, not simply due to the fact that times are good in terms of hunting and food supply, for that in itself would be because the people have been observant of Sedna's rules, and accordingly she makes the animals available. There is a certain comfort and assurance that comes from the people's compliance with the higher authorities that govern their fortunes, or if you will, their compliance with the dominant ideology. In the upshot, it's almost as if these polar inhabitants were bipolar, except that, beside the fear and composure that came from their respect of the god, on occasion they also knew how to oppose and defy her. More precisely, if great shamans could on occasion force the god to desist from harming the people, it was by means of countervailing meta-persons in their service, familiar spirits they possessed or who possessed them. Thus empowered, the shaman could fight or even kill Sedna, to make her liberate the game in a time of famine. More often, the dangerous journeys shamans undertake to Sedna's undersea home culminate in some manhandling of her with a view to soothing her anger by combing the sins of humans out of her tangled hair. Alternatively, Sedna was hunted like a seal from a hole in the ice in winter, she was hauled up from below by a noose and while in the shaman's power told to release the animals, or she was conjured to rise by song and then harpooned to the same effect. The last, the attack on the god, was the dramatic moment of an important autumnal festival of the Netsilik, designed to put an end to this tempestuous season and ensure good weather for the coming winter. Again, it was not just the stormy weather with its accompaniment of shifting and cracking ice that was the issue, but the countless evil spirits that were so manifesting themselves, including the dead knocking wildly at the huts, and woe to the unhappy person they can lay hold of. Ruling all and the worst of them was Sedna, or so one may judge from the fact that when she was ritually hunted and harpooned, the evil meta-human host were all driven away. Sedna dives below and in a desperate struggle manages to free herself, leaving her badly wounded, greatly angry, and in a mood to seize and carry off her human tormentors. That could result in another attack on her, however, for if a rescuing shaman is unable to otherwise induce her to release the victim, he may have to thrash her into doing so. Although the shaman's powers to thus oppose the god are not exactly their own, may one not surmise, as David Graeber develops at length in Chapter 7 in this volume, there is here a germ of a human political society, that is, ruling humans qua meta-persons themselves? A word on terminology. Hereafter, I use Inua as a general technical term for all animistic forms of indwelling persons, whether of creatures or things and whether the reference is singular or plural. I use meta-person preferably and meta-human alternately for all those beings usually called spirits, including gods, ghosts, ancestors, demons, Inua, and so on. Aside from direct quotations, spirit will appear only as a last resort of style or legibility, and usually then in quotation marks for reasons to which I now turn, by way of the life story of Takunakwu, an Iglalic woman. One day I remember a party of children out at play, and wanted to run out at once and play with them. But my father, who understood hidden things, perceived that I was playing with the souls of my dead brothers and sisters. He was afraid this might be dangerous, and therefore called upon his helping spirits and asked them about it. Through his helping spirits, my father learned. There was something in my soul of that which had brought about the death of my brothers and sisters. For this reason, the dead were often about me, and I did not distinguish between the spirits of the dead and real live people. Why call them spirits? Some time before Hocart was asking, why not call them gods? Andrew Lang in effect asked of gods, why call them spirits? Just because we have been taught our God is a spirit, he argued, that is no reason to believe the earliest men thought of their gods that way. Of course, I cannot speak here of the earliest men, all those suggestive allusions to the state of nature notwithstanding, but only of some modern peoples off the beaten track of state systems and their religions. For the Inuit, the Chwang, and similar others, Lang would have a point. Our native distinction between spirits and human beings, together with the corollary oppositions between natural and supernatural and spiritual and material, for these peoples do not apply. Neither, then, do they radically differentiate an other world from this one. Interacting with other souls in a spiritual world consisting of a number of personal forces, as J.G. Owiston observed, the Inuit themselves are spiritual beings. Fair enough, although given the personal character of those forces, it is more logical to call spirits people than to call people spirits. But in either case, and notwithstanding our own received distinctions, at ethnographic issue here is the straightforward equivalence, spirits equals people. The recent theoretical interest in the animist concepts of indigenous peoples of lowland South America, northern North America, Siberia, and Southeast Asia has provided broad documentation of this monist ontology of a personalized universe. Kai Arhem offers a succinct summary. As opposed to naturalism, which assumes a foundational dichotomy between objective nature and subjective culture, animism posits an intersubjective and personalized universe in which the Cartesian split between person and thing is dissolved and rendered spurious. In the animist cosmos, animals and plants, beings and things may all appear as intentional subjects and persons, capable of will, intention, and agency. The primacy of physical causation is replaced by intentional causation and social agency. It only needs be added that given the constraints of this animist cosmos on the human population, the effect is a certain cosmopolitics in Eduardo Viveros de Castro's sense of the term. Indeed, the politics at issue here involves much more than animist Inua, for it equally characterizes people's relations to gods, disembodied souls of the dead, lineage ancestors, species masters, demons, and other such intentional subjects, a large array of meta-persons setting the terms and conditions of human existence. Taken in its unity, hierarchy, and totality, this is a cosmic polity. As Deborah Danowski and Viveros de Castro very recently put the matter, what we would call natural world, or world for short, is for Amazonian peoples a multiplicity of intricately connected multiplicities. Animals and other spirits are conceived as so many kinds of people or societies, that is, as political entities. Amerindians think that there are many more societies between heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy and anthropology. What we call environment is for them a society of societies, an international arena, a cosmopolitea. There is, therefore, no absolute difference in status between society and environment, as if the first were the subject and the second the object. Every object is another subject and is more than one. In what follows I offer some selected ethnographic reports of the coexistence of humans with such metapersonal powers in the same intersubjective and personalized universe just by way of illustration. But let me say here, and try to demonstrate in the rest of the essay, the implications are world historical, for if these metapersonothers have the same nature as, and are in the same experiential reality with, humans, while exerting life and death powers over them, then they are the dominant figures in what we habitually call politics and economics in all the societies so constituted. In the event, we will require a different anthropological science than the familiar one that separates the human world into ontologically distinct ideas, social relations, and things, and then seeks to discount the former as a dependent function of one of the latter two, as if our differentiated notions of things and social relations were not symbolically constituted in the first place. Not to separate, then, what peoples of the New Guinea highlands join, surrounded and outnumbered above, below, and on earth by ghosts, clan ancestors, demons, earthquake people, sky people, and the many Inua of the wild, the Mboam spend their lives completely under the spell and in the company of spirits. The spirits rule the life of men. There is simply no profane field of life where they don't find themselves surrounded by a supernatural force. Yet if the other world is thus omnipresent around Mt. Hagen, it is not then an other world. These people, we are told, do not distinguish between the purely material and purely spiritual aspects of life. Nor would they have occasion to do so if, as is reported of May and Ga, they conducted lives in constant intersubjective relations with the so-called spirits. Much of behavior remains inexplicable to anyone ignorant of the pervasive belief in ghosts, reports Mervyn McGitt. Not a day passes but someone refers publicly to the actions of ghosts. Or as a missionary ethnographer recounts. For the central in Ga the natural world is alive and endowed with invisible power. To be seen otherwise would leave unexplained numerous events. The falling tree, the lingering illness, the killing frost, the haunting dream all confirm the belief in a relationship between the physical world and the powers of earth, sky, and underworld. Such metapersonal powers are palpably present in what is actually happening to people, their fortunes good and bad. Hence Frederick Barth's own experience among Batamen in the Western Highlands, the striking feature is how empirical the spirits are, how they appear as very concrete observable objects in the world rather than ways of talking about the world. Supporting Barth's observation from his own work among nearby Myanmar people, Don Gardner adds that spirits of one kind or another are a basic feature of daily life. Events construed as involving supernatural beings are commonly reported and discussed. Point 6. Mutatis mutandis, in the Amazonian forest, Eduardo Viveros de Castro comes to a similar appreciation of the gods and dead as imminently present for Araut. Listening to the nocturnal songs of shamans summoning these metapersonothers to the village, the ethnographer came to perceive the presence of the gods, as the reality or source of examples, in every minute routine action. Most important, it was through these that I could discover the participation of the dead in the world of the living. The presence of Mai in daily life is astonishing, for each and every purpose, they are cited as models of action, paradigms of body ornamentation, standards for interpreting events, and sources of news. 7. The general condition of the cohabitation of humans and their metapersonal alters in one real world is their psychic unity, their mutual and reciprocal status as anthropopsychic subjects. The venerable anthropological premise of the psychic unity of mankind has to be more generously understood. For as Viveros de Castro says, there is no way to distinguish between humans and what we call spirits. In effect, the so-called spirits are so many heterogeneous species of the genus Homo. Human beings proper are a species within a multiplicity of other species of human beings who form their own societies. Point 8. As is well known, the statement would hold for many peoples throughout lowland South America. Of the Ishuar, Philippe de Scola writes that they do not know the supernatural as a level of reality separate from nature, inasmuch as the human condition is common to all nature's beings. Humans, and most plants, animals, and meteors are persons with a soul and individual life. In speaking of the own societies of the metaperson others as known to Araut, Viveros de Castro alludes to the perspectivism that his writings have done much to make normal anthropological science. Well documented from Siberia as well as Amazonia, the phenomenon offers a privileged instance of the co-participation of humans with gods, ghosts, animal persons, and others in the same complex society. In consequence of differences in their perceptual apparatus, both people and animals live unseen to each other in their own communities as fully human beings, bodily and culturally, even as each appears to the other as animal prey or predators. In this connection, the common ethnographic observation that because the non-human persons are as such generally invisible, they must inhabit a different, spiritual reality, is a cultural non sequitur for Araut and other perspectivists. In Lockean terms, the differences are only secondary qualities, due to perception because of the different bodily means thereof rather than to the thing thus perceived. In practice, moreover, the socius includes a variety of metapersonal communities, not only those of the animal Inua, but also the villages of the gods, the dead, and perhaps others, all of them likewise cultural replicas of human communities. Accordingly, the human groups are engaged in a sociological complexity that defies the normal anthropological characterizations of their simplicity. A lot of social intercourse goes on between humans and the meta-human persons with whom they share the earth, as well as with those who people the heavens and the underworld. Apart from shamans, even ordinary humans may travel to lands of the metaperson others, as conversely the latter may appear among people in human form. Human and non-human persons are often known to intermarry or negotiate the exchange of wealth when they are not reciprocally eating one another. Social relations of people and metaperson others. A woman sits in a corner of the house, whispering to a dead relative. A man addresses a clump of trees. When an illness or misfortune occurs, a father or neighbor will break knotted strips of cordyline leaf, talking to the spirits to find out which one is causing trouble and why. This passage is one of many that exemplify how Roger Keesing makes good on the introductory promise of his fine monograph on the Kwayo people of Malaita, namely, to describe Kwayo religion in a way that captures the phenomenological reality of a world where one's group includes the living and the dead, where conversations with spirits and signs of their presence and acts are part of everyday life. Likewise, the human world of the Lalakai of New Britain is also a world of spirits. Human beings are in frequent contact with non-human others, and there is always the possibility of encountering them at any time. Yet beyond such conversations or passing encounters with metaperson others, from many parts come reports of humans entering into customary social relations with them. Inuit know of many people who visited villages of animal persons, even married, and lived long among them, some only later and by accident discovering their hosts were animal Inua rather than Inuit humans. A personal favorite is the Caribou Man of the northern Algonquians. In one of many similar versions, Caribou Man was a human stranger who was seduced by a caribou doe, went on to live with and have sons by her, and became the ruler of the herd. French-Canadian trappers were not off the mark in dubbing Caribou Man Leroi de Caribou, as the story rehearses the archetypal stranger king traditions of dynastic origin, down to the mediating role played by the native woman and her foundational marriage to the youthful outsider. Besides the hierogamic experiences of Chuang women and the marriage of the gods with dead Araut women, there are many permutations of such interspecies unions, some patrilocal and some matrilocal, some enduring and some ended by divorce due to homesickness. A Kalyalai man of the New Guinea Southern Highlands may marry a woman of the invisible world, relates Edward Schieffelin. When the man has a child by her, he can leave his body in his sleep and visit her world. Reciprocally, people from that world may enter his body and through his mouth converse with the people present. Then there was the Myanmar man of the Western Highlands who, beside his human wife, formed a polygynous arrangement with a dead woman from a different descent group. The dead wife lived in a nearby mountain, but she gardened on her husband's land and bore him a son. Don Gardner also tells of the time that the Olap clan of the Myanmar saved themselves from their Ivik enemies by virtue of a marital alliance with their own dead. The Lvik clan people were bent on revenge for the death of many of their kinsmen at Olap hands. Some time before, the big man of the Olap and his counterpart among their dead, who lived inside the mountain on which the Olap were settled, exchanged sisters in marriage. When the big man of the dead heard the Ivik were threatening his living brother-in-law, he proposed that the two Olap groups exchange the pigs they had been raising for each other and hold a joint feast. In the course of the festivities, the ancestral people became visible to the Olap villagers, who were in turn rendered invisible to the Ivik. So when the Ivik enemies came, they could not find the Olap, although 3 times they attacked the places where they distinctly heard them singing. Throughout the western Myanmar area, this account, Garner assures us, has the status of a historical narrative. We need not conclude that relations between humans and their metaperson counterparts are everywhere and normally so sympathetic. On the contrary, they are often hostile and to the people's disadvantage, especially as the predicament noted earlier of the Inuit is broadly applicable. The animals and plants on which humans subsist are essentially human themselves. Although some anthropologists have been known to debate whether cannibalism even existed, it is hardly a rare condition even among peoples who profess not to practice it themselves. As already noticed, in many societies known to anthropology, especially those where hunting is a mainstay, the people and their prey are involved in a system of mutual cannibalism. For even as the people kill and consume people like us, these metapersonalities retaliate more or less in kind, as eating away human flesh by disease or starvation. All over the Siberian forest, for instance, humans eat the meat of game animals in the same way that animal spirits feed on human flesh and blood. This is the reason why sickness and death in the community as a whole are understood as a just payment for its successful hunting both in the past and the future. Married to the sister or daughter of the game-giving spirit, an elk or reindeer, his brother-in-law the Siberian shaman thus enters in a phenol exchange system of flesh, the meat of animals compensated by the withering of people on behalf of the human community. Thus here again, being similar to the human soul in essence and on a par with hunters in alliance and exchange partners, spirits are not transcendent. It is, to reprise Arhem's expression above, an intersubjective and personalized universe. Meta-person powers that be. The meta-human beings with whom people interact socially are often hierarchically structured, as where gods such as Sedna and species masters such as Caribou Man encompass and protect the individual Inuit in their purview. These hierarchies are organized on 2 principles which in the end come down to the same thing, the proprietary notion of the higher being as the owner and usually also the parent of his or her lesser persons, and the Platonic or classificatory notion of the one over many, whereby the owner is the personified form of the class of which the lesser persons are particular instances. One can find both concepts in Viveros de Castro's discussion of the Araid term for meta-human masters, NA. The term connotes ideas such as leadership, control, responsibility, and ownership of some resource or domain. The NA is always a human or anthropomorphic being. But other ideas are involved as well. The NA of something is someone who has the substance in abundance. Above all, the NA is defined by something of which it is the master. In this last connotation, he is at the same time the representative of and the represented by that something. 9. Although, in a spasm of relativism, Pascal famously said that a shift of a few degrees of latitude will bring about a total change in juridical principles, you can go from the Amazon forests or the New Guinea highlands to the Arctic Circle and Tierra del Fuego and find the same ethnographic descriptions of greater metapersons as the owners mothers or fathers of the individual metapersonal beings in their domain. Europemen say that people get into trouble because everything has a father, using father in the sense of owner. In dealing with nature then, the Europemen are constantly faced with the fact that the spirits hold competing claims to many of the resources people use. Among Haganers, the Stratherns relate, all wild objects and creatures are owned by spirits, and can be referred to as their pigs, just as people hold domestic pigs. Masters of nature, to whom trees and many other things belong, these Korwakal spirits are sworn enemies of mankind because people tend to consume foods under their protection without proper sacrifices. The people are terribly afraid of them. In the Siberian Arctic, Large natural domains such as forests, rivers, and lakes had their special owners, as Waldemar Bogaras calls them. The forest master familiar to Rousseau Yakagir had absolute power over the animals there. He could give them away as presents, lose them at cards, or round them up and cause them to depart the country. Not unusual either is the compounded hierarchy of meta-human owners, composed of several levels of Inua figures, as among Tupi-Guarani peoples such as Tenethara and Taparapi, where species masters are included in the domains of forest masters, who in turn belong to the godly owners of the social territory. Similarly for Ashuar, the individual animal Inua are both subsumed by game mothers who are seen as exercising the same kind of control over game that mothers exercise over their children and domestic animals, and also magnified forms of the species who, as primus inter pares, watch over the fate of the others. The latter especially are the social interlocutors of the Ashuar hunter, but he must also come to respectful terms with the former. The chain of command in these hierarchical orders of meta-person owners is not necessarily respected in pursuing game or administering punishments to offending hunters, but it is quite a bureaucracy. As I say, this sense of belonging to a more inclusive power can be read as membership in the class of which the owner is the personified representative, that is, a logical and theological modality of the one over many. The ordering principle is philosophical realism with an anthropomorphic twist, where a named metaperson owner is the type of which the several lesser beings are tokens. In a broad survey of the concept in the South American lowlands, Carlos Fausto uses such pertinent descriptions of the species master as a plural singularity and a singular image of a collectivity. Anthropologists will recognize classic studies to the effect, Godfrey Lienhardt on the totems or species beings who subsumed the forms of the same kind, and Edward Evans Pritchard on the newer God, manifested in a diminishing series of avatars. In his own well-known wandering minstrel tour of animaism, rather like the present article, composed of ethnographic shreds and patches, E.B. Tyler conceived a similar passage from species deities to higher deities by way of Auguste Comte on the abstraction thus entailed, and Charles de Brosses on the species archetype as a Platonic ideal. Point 10. That divinity originates as a kind of animaism of higher taxonomic order is not a bad idea. Consider this notice of Sedna: in popular religious thought, the sea mother is an indweller. She indwells in the sea and all of its animals. She is immanent in the calm of the sea, in the capes and shoals where the waters are treacherous, and in the sea animals and fish. Analogously, for the Aboriginal peoples of Northwest Australia, the cult of their great rainbow serpent, Ungod, could be epitomized as Inua all the way down. A bisexual snake identified with the Milky Way, the autochthonous Ungod made the world. Leigh Hyatt summarized the process. Natural species came into existence when Ungod dreamed itself into new various shapes. In the same way Ungod created clones of itself as Wonjana, and dispatched them in various places, particularly waterholes. The Wonjana in turn generated the human spirits that enter women and become babies. Ungod is thus an archetype of life itself. In his informative account of the local Ungarinyan people, Helmut Petrie specifies that the numerous Wonjana were transformed into individual Ungod serpents, such that Ungod appeared in the Aborigines' view at one time as an individual entity, at another time as a multiplicity of individual beings. This included the spirit children whom the Wonjana deposited in the waterholes. They were given by Ungod. Hence the one over many, down to individual human beings, for each person thus had an Ungod part. It only needs to be added, from Nancy Munn's revelatory study of analogous phenomena among Walbari, that in participating intersubjectively in an object world created by and out of the dreamtime ancestors, human beings experiencing intimations of themselves are always already experiencing intimations of others, those dreamtime heroes who are superordinate to them and precede them in time. Accordingly, violation of any part of the country is a violation of the essence of moral law. While clearly different from other societies considered here, these no less egalitarian Australian Aborigines are thus no less hierarchical. "It's not our idea," Pintupi people told Fred Myers in regard to the customs and morality established in perpetuity by the Dreamtime ancestors. "It's a big law. We have to sit down beside that law like all the dead people who went before us. The cosmic polity. By way of integration of themes presented heretofore, there follows a sketch of the cosmic polities of the Mountain OK-speaking Min peoples of New Guinea. Point 11. There was no visible or proximate political state in the center of New Guinea, the region of the Fly and Sepik River headwaters traditionally inhabited by the Mountain OK or Min peoples. All the same, the Telefilmin, Europmin, Faramin, Tifilmin, Mayanmin, and others could be fairly described as governed by meta-human powers whose authority over otherwise politically fragmented peoples was exercised through obligatory rules effectively backed by punitive force. The Hakardassian question might well be, why not call it a state? Or else, if this cosmic polity were unlike a state in that the controlling powers largely outnumbered the civil society of humans, their regime could be all the more dominating. Experientially, the people live in a condition of subjugation to a host of meta-person powers that be, whose numerous rules of order are enforced by the highest authorities, often through the offices of the lesser personages in their aegis. Among the central Min peoples, where this regime achieved its most integrated form, it was dominated by the cosmocratic duo of Efek, mother of humans and Taro, and the serpentine Magalim, who preceded her as the autochthonous father of the numerous creatures of the wild. Parents of all, Efek and Magalim were themselves children of none. The beginnings of their respective reigns were marked by violent breaches of kinship relations, giving them the independence that was the condition of their universality. Efek was notorious for committing incest with her brother, whom she later killed. Magalim was born of himself by intervening in the sexual intercourse of a human couple. Emerging as a serpent, he was subsequently rejected by his would-be mother, swallowed his foster father, and killed his father's brothers. Magalim has been likened to the rainbow serpent figures of Aboriginal Australian traditions, among other resemblances, by his habitation of subterranean waters, from which he rises when irritated to cause destructive floods. Efek adds to the analogy by her own resemblance to Australian Dreamtime ancestors, creating features of the landscape and endowing the customs of the human groups she gave rise to in the course of her travels. Thereafter Efek's presence would be mediated primarily by the human ancestors whose cult of fertility she established, whereas Magalim as indwelling boss of the land acted through the multifarious inua of its creatures and features. Although in effect they thus organized complementary domains Efek the human sphere and Magalim its untamed environs through their respective human and meta-human subjects each extended into the jurisdiction of the other often there to do harm. Point 12. Much of Min cultural order, including the taboos that sanction it, is the codification of the legendary doings of Efek in the mode of mandatory custom. Since that time, Tifilmin people say, men and women have known how to do things. The precedents thus set by episodes in the epic of Efek's advent include the different social and sexual roles of men and women and the rituals and practices of menstruation, initiation, childbirth, and death. Indeed, death itself was initiated by Efek along with the westward journey of the deceased on the underground road to the land of the dead whence in return come life-giving shell valuables, hence Efek is also the originator of wealth, exchange, and long-distance trade. Efek bore the taro plant that iconically distinguishes the Min people, making a complementary seismogenesis of it by destroying the swamps in the Telefilmin region, thereby marking the contrast to lowland Sago peoples. Along her journey, she established the men's cult houses where the remains of the ancestors of each Min group and the associated initiation rituals would guarantee the growth of their youth and their taro. Efek's ritual progress culminated in the construction of her own great cult house, Telefolop, in the Telefilmin village of that name. Efek's house became the ritual center of the Mountain OK region, thus giving the Telefilmin people a certain precedence over the other Min groups. Rituals performed in connection with the Telefolop house radiated Efek's benefits in human and agricultural fertility widely among the other Min communities. If the house itself deteriorated, the growth of taro in the entire region would decline in tandem. The several Min groups of a few hundred people each were thus integrated in a common system of divine welfare centered on the Telefolop shrine. The overall effect was a core, periphery configuration of peoples in a tribal zone with the Telefilmen custodians of Efek's legacy at the center. As described by Dan Jorgensen, the common linkage to Efek locates mountain OK cults in a regional tradition. Myths concerning Efek not only account for the features of a particular ritual system or aspects of local cosmology, but also place groups relative to one another in terms of descent from Efek. A surprisingly ambitious ideology, comments Robert Brumbaugh, because it does not link up with any economic or political control from the center. Here is another instance where the superstructure exceeds the infrastructure. What does link up with the superiority of Telefilmen, as Brumbaugh also says, is Efek's continued presence. In Telefilmen religion, Efek remains present and accessible. Taro fertility is a visible sign of her power, just as her bones are the visible signs of her presence. Thus the Philamen, when addressing the local ancestors in ritual, consider that they are heard by Efek as well. When stronger reassurances are needed, the local ancestor is bypassed, new personnel take charge of the ritual and Efek is invoked directly. Groups without access to bones of Efek, it seems that not all groups have them, are covered by Efek's promise to hear and respond when she is called upon for Taro. But Magalim always ruins Efek's work, Telefilmen say, breaking her law by deceiving men into killing their friends, seducing women, driving people mad, causing landslides and floods, and wrecking gardens. Capricious and malicious, Magalim is ofttimes the enemy of people, a menace especially among the central men, where he is the father, owner, and thereby the common form in the persons of the animals, plants, rocks, rivers, cliffs, and so on, that inhabit and constitute the environment where human persons hunt, garden, and otherwise traverse with disturbing effects. All things of the bush are Magalim's children, Magalim man, Jorgensen was told. If you finish these things, Magalim is their father and he will repay you with sickness, or he will send bad dreams and you will die. The wild has its own hierarchy, at least 3 levels of Magalim persons, encompassed by the archetypal All-Father serpent. Jorgensen notes that certain species masters of distinct name look after marsupials and wild pigs, even as Magalim himself looks after snakes. But all are in turn encompassed in Magalim, as all these names are just names. The true thing is Magalim. Likewise for Europemen, Joel Robbins refers to intermediate species masters controlling their particular animal persons, these owners being in turn subsumed in the greater Magalim being. Certain marsupial women are guardians of the many marsupial kinds that people hunt and eat. Taking a fancy to a hunter, a marsupial woman may have sex with and marry him. Thereafter she comes to him in dreams to inform him about the whereabouts of game. But marsupial women have been known to become jealous of their husband's human wife, especially if the latter is too generous in sharing marsupials with her own relatives. Then the hunter has accidents in the bush or falls sick, or even dies if he does not leave his human spouse. In any case, where Magalim reigns, the principle holds that all particular inua, whether of living creatures or natural features, are also forms of him. The individual Magalim persons who cause Pharaoh people trouble may be treated as acting on their own or as agents of Magalim All-Father. The people may say, "Tell your father to stop making thunderstorms and not to send any earthquakes either." Magalim, however, is not always causing trouble for Pharaoh. Without changing his notorious disposition, he may turn it on strangers, whom he is reputed to dislike, and thus become protector of the local people. Indeed, he defends Pharaoh tribal territory as a whole. The Pharaoh were divided into 4 autonomous communities, but Magalim's remains were in the care of a single elder, and when ritually invoked before battle, they made all Pharaoh warriors fierce and their arrows deadly. Without subdivision by parishes, Brumbaugh writes, the territory of Pharaoh as a whole is considered under the influence of Magalim, who watches over its borders and the well-being of the traditional occupants. Protector of the entire territory from an abode within it, a subterranean being who can cause earthquakes, Magalim is the indwelling Inua of the land itself, boss of the land, the people now say. Indeed, If all the creatures and prominent natural haunts of the wild are so many aliases of Magalim, as Jorgensen puts it, it is because he is identified with the earth and its power. Everything depends on Magalim, Jorgensen was often told, including Afek and all her people who sit on the top of the ground. Kinship to territory, the self-born Magalim, slayer of his foster kin, becomes god of the land. Hence add gardeners to the tragic predicament of the animist hunters. The Europemen, according to Robbins, are constantly aware they are surrounded by nature spirits who are original owners of almost all the resources they use. Consequently, every act of hunting or gardening causes some risk, even on non-taboo grounds, should it disturb the metaperson owners who would thereupon punish the person responsible for failure to observe their version of the laws. Interesting that New Guineans and Australian Aborigines, although without any native juridical institutions as such, have been quick to adapt the European term law to their own practices of social order. In other contexts, Robbins speaks of the law of the ancestors, apparently referring to the numerous taboos based on traditions of effect that organize human social relationships. The European term here translated as law away maps a moral domain of prohibitions based on kinds of authority that transcend those produced simply by the actions and agreements of men. Otherwise said, these laws are sacredly grounded prohibitions aimed at shaping the realm of human freedom. Given the range of social relationships and practices established by effect, it follows that the laws were complex and left everyone laboring under the burdens of at least some taboo all the time. Although Europemen boast of having been the most taboo-ridden of all men people, it could not have been by much. Among others, the Tiflmen knew taboos that were likewise very powerful, sustaining and interpenetrating many other normative and ethical aspects of everyday life. This could be true virtually by definition, inasmuch as by following effects precedents, the entire population would be ordered by taboos marking the social differences between men and women and initiatory or age grade statuses. Negative rules predicate positive structures and at the same time uphold them. Point 13. In Telefilmen, Europemen, and probably elsewhere, violations of effects taboos were as a rule punished occultly, without effects explicit intervention. On the other hand, in Tiflmen the metaperson powers of both the village and the bush were actively engaged in sanctioning the many taboos of everyday life. Often punishments emanated from the prominent ancestors whose remains were enshrined in effects cult house. Alternatively, they were inflicted by the vast congresses of thinking and sentient animal ghosts, Inuit who struck down people with disease or ruined their gardens. The last suggests that even people who adhere to effects food taboos may thereby suffer the vengeance of the species masters, that is, for killing and eating the latter's children. As Don Gardner observed for Myanmar, since every animal has its mother or father, human mothers and children become vulnerable to an equivalent payback for what was done to the species parent's child. And among the Central Min, where the parent is an all-father like Magalim, the threat is apparently constant as well as general in proportion. Brumbo writes of Magalim. All smells connected with women and children bring danger from Magalim. He may make women pregnant, eat an unborn child and leave one of his own, or come unseen between a couple having intercourse in the bush to give his child instead. It will then be a contest between the power of the man and the power of Magalim that determines the future of the child. It follows that to the extent people are socially objectified in terms of the wild foods they could or could not eat, they are in double jeopardy of suffering harm, whether magically or indirectly from Efek, mother of humans, for eating wrongly, or from the mother or father of the animal for eating it at all. Here again are cosmic rules of human order, enforced throughout the social territory by metaperson authorities to whom it all belongs. Determination by the religious basis. Of the South American lowland people, the P.R.O., Joanna Overing writes. Today, masters of land and water own the domains of water and jungle, both of whom acquired their control over these habitats at the end of mythical time. These two spirits guard their respective domains, protect them, make fertile their inhabitants, and punish those who endanger their life forces. They also cooperate as guardians of garden food. The relevant point is obviously that the inhabitants of land and water are not owned by man. Since, as a general rule, the peoples under discussion have only secondary or usufructuary rights to the resources owned by metaperson others, it follows that their relations of production entail submission to these other people like us. In conventional terms, it could justifiably be said that the spirits own the means of production were it not that the spirits so-called are real-life metapersons who in effect are the primary means cum agents of production. Fundamental resources, plants, animals, celestial and terrestrial features, and so on, are constituted as intentional subjects, even as many useful tools are person artifacts. 14 Marked thus by an intersubjective praxis, this is an economy without things as such. Not only are meta-human persons ensouled in the primary resources, they thereby govern the outcome of the productive process. As intentional beings in their own right, they are the arbiters of the success or failure of human efforts. For theirs are the life forces which may be hypostatized as mana, hasana, wakan, semangat, orenda, nawalak, or the like, that make people's gardens grow, their pigs flourish, and game animals become visible and available to them. Some decades ago, Jonathan Friedman and Michael Rowlands put the matter generally for tribal peoples: economic activity in this system can only be understood as a relation between producers and the supernatural. This is because wealth and prosperity are seen as directly controlled by supernatural spirits. Of course, we are speaking of the people's own notions of what there is and how it comes to be, a culturally informed reality they share with metaperson others to whom they are subjected and indebted for life and livelihood. When faced with the assurance of Quio people that their prosperity is a result of ancestral support, Roger Keesing refrains from the temptation to say that the sacred ancestral processes are a mystification of the real physical world, for, in a world where the ancestors are participants in and controlling forces of life, this conveys insights only at the cost of subjective realities. But why, then, subjective realities? If the ancestors participate in and control the people's everyday existence, if they are empirical, as Frederick Barth might say, the demystification would shortchange the objective realities. 15 Not to worry, however, in due course, with a few pertinent ethnographic notices in hand, I consider what scholarly good or harm would come from crediting such determination by the religious basis. It is not as if the producing people had no responsibility for the economic outcome even apart from their own knowledge and skill. The Inuit shaman explains that, no bears have come in their season because there is no ice, and there is no ice because there is too much wind, and there is too much wind because we mortals have offended the powers. Even so, something then can be done. Around the world, the common recourse for this dependence on the metaperson agents of people's prosperity is to pay them an appropriate tribute, as in sacrifice. Sacrifice becomes a fundamental relation of production in the manner of taxation that secures benefits from the powers that be. As Marcel Mauss once put it, since spirits are the real owners of the goods and things of this world, it is with them that exchange is most necessary. A Tiflman man tells how it works. When we bring secretly hunted marsupial species into the Anahuac during ceremonies, we tell the Amkumait and the pig bones, you must take care of us and make our pigs grow fat and plentiful, and our taro immense. As soon as we told them this, shortly afterwards we see the results in our gardens. They do just what we petitioned. For all this hubris, however, the Tiflmen are not really in control. Edmund Leach notably remarked of such sacrifices that the appearance of gift and reciprocity notwithstanding, the gods don't need gifts from the people. They could easily kill the animals themselves. What the gods require are signs of submission. What the gods and the ancestors have, and peoples such as the Tiflmen seek, is the life force that makes gardens, animals, and people grow. The meta-human powers must therefore be propitiated, solicited, compensated, or otherwise respected and appeased, sometimes even tricked, as a necessary condition of human economic practice. Or as Hocart had it, based on his own ethnographic experience, there is no religion in Fiji, only a system that in Europe has been split into religion and business. He knew that in Fijian, the same word refers indiscriminately to work as in the gardens or to ritual as in the gardens. So why call it production? How can we thus credit human agency if the humans are not responsible for the outcome, if it is the ancestors according to their own inclinations who make the taro grow, or if it is Sila Inua, the air, and the bears themselves who make hunting successful? In a golden few pages of his recent work Beyond Nature and Culture, Philippe de Scola argues persuasively that our own common average native notion of production fails to adequately describe human praxis in a meta-human cosmos. Where even animals and plants are thinking things, the appropriate anthropology should be Cartesian rather than Cartesian. Rather than a subject-object relation in which a heroic individual imposes form upon inert matter, making it come to be according to his or her own plan, at issue here are intersubjective relations between humans and the metaperson others whose dispositions will be decisive for the material result. De Scola can conclude from his Amazonian experience that it is meaningless to talk of agricultural production in a society where the process is enacted as interspecies kinship. Ashuar women do not produce the plants that they cultivate, they have a personal relationship with them, speaking to each one so as to touch its soul and thereby win it over, and they nurture its growth and help it to survive the perils of life, just as a mother helps her children. Not to forget the mistress and mother of cultivated plants, Nankoi, described by de Scola elsewhere, the goddess whose presence in the garden is the source of its abundance unless she is offended and causes some catastrophic destruction. Hence the necessity for direct, harmonious, and constant contact with Nankoi, as is successfully practiced by women who qualify as Anantin, a term applied to persons with the occult knowledge and ritual skills to develop fruitful relations with the goddess. The way Simon Harrison describes the agricultural process for Manambu of the Middle Sepik, people do not create the crops, they receive them from their ancestral sources. What could pass for production, he writes, are the spells by which the totemic ancestors are called from their villages by clan magicians to make yams abundant, fish increase, and crocodiles available for hunting. For yams are not created by gardening, but, like all cultivated and wild foods, they came into the phenomenal world by being released from the mythical villages by means of ritual. Note that this is a political economy, or, more exactly, a cosmopolitical economy, inasmuch as the human credit for the harvest goes to those who gained access to the ancestors by means of their secret knowledge rather than the gardener who knew the right soils for yams. Of course, one may accurately say that, here as elsewhere, human technical skills, climatic conditions, and photosynthesis are responsible for the material outcome, for what actually happened, but also here as elsewhere, the decisive cultural issue, from which such specific political effects follow, is, rather, what it is that happened, namely, the clan magicians summoned the yams from the ancestral villages. Such is the human reality, the premises on which the people are acting, which are also the beginnings of anthropological wisdom. Further ethnographic notices of the spiritual nature of the material basis are easy to come by. I close with a final one that has the added advantage of addressing the issue, raised in Harrison's work, of human power in a cosmic polity. The site will be Melpa and their neighbors of the Hagan region. Here a variety of meta-human beings, sky people deities, great spirits of the major cults, the human dead, both recently deceased kin and clan ancestors, and the numerous nature spirits or Inua owners of the wild are the agents of human welfare. In trade and economic affairs. In campaigns of war or at great festivals, any success is seen as the result of the help of benevolent spirits. Benevolent spirits are said to plant our fields for us and to make our pigs big and fat. They are said to raise the pigs. The functions of these metaperson kinds are largely redundant, many are competent to promote or endanger the well-being of the people. It will be sufficient to focus on a few critical modes of life and death from the meta-persons with a view also to their constitution of human, big man power. Whereas the sky people originally sent down humans and their means of existence, it is the recent dead and clan ancestors who are most intimately and continuously responsible for the health and wealth of their descendants, though for punishing people they usually enlist the ill-intentioned Inua of the wild. As recipients of frequent sacrifices, the recent dead protect their kin from accidents, illness, and ill fortune. They will make the fields and vegetable gardens for us, raise pigs for us, go ahead of us on journeys and trading trips, grant us large numbers of children, stay at our side in every way. So likewise, on a larger scale, as when a meeting house is built for them, will the clan spirits make our fields bring forth our pigs multiply, protect our wives, children, and pigs from plagues and illness, keep sorcery and evil spirits at bay. But if the gardens are planted without proper sacrifices, the owner spirit digs up the fruits and eats them. By contrast to this constant attention, the great spirits of the collective cults are ceremonially celebrated only at intervals of years. On these occasions, the large number of pigs sacrificed testifies to the deity's exceptional ability to multiply things themselves by promoting the people's growth, fertility, and wealth. In such respects both the dead and the cult deities are particularly useful to big men and would-be big men, that is, as the critical sources of their human power. We rich people live and sacrifice to the Kor and Ganap. This enables us to make many mocha. Through this spirit we become rich, create many children who remain healthy and alive, and stay ourselves healthy. Our gardens bear much fruit. All this the Kor and Ganap does, and that is why we sacrifice to it. The Stratherns relate that when a big man goes on a journey to solicit valuables, he asks his clan ancestors to come sit on his eyelids and induce his trading partner to part with his valuables. Big men are also helped by the ghosts of close relatives, who may be enlisted by partaking of the pig backbone cooked especially for them. The same ancestors and ghosts are with the big man in the ceremonial ground when he makes the prestations that underwrite his fame and status. In another text, Andrew Strathern notes that traditional Hagan big men had a multitude of sacred and magical appurtenances which played an important part, from the people's own perspective, in giving them the very access to wealth on which their power depended. Strathern here addresses a range of leadership forms in a variety of Highland New Guinea societies including Baruya, Duna, Simberi Anga, Kuskuzman, and Mering, as well as Melpa to show that the ritual sources of power amount to a Melanesian realpolitik, the condition of possibility of human authority, as regards both the practices by which it is achieved and the reason it is believed. All the same, we need not completely abandon historical materialism and put Hegel right side up again, for in these big man orders one may still speak of economic determinism provided that the determinism is not economic. To conclude, we need something like a Copernican revolution in the sciences of society and culture. I mean a shift in perspective from human society as the center of a universe onto which it projects its own forms, that is to say, from the received Durkheimian, Marxist, and structural functionalist conventions to the ethnographic realities of people's dependence on the encompassing metaperson others who rule earthly order, welfare, and existence. For Durkheim, God was an expression of the power of society. People felt they were constrained by some power, but they knew not whence it came. But if what has been said here has any cogency, it is better to say that God is an expression of the lack of power of society. Finitude is the universal human predicament. People do not control the essential conditions of their existence. I have made this unoriginal and banal argument too many times, but if I can just say it once more, if people really controlled their own lives, they would not die, or fall sick. Nor do they govern the weather and other external forces on which their welfare depends. The life force that makes plants and animals grow or women bear children is not their doing. And if they refer it as mana, semangat, or the like and attribute it to external authorities otherwise like themselves, this is not altogether a false consciousness, though it may be an unhappy one. Vitality and mortality do come from elsewhere, from forces beyond human society, even as they evidently take some interest in our existence. They must be, as Chuang say, people like us. But so far as the relation between the cosmic authorities and the human social order goes, in both morphology and potency there is no equivalence between them. As I have tried to show, especially by egalitarian and chiefless societies, neither in structure nor in practice do they match the powers above and around them. Among these societies there are no human authorities the likes of Sedna, Sela, Ungod, the original snake, Afek, Magalim, Nankui, or the New Guinea Sky People. 16 What Viveros de Castro says in this regard to the Araut and Tupi Guarani peoples generally can be widely duplicated among the classically acephalous societies. How to account for the coexistence of, on one hand, a loosely structured organization with, on the other hand, an extensive taxonomy of the spirit world, an active presence of that world in daily life, and a thoroughly vertical Gothic orientation of thought. Societies such as the Araut reveal how utterly trivial any attempts are to establish functional consistencies or forced correspondences between morphology and cosmology or between institution and representation. Even apart from the numerous malevolent, shape-shifting beings with superhuman powers of afflicting people with all kinds of suffering, Viveros de Castro describes a society of immortal gods in heaven without equal on earth, who make people's foods and devour their souls, who are capable of elevating the sky and resurrecting the dead, gods who are extraordinary, splendid but also dreadful, weird in a word, awesome. 17. But they do have shamans, precisely of similar powers as do many other such societies. Even where there are no chiefs, there are often some human authorities, big men, great men, guardian magicians, warriors, elders. Yet, given the basis of their authority, these personages are so many exceptions that prove the rule of domination by meta-person powers that be, for, like Inuit shamans or Hagan big men, their own ability to command others is conveyed by their service to or enlistment of just such meta-person others. Indeed, as Wisdom and Tishner write of Haganers, any manifestation of power in people or things is ascribed to supernatural or hidden power, whether in the form of good harvests, many children, success in trade, or a respected position in the community. In insightful discussions of the PRO of the Orinoco region, Joanna Overing notes that human life-giving powers were not their own, but were magically transmitted to individuals from the gods by tribal leaders. By means of powerful chance, the Ruwang, the tribal leader, was uniquely able to travel to the lands of the gods, whence he brought the forces for productivity enclosed within beads of life and placed them in the people of his community. Overing points out that this is no political economy in the sense that tribal leaders control the labor of others. But as they absorbed more divine powers than others, they were responsible for building the community. Without the work of the Ruwang, the community could not be created, and because of his greater creative power, he was also the most productive member of the community. In such cultural ontological regimes, where every variety of human social success is thus attributed to metapersonal powers, there are no purely secular authorities. Roger Keesing relates of an ambitious young Kwio man that he is well on his way to big manship, as evidenced by his staggering command of genealogies, his encyclopedic knowledge of traditions of the ancestors and their feuds, his distinction as a singer of epic chants, and his acquisition of magical powers. Accordingly, he is not only acquiring an intellectual command of his culture, but powerful instruments for pursuing secular ambitions as a feast giver. Or for an Australian Aboriginal example, Helmut Petrie concludes that the reason certain Ungarinyan medicine men and elders are leading and influential men of their communities is that they are regarded as people in whom primeval times are especially alive, in whom the great heroes and culture bringers are repeated and who maintain an inner link between mythical past and present. Not that those who so possess or are favored by divine powers are necessarily placed beyond the control of their fellows, for popular pressures may be put on them to use such powers beneficently. Here is where the famous egalitarianism of these peoples becomes relevant. Tony Swain notes that the native Australian elders' shared being with the land entails the obligation to make it abound with life, a duty the people will hold them to. Swain is careful to insist that the leader's access to ritual positions amounts to a certain control of the means of production, hence that this is not the kind of communalistic, non-hierarchical society imagined by early Marxists. But then, ordinary people, without direct access to metapersonal sources of fertility, can and do order ritual custodians to work to make them food. You mak father, I want to eat. All of which brings us back to the issue of mystification. Earlier, I warned against too quickly writing off the human dependence on gods, ancestors, ghosts, or even seal persons as so much mistaken fantasy. Well, nobody nowadays is going to attribute these notions to a primitive mentality. And from all that has been said here, it cannot be claimed these beliefs in spirits amount to an ideological chimera perpetrated by the ruling class in the interest of maintaining their power, that is, on the Voltairean principle of there is no God, but don't tell the servants. Here we do have gods, but no ruling class. And what we also distinctively find in these societies is the coexistence in the same social reality of humans with meta-humans who have life-giving and death-dealing powers over them. The implications, as I say, look to be world historical. As is true of big men or shamans, access to the meta-person authorities on behalf of others is the fundamental political value in all human societies so organized. Access on one's own behalf is usually sorcery, but to bestow the life powers of the god on others is to be a god among men. Human political power is the usurpation of divine power. This is also to say that claims to divine power, as manifest in ways varying from the successful hunter sharing food or the shaman curing illness, to the African king bringing rain, have been the raison d'etre of political power throughout the greater part of human history. Including chiefdoms such as Kwakiutl, where the chiefs are the assemblers, the concentrators, and the managers of supernatural powers. The human chiefs go out to alien realms and deal with alien beings to accumulate Nawalak, and to concentrate it in the ceremonial house. When they have become centers of Nawalak, the salmon come to them. The power to draw salmon is equated with the power to draw people. The power to attract derives from Nawalak and demonstrates its possession. It was not military power or economic prowess as such that generated the dominance of the Abalam people over the various other Sepik communities of New Guinea eager to adopt Abalam cultural forms, rather it was the supernatural power that their successes signified. Effectiveness in warfare and skill in growing yams, particularly the phallic long yams, Anthony Forge explains, were in local terms merely the material manifestations of a more fundamental Abalam domination, that of power conceived essentially in magical and ritual terms. What enabled the Abalam yams to grow larger, their gardens to be more productive, and their occupation of land once held by others was their superior access to supernatural power. Accordingly, the political cum cultural reach of the Abalam extended beyond their actual grasp. Beyond any real political or material constraints, the Abalam were admired and feared for their superior access to cosmic power in all its forms, and notably for its concrete expression in rituals, buildings, and a great array of objects, decorations, and aesthetic styles. Abalam culture was thus carried abroad by its demonstrable command of greater force than its own. Southeast Asian tribals and peasants are well known for sacrificial feasts of merit in which the display and or distribution of livestock, foods, and ritual valuables such as porcelain jars and imported textiles is the making of local authorities. But it is not so much the economic benefits to the population at large that constitute this authority as if the people were rendered dependent on the sponsor of the sacrificial feast for their own means of existence, as it is the privileged dependence of the feast giver on the meta-human sources of people's prosperity. As Kai Arham comments in regard to the ritual wealth thus expended, such ritual wealth is regarded as objectivized spirit power, an indication that the owner is blessed and protected by personal spirits. Spirit possession manifests itself in good health and a large family. The blessings of the spirits are gained by proper conduct, keeping the precepts of the cosmologically underpinned social and moral order, and, above all, by continuously hosting animal sacrifices, the so-called feasts of merit. Wealth, sacrifice, and spiritual blessing are thus linked in an endless, positive feedback circuit. The implied reification of spiritual potency in the form of wealth and worldly power, its acquisition and accumulation as well as its loss, is central to Southeast Asian cosmology and politics. Economic prowess is a metaphysical power. Point 18. Then again, there are other well-known ways, from the magical to the military, of demonstrating such meta-human potency. Even in the matter of kingship, the royal authority may have little or nothing to do with the accumulation and disposition of riches. In certain African stranger kingships described elsewhere, power essentially rested on the ritual functions of ensuring the population's prosperity, the authority to do so being dependent on descent from exalted foreign sources, complemented usually by traditions of the dynastic founder's exploits as a hunter and warrior in the wild. As Shilluk, Luvdu, and Alur demonstrate, in more than one African realm such stranger kings reigned but did not govern. For all the superior foreign origin of an Alur chiefly dynasty, its connection to the ancient great kingdom of Nurokidera, the Alur ruler, reported Aden Southall, was revered by his indigenous subjects more for his power to stop war than to make it, and the sanction to his ritual authority, which is always uppermost in people's minds, is his power to make or withhold rain rather than his power to call in overwhelming force to crush an opponent. Rain stood for material well-being in general, and a chief's ability to demonstrate his control over it was a crucial test of his efficacy. The chief's control of rain and weather, together with his conduct of sacrifice and worship at the chiefdom shrines, stood for his general and ultimate responsibility in the minds of his subjects for both their material and moral well-being. You will have noticed that I have come back full circle to Hokart's kings and counselors. Government in general and kingship in particular develop as the organization of ritual. As said earlier, we scholars of a more skeptical or positivist bent are at liberty to demystify the apparent illusions of the others. We can split up their reality in order to make society autonomous, expose the gods as fantasy, and reduce nature to things. To put it in Chicagoese, we may say we know better than them. But if we do, it becomes much harder to know them better. For myself, I am a Hokartian. A final note in this personal vein. Written by one of a certain age, this pretentious article has the air of a swan song. Similarly, for its concern with disappearing or disappeared cultural forms, it is something of the owl of Minerva taking wing at dusk. Still, it does manage to kill those two birds with one stone. Coda. Already copy-edited, this text was on its way to the printer when by happy chance I discovered that in 1946 Thorkild Jacobsen had formulated the concept of a cosmic state in reference to Mesopotamian polities of the 3rd millennium BCE. Jacobsen's discussion of a universal metapersonal regime in a city-state setting indeed anticipates many of the attributes of the original political society as presented here, most fundamentally his observation that the universe as an organized whole was a society, a state. Ruled by divine authorities, human society was merely a subordinate part of this larger society, together with all the other phenomena cum subjects inhabiting the cosmos, from beasts and plants to stones and stars, all animate beings likewise endowed with personality and intentionality. Jacobsen depicts this hierarchically organized world in which personkind was the nature of things in a number of parallel passages. For example, human society was to the Mesopotamian merely a part of the larger society of the universe. The Mesopotamian universe because it did not consist of dead matter, because every stone, every tree, every conceivable thing in it was a being with a will and a character of its own, was likewise founded on authority. Its members, too, willingly and automatically obeyed orders which made them act as they should act. So the whole universe showed the influence of the essence peculiar to Anu. By Jacobsen's descriptions, this universal animaism was classificatory. The personalities of elements of the same kind were instances of a master personality of the species, and the scheme was hierarchical at multiple levels. Species forms were in turn inhabited by higher, divine forms, such that the world was governed through the indwelling being of cosmocratic gods in every existing thing. While the whole universe manifested the essence of Anu, the goddess Niobe created and inhabited the useful reeds of the wetlands and by her presence made them flourish. She was one with every reed in the sense that she penetrated as an animating and characterizing agent, but she did not lose her identity in that of the concrete phenomena and was not limited to any or all the existing reeds. Note that this kind of philosophical realism, with the god as personification of the class of which individuals are participatory members, is a general logic of partability or dividualism. The god is a partable person manifest in various other beings like the myriad bodies of Hawaiian gods and at the same time exists independently of them. By the same token, the several members of a divine class are at once manifestations of the God and individuals in their own right and kind. Following this classificatory logic, Jacobson achieves a description of divine kingship in Mesopotamia of the kind known from classic anthropological accounts, in which, for all that the king is a certain god, the god is not the king. Nukang is Juak, but Juak is not Nukang, Captain Cook is Lono, but Lono is not Captain Cook. Just so, the Mesopotamian king is Anu, but Anu is not the king. Indeed, given the partabilities involved, the Mesopotamian king in various capacities is also Enlil, Marduk, or any and all the great gods. This type of intersubjective animaism is by far the most common type of divine kingship, the king as human manifestation of the god, as an avatar of the god, rather than the human as the deity in his own person, such as the self-made Roman god, Augustus. Jacobson also thus testifies to the principle that human authority is the appropriation of divine power. In the cult, the Mesopotamian king enacted the god and thereby controlled and acquired the god's potency. By a kind of usurpation, as it were, a man could clothe himself with these powers, with the identity of the gods, and through his own actions, when thus identified, cause the powers to act as he would have them act. For the rest, Jacobson's text delivers on the usual ontological suspects of a metapersonal cosmos, no subject-object opposition, and, a fortiori, no differentiation of humans from nature, or can we not say, no culture-nature opposition? Given this universal subjectivity as a matter of common experience, neither did the ancient Mesopotamians know a transcendent, supernatural realm. The Mesopotamian universe did not have different levels of reality. The ethnographic examples of the original political society were deliberately taken from so-called egalitarian societies situated far from any state system to avoid the possibility that the cosmic polities at issue had been diffused or otherwise transplanted from an already existing regime of ruling kings and high gods. However, comparing Jacobson's account with peoples such as the Inuit and New Guinea Highlanders, something of the reverse seems more likely, that the ancient civilizations inherited cosmological regimes of the kind long established in human societies. If so, the human state was the realization of a political order already prefigured in the cosmos, the state came from heaven to earth rather than the gods from earth to heaven. Chapter 2. The Divine Kingship of the Shilluk. On Violence, Utopia, and the Human Condition. David Graeber. God kills us. Malagasy proverb states, I once suggested, have a peculiar dual quality, they are always at the same time forms of institutionalized raiding or extortion, and utopian projects. In this essay I'd like to put some flesh on this assertion by re-examining one of the most famous cases in the history of anthropology, the divine kingship of the Shilluk of the Nilotic Sudan. 1. The Shilluk have been, since at least Sir James Fraser's time, the locus clas siecus for debates over the nature of divine kingship. However, the kingdom might seem an odd choice for an exploration of the nature of the state. The Shilluk kingdom was clearly not a state. The Shilluk Reith, or king, lacked any sort of administration and had little way to enforce his will. Nonetheless, I think that one reason anthropologists, and others, have found the Shilluk case so compelling is not just because they seem to come so close to actually enacting Fraser's apparently whimsical fantasy about primordial god-kings who are ritually sacrificed when their term expired, but because they share an intuition that these apparently minimal, stripped-down versions of sovereign power can tell us something profound about the nature of power more generally, and hence, ultimately. States. It strikes me this is especially true of the aforementioned predatory and utopian elements, both of which can be seen here in embryonic form. A proviso is in order. I am not saying this because I believe the Shilluk political system to be in any sense primitive, or think that forms of sovereignty that were later to blossom into the modern state were only beginning to emerge here like some half-formed idea. That would be absurd. Anyone living, like the Shilluk, within a few days' journey of ancient centers of civilization like Egypt, Meroe, or Ethiopia was likely to be perfectly aware of what a centralized government was. It is even possible that Shilluk kings were distinctly more powerful in the past than they were when our records kick in the 18th and 19th centuries. But one thing is clear from existing records: if the Shilluk were organized the way they were at that time, it is because those elements in Shilluk society that clearly would have liked to, and occasionally tried to, create something similar to surrounding states and empires had largely failed to convince the rest of the Shilluk population to go along with them. As a result, the Shilluk kingdom was a system of institutionalized raiding, and a utopian project, and very little else. I am also aware that the word utopian might seem odd here. One might just as easily substitute cosmological project. Royal palaces, royal cities, or royal courts almost invariably become microcosms, images of totality. The central place is imagined as a model of perfection, but at the same time, as a model of the universe. The kingdom, ideally, should be another reproduction of the same pattern on a larger level. I emphasize the word ideally. Royal palaces and royal cities always fall slightly short of heaven. Kingdoms as a whole never live up to the ideals of the royal court. This is one reason the term utopia seems appropriate. These are ideals that by definition can never be realized. After all, if the cosmos, and the kingdom, really could be brought into conformity with the ideal, there would be no excuse for the predatory violence. Perhaps the most fascinating thing about the Shilluk material is that these two elements are so clearly seen as linked. Sovereignty, that which makes one a sovereign, is defined as the ability to carry out arbitrary violence with impunity. Royal subjects are equal in that they are all, equally, potential victims, but the king too is a victim in suspense, and in myth as well as ritual. It is at the moments when the people gather together to destroy the king, or at least to express their hatred for him, that he is mysteriously transformed into an eternal, transcendental being. In a cosmological system where separation is seen as balanced antagonism, opposition literally as at least potential hostility, the king inhabits a kind of tiny paradise, set apart from birth, death, and sickness, set apart equally from ordinary human sociality, representing exactly the sort of imperfect ideal. Yet his ability to do so rests on a delicate balance of relations of opposition and barely contained aggression between humans and gods, between king and people, between fractions of the royal family itself that will, inevitably, destroy him. All this will become more clear as I go on. Let me begin, though, with a very brief survey of theories of divine kingship and the place of the Shilluk in them. Then I will demonstrate how I think these pieces can be reassembled to create the elements for a genealogy of sovereignty. Theories of divine kinship. The Shilluk first became famous, in Europe and America, through James Fraser's book The Golden Bough. They are so firmly identified with Fraser that most are unaware the Shilluk did not even appear in the book's first two editions. Originally, in fact, Fraser drew largely on classical literature in making an argument that all religion was to some degree derived from fertility cults centered on the figure of a dying god, and that the first kings, who embodied that god, were ritually sacrificed. This idea made an enormous impression on anthropology students of the time, many of whom were to fan out across the world looking for traces of such institutions in the present day. The most successful was Charles Seligman, who discovered in the Shilluk kingdom an almost perfect example, in 1911, sending Fraser a description that he incorporated, almost verbatim, in the book's third edition. One reason the Shilluk seemed to fit the bill so nicely was that Fraser had argued that divine kingship was originally a form of spirit possession. To find a king whose physical health was said to be tied to the fertility and prosperity of the kingdom, or even who was therefore said to be ritually killed when his powers begin to wane, was not difficult. There were endless examples in Africa and elsewhere. But for Fraser, divine kings were literally possessed by a god. Fraser also felt the notion that kings were possessed by the spirits of gods would necessarily lead to a practical problem: how does one pass this divine spirit from one mortal vessel to another? Clearly, he felt, this would demand some sort of ceremony. But death tends to be a random and unpredictable affair. How could one be sure the ceremony would be conducted at the moment of the king's death? Fraser concluded the only way was to arrange for the king's death to occur at an appropriate moment, either after a fixed term, or, at the very least, when his weakened condition meant death seemed to be approaching anyway. And the only way to do that was of course by killing him. All this was precisely what the Shilluk did appear to do. The Shilluk king, or Reith, was indeed said to embody a divine being, a god, or at least a demigod in the person of Nukang, the legendary founder of the Shilluk nation. Every king was Nukang. The Reith was not supposed to die a natural death. He might fall in battle with the nation's enemies. He might be killed in single combat after a rival prince demanded a duel, as they had a right to do, or be suffocated by his own wives or retainers if he was seen to be physically failing. On his death, though, Seligman emphasized, Nukang's spirit left him and entered a wooden effigy. Once a new Reith was elected, the candidate had to raise an army and fight a mock battle against the effigy's army, in which he was first defeated and captured, then, having been possessed by the spirit of Nukang, which passed from the effigy back into his body, emerged victorious again. Fraser made the Shilluk famous, and their installation ritual has become one of the classic cases in anthropology, which in a way is rather odd, since the Shilluk are one of the few Nilotic peoples never to have been the subject of sustained anthropological field work. Their notoriety is partly due to the fact that E. E. Evans Pritchard chose the Shilluk as the case study with which to carry out his own ceremony of ritual regicide, directed at Fraser himself. In 1948, taking advantage of new ethnographic material provided by local colonial officials who had received some anthropological training, Evans Pritchard delivered the first Fraser lecture on the subject, a lecture essentially designed to deal the death blow to Fraser's whole problematic. In it, he argued that there was no such thing as a divine king, that Shilluk kings were probably never ritually executed, and that the installation ritual was not really about transferring a soul, but about resolving the tension between the office of kingship, which was set above everyone equally, and the particular individual who held it, with his very particular background, loyalties, and local support base. In my view, kingship everywhere and at all times has been in some degree a sacred office. Rex est mixta persona cum sacerdote. This is because a king symbolizes a whole society and must not be identified with any part of it. He must be in the society and yet stand outside it, and this is only possible if his office is raised to a mystical plane. It is the kingship, and not the king, who is divine. The intricacies of Shilluk royal ceremonial, according to Evans Pritchard, arose from a contradiction between dogma and social facts. These were a people sufficiently well organized to wish for a symbol of national unity, but not well organized enough to turn that symbol into an actual government. Evans Pritchard was always a bit coy about his theoretical influences, but it's hard not to detect here a distant echo, the Renaissance doctrine of the king's two bodies, that is, the body politic, or eternal office of kingship, and body natural, which is the physical person of the individual king. This intellectual tradition was later to be the subject of comprehensive study by the German historian Ernst Kantorowicz, whose student Ralph Giese, in turn, explored the way that during Renaissance English and French inauguration rituals, the relationship between the two bodies was acted out through royal effigies. Later anthropologists recognized the similarity with Shilluk ritual and went on to explore the parallels much more explicitly. Evans Pritchard's lecture opened the way to a whole series of debates, most famously over his claim that ritual king killing was simply a matter of ideology, not something that ever really happened. The "Did Africans really kill their kings?" debate raged for years, ending, finally, with an accumulation of empirical evidence that forced a general recognition that at least in some cases, the Shilluk being included among them, yes, they did. At the same time, some of Fraser's ideas were discovered to have not been nearly so fanciful and irrelevant as Evans Pritchard suggested. Since the 1980s, at least, there has, indeed, been something of a Fraserian revival. No one has been more responsible for this revival than the Belgian anthropologist Luc de Huysque, who, ironically, began his intellectual journey by setting out from Evans Pritchard's point that in order to rule, a king must stand outside society. Essentially, he asked, What are the mechanisms through which a king is made into an outsider? In any number of African kingdoms, at least, this meant that at their installations, kings were expected to make some kind of dramatic gesture that marked a fundamental break with the domestic order and domestic morality. Usually this consisted of performing acts murder, cannibalism, incest, the desecration of corpses that would, had anyone else performed them, have been considered the most outrageous of crimes. Sometimes such exploits were acted out symbolically, pretending to lie next to one's sister or stepping over one's father's body when taking the throne. At others they were quite literal, kings actually would marry their sisters or massacre their close kin. Always, such acts marked the king as a kind of sacred monster, a figure, effectively, outside of morality. Marshall Solins has taken all this much further, pointing out, for one thing, that the vast majority of kings, in all times and places, not only try to mark themselves as exterior to society, but actually claim to come from some place other than the lands they govern, or at the very least to derive from ancestors who do. There is a sense almost everywhere that society, however conceived, is not self-sufficient, that power, creative energy, life, even ultimately comes from outside. On the other hand, raw power needs to be domesticated. In myth, this often leads to stories of wild, destructive young conquerors who arrive from far away, only to be eventually tamed on marriage to daughters of the land. In rituals, it often leads to ceremonies in which the king is himself conquered by the people. De Huyske's concern was different. He was mainly interested in how, in African installation rituals, kings are effectively torn from the everyday kinship order to take on the heavy responsibility of guaranteeing the equilibrium of the universe. Kings do not begin as outsiders, they are made to stand outside society. But in contrast to Evans Pritchard, De Huyske insisted this exteriority was not just a political imperative. Kings stand outside society not just so they can represent it to itself, but so that they can represent it before the powers of nature. This is why, as he repeatedly emphasized, it is possible to have exactly the same rituals and beliefs surrounding actual rulers, largely powerless kings like the Shilakreath, and kings who do not even pretend to rule over anything at all, but are simply individuals with an enhanced moral status, like the Dinka masters of the fishing spear. In such matters, Fraser's observations did indeed prove useful, especially because he began to map out a typology. In The Dying God, Fraser described how kings act as what De Huyske calls fetish bodies, that is, as magical charms manufactured by the people, a living person whose mystical capacity is closely tied to the integrity of his physical being. Point 2. And while Fraser might not have understood that such kings were, indeed, seen as having been created by the people, De Huyske insisted he was quite correct in holding that, having been so consecrated, their physical strength was tied to the prosperity of nature, and that's why they could not be allowed to grow sickly, frail, and old. But in a later volume, The Scapegoat, Fraser discovered another aspect, the king who absorbs the nation's sin and pollution, and is thus destroyed as a way of disposing of collective evil. The two are obviously difficult to reconcile. Yet in a surprising number of cases they seem to coexist. It's the scapegoat aspect that has generated the most voluminous literature, largely because students of divine kingship soon connected it with René Girard's quasi-psychoanalytic scapegoat theory, one which was gaining increasing popularity in French intellectual circles from the 1970s on. Girard, famously, argued that the scapegoat mechanism is really the secret lying behind all myth, ritual, and religion, and is, indeed, what allows the very possibility of human sociality itself. Girard's is one of those arguments that, even if so overstated it might seem self-evidently absurd, nonetheless never fails to find an audience because it managed to find a way of framing something we are taught to already suspect is true, that is, that society is always, everywhere founded on some kind of fundamental violence in a way no one had ever thought to propose before. Girard does not seek to find the sources of that violence in some pre-social nature, but quite the opposite. The story goes like this: we learn to desire by observing what others desire. Therefore we all want the same things. Therefore we are necessarily in competition. The only way humans can avoid thus plunging into a Hobbesian war of all against all is to direct their mutual hostility outward onto a single object. This generally means selecting some arbitrary victim, who is first reviled as the cause of all their troubles and expelled from the community, most often by killing him. Once this happens, though, everything suddenly turns around. The former scapegoat is suddenly treated as an exalted being, even a god, because he is now the embodiment of society's ability to create itself by the very act of killing him. This mechanism, Girard argues, is the origin of all society and culture. The logic is, in classic Freudian style, circular. Since we cannot face the reality, we are always denying it, therefore, it cannot possibly be disproved. Still, applying this model to the problem of divine kingship has interesting effects. Kings become, effectively, scapegoats in waiting. Hence de Huyske's exploits are, for Girardians, actual crimes. They ensure that the king is, by definition, a criminal, hence it is always legitimate to execute him, should it come to that. His sacred pneuma, then, is anticipatory, the reflected glow of the role the king might ultimately play in embodying the unity the people will achieve in finally destroying him. Over the course of the ensuing debate, the idea that such kings embody gods was gradually abandoned. De Huyske rejected the expression divine kingship entirely. And kings actually taken to be living gods are in fact surprisingly rare. The Egyptian pharaoh may well have been the only entirely unambiguous example. Point 3 Better, he argued, to speak of sacred kingship. Sacred kings are legion. But de Huyske also emphasizes that sacred kings are not necessarily temporal rulers. They might be. But they might equally be utterly powerless. Different functions: the king as fetish, the king as scapegoat, the king as military commander or secular leader, can either be combined in the same figure or be distributed across many. In any one community, any given one of them may or may not exist. De Huyske's ultimate conclusion is that A.M. Hocard was right. Kingship was originally a ritual institution. Only later did it become something we would think of as political, that is, concerned with making decisions and enforcing them through the threat of force. As with any such statement, though, the obvious question is, what does originally mean here? 5,000 years ago, when states first emerged in Egypt and Mesopotamia? And if so, why is that important? Or is the idea, instead, that whenever states emerge, it is invariably from within ritual institutions? This seems highly unlikely to be true in every case. Or is de Huyske simply saying that it is possible to have kings with ritual responsibilities and no political power, but not the other way around? If so, it would appear to be a circular argument, since then it would only be those political figures who have ritual responsibilities whom the analyst is willing to dignify with the name of king. It seems to me that de Huyske's real accomplishment is to demonstrate that what we are used to thinking of as government is not a unitary phenomenon. Simon Simons, for instance, observes that, really, all most Africans ask of their sacred kings is what most Europeans demand of their welfare states: health, prosperity, a certain level of life security, and protection from natural disasters. Point 4 He might have added, however, most do not feel it necessary or desirable to also grant them police powers in order to achieve this. The question of governance, then, is not the same as the question of sovereignty. But what is sovereignty? Probably the most elegant definition is that recently proposed by Thomas Hansen and Finn Stephutat. In its minimal sense, sovereignty is simply the recognition of the right to exercise violence with impunity. This is probably the reason why, as these same authors note, those arguing about the nature of sovereignty in the contemporary world, the breakdown of states, the multiplications of new forms of semi-criminal sovereignty in the margins between them, rarely find the existing anthropological literature on sacred kingship particularly useful. Point 5. It seems to me this need not be the case. The existing literature does contain elements from which a relevant analysis can be constructed. Any such analysis would have to begin with the notion of transcendence, that in order to become the constitutive principle of society, a sovereign has to stand outside it. I mean, this is not quite in either Evans Pritchard's or de Huyske's sense. What I am suggesting is that the various exploits or acts of transgression by which a king marks his break with ordinary morality are normally seen to make him not immoral, but a creature beyond morality. As such, he can be treated as the constituent principle of a system of justice or morality, since, logically, no creature capable of creating a system of justice can itself be already bound by the system it creates. Let me take a famous example here. When European visitors to the court of King Mutsa of the Ganda kingdom tried to impress him by presenting him with some new state-of-the-art rifle, he would often respond by trying to impress them with the absolute quality of his power, testing the rifle out by randomly picking off one or two of his subjects on the street. Ganda kings were notorious for arbitrary, even random, violence against their own subjects. This, however, did not prevent Mutsa from also being accepted as supreme judge and guardian of the state's system of justice. Instead, such random acts of violence confirmed in him in a status similar to that often attributed to God, who is seen simultaneously as an utterly random force throwing lightning and striking down mortals for no apparent reason, and as the very embodiment of justice and protector of the weak. This, I would argue, is the aspect of African kingship which can legitimately be labeled divine. Creatures like Mutsa transcend all ordinary limitations. Whether they were said to embody a god is not the issue. Point 6. The point is that they act like gods or even God and get away with it. For all that European and American observers ordinarily professed horror at behavior like Mutsa's, this divine aspect of kingship is echoed in the modern nation-state. Walter Benjamin posed the dilemma quite nicely in his famous distinction between lawmaking and law-maintaining violence. Really, it is exactly the same paradox, cast in the new language that became necessary once the power of kings had been transferred, at least in principle, to an entity referred to as the people, even though the exact way in which the people were to exercise sovereignty was never clear. No constitutional order can constitute itself. We like to say that no one is above the law, but if this were really true, laws would not exist to begin with. Even the writers of the United States Constitution or founders of the French Republic were, after all, guilty of treason according to the legal regimes under which they had been born. The legitimacy of any legal order therefore ultimately rests on illegal acts, usually, acts of illegal violence. Whether one embraces the left solution or the right solution, the paradox itself remains. In practical terms, it translates into a constant political dilemma. How does one distinguish the people from a mere unruly mob? How does one know if the hand suspending habeas corpus is that of a contemporary Lincoln or a contemporary Mussolini? What I am proposing here is that this paradox has always been with us. Obviously, any thug or bandit who finds he can regularly get away with raping, killing, and plundering at random will not, simply by that fact, come to be seen as a power capable of constituting a moral order or national identity. Point 7. The overwhelming majority of those who find themselves with the power to do so, and willing to act on it, never think to make such claims except perhaps among their immediate henchmen. The overwhelming majority of those who do try fail. Yet the potential is always there. Successful thugs do become sovereigns, even creators of new legal and moral systems. And genuine sovereignty does always carry with it the potential for arbitrary violence. This is true even in contemporary welfare states. Apparently this is the one aspect that, despite liberal hopes, can never be completely reformed away. It is precisely in this that sovereigns resemble gods and that kingship can properly be called divine. This is not to say that Evans Pritchard was wrong to say that kings are also always sacred. Rather, I think this perspective allows us to see that the mechanics of sacred kingship, turning the king into a fetish or a scapegoat, often operate as a means of controlling the obvious dangers of rulers who feel they can act like arbitrary, petulant gods. Salin's emphasis on the way stranger kings must be domesticated, encompassed, and thus tamed by the people is a classic case in point. It is by such means that divine kings are rendered merely sacred. In the absence of a strong state apparatus, situations of power are often fluid and tenuous, the same act that at one point marks a monarch as a transcendent force beyond morality can, if the balance of forces shift, be reinterpreted as simple criminality. Thus can divine kings indeed be made into scapegoats. In this, at least, the Girardians are right. There is every reason to believe this logic applies to the Shilluk king of the 18th and 19th centuries as well. Consider the following two stories, preserved by the German missionary Dietrich Westermann. Story 1, one day a man named Agam was fishing with a member of the royal family named Niadwai. He caught a choice fish and the prince demanded he turn it over, but he refused. Later, when his fellow villagers suggested this was unwise, he pointed out there were dozens of princes, and belittled Niadwai, who would ever elect him king. Some years later, he learned Niadwai had indeed been elected king. Sure enough, he was summoned to court, but the king's behavior appeared entirely forgiving. The king gave him cattle, built him a village, he married a woman, and his village became large. He had many children. Then one day, many years later, the king destroyed the village and killed them all. Here, we have an example of a king trying to play God in every sense of the term. Such a king appears arbitrary, vindictive, all-powerful in an almost biblical sense. If one examines it in the context of Shilluk institutions, however, it begins to look rather different. Ordinarily, Shilluk kings did not even have the power to appoint or remove village chiefs. In the complete absence of any sort of administrative apparatus, their power was almost entirely personal. Niadwai created and destroyed Agam's village using his own personal resources, his own herd of cattle, his own personal band of retainers. If he had tried to exterminate the lineage of a real village chief, not one he had made up, he would likely have found himself in very serious trouble. What's more, Aretha's power in fact was almost entirely dependent on his physical presence. Here's another story, about the death of that same bad king Niadwai, here seen as having getting his comeuppance for taking such high-handed behavior altogether too far. Story 2, there was once a cruel king, who killed many of his subjects, he even killed women. His subjects were terrified of him. One day, to demonstrate that his subjects were so afraid they would do anything he asked, he assembled the Shilluk chiefs and ordered them to wall him up inside a house with a young girl. Then he ordered them to let him out again. They didn't. So he died. 8. The story might even serve as a story of the origin of ritual regicide, though it isn't explicitly presented as such, since this was precisely the way kings were said to have originally been put to death. They were walled in a hut with a young maiden. 9. Stories like these help explain a peculiar confusion in the literature on Shilluk kingship. 19th century travelers, and many 20th century observers, insisted the Rith was an absolute despot wielding complete and arbitrary power over his subjects. Others, most famously Evans Pritchard, insisted that he was for most effective purposes a mere symbolic figurehead who reigned but did not govern, and had almost no systematic way to impose his will on ordinary Shilluk. Both were right. As divine king, Riths were expected to make displays of absolute, arbitrary violence, but the means they had at their disposal were extremely limited. Above all, they found themselves checked and stymied whenever they tried to transform those displays into anything more systematic. True, as elsewhere, these displays of arbitrariness were, however paradoxically, seen as closely tied to the Rith's ability to dispense justice. 19th century Riths could spend days on end hearing legal cases, even if, under ordinary circumstances, they were lacking in the means to enforce decisions and appear to have acted primarily as mediators. Evans Pritchard was writing in the 1940s, at a time when displays of arbitrary violence on the part of a Rith would have been treated as crimes by colonial police, and when the royal office had become the focus of Shilluk national identity and resistance. So he had every reason to downplay such stories of brutality. 10 Indeed, in his lecture, they are simply ignored. Nonetheless, they are crucial, not only for the reasons already mentioned, but also because, under ordinary circumstances, The arbitrary violence of the king was central in constituting that very sense of national identity. To understand how this can be, though, we must turn to another part of Sudan during a more recent period during which the police have largely ceased to function. The Shilluk as seen from Equatoria. Here let me turn to the work of Dutch anthropologist Simon Simons on rainmakers among a belt of peoples in the furthest South Sudan. Rainmakers are important figures throughout the area, but their status varies considerably. Some have managed to make themselves into powerful rulers, others remain marginal figures. All of them are liable to be held accountable in the event that rain does not fall. In fact, Simons and his colleague, Japanese anthropologist Issei Kurimoto, are perhaps unique among anthropologists in being in the vicinity when these events actually happened. 11. What Simons describes is a kind of tragic drama, in which the rainmaker and people come to gradually define themselves against each other. If rains are delayed, the people, led by the chief warrior age grade, will petition the rainmaker, make gifts, rebuild his residence, or reinstate taxes or customs that have fallen into abeyance so as to win back his favor. If the rain continues not to fall, things become tense. The rainmaker is increasingly assumed to be withholding the rains, and perhaps unleashing other natural disasters, out of spite. The rainmaker will attempt stalling techniques. If he is also a powerful ruler, the young men's age set will begin to rally more and more constituencies against him to the point where, finally, he must either flee or confront a community entirely united against him. The methods of killing kings, Simons notes, tend to take on the gruesome forms they do: beatings to death, burials alive, because these are ways in which everyone could be said to have been equally responsible. It is the community as a whole that must kill the king. Indeed, it only becomes a unified community, the people, properly speaking, in doing so, since the creation and dispatching of rainmakers is about the only form of collective action in which everyone participates. All this is, perhaps, what a Girardian would predict, except that, far from being the solemn sacrificial rituals with willing victims that Girard imagines, king killings more resembled lynch mobs, and rainmakers fought back with every means at their disposal. This was especially true if they held political power. Often one hears of a single lonely, armed rainmaker holding off an entire incensed population. During a famine between 1855 and 1859, for instance, one Bari king who had acquired a rifle used it on 3 separate occasions to disperse crowds assembled to kill him. In 1860, one of his subjects told a French traveler, "We asked Niigalo to give us rain. He made promises and demanded cattle as a payment. Despite his spells, the rain did not come. So we got angry. Then Niigalo took his rifle and threatened to kill everybody. We had to leave him be. Last year the same thing happened for a 3rd time, then we lost patience. We slit Niigalo's stomach open and threw him into the river. He will no longer make fun of us." It is easy to see why rainmakers in this context might wish to acquire a monopoly on firearms, or to develop a loyal personal entourage. In fact, Simons argues that, throughout the region, when state-like forms did emerge, it was typically when rainmakers, caught in an endless and very dangerous game of bluffing and brinksmanship with their constituents, successfully sought means to reinforce their position, by intermarrying with neighboring kings, allying themselves with foreign traders, establishing trade and craft monopolies, building up a permanent armed following, and so on, all in way of ensuring that, when things next came to a showdown, they would be more likely to survive. In such polities, the people, insofar as such an entity could be said to have existed, was seen essentially as the king's collective enemy. Simons records several striking instances of European explorers encountering kings in the region who urged them to open fire into crowds or to carry out raids against enemy villages, only to discover that the enemies in question were really their own subjects. In other words, kings often really would take on the role attributed to them in reign dramas, of spitefully unleashing arbitrary destruction on the people they were supposed to protect. Simons compares the opposition between king and people with the segmentary opposition between lineages or clans described by Evans Pritchard among the newer, where each side exists only through defining itself against the other. This opposition too is necessarily expressed by at least the potential for violence. It might seem strange to propose a segmentary opposition between one person and everybody else, but if one returns to Evans Pritchard's actual analysis of how the newer segmentary system works, it makes a certain degree of sense. Evans Pritchard stressed that in a feud, when clan or lineage A sought to avenge itself on clan or lineage B, any member of lineage B was fair game. They were treated, for political purposes, as identical. In fact, this was Evans Pritchard's definition of a political group, one whose members were treated as interchangeable in relation to outsiders. Point 12. If so, the arbitrary violence of divine kings firing randomly into crowds, bringing down natural disasters is the perfect concrete expression of what makes a people an undifferentiated, therefore political, group. All of these peoples, Bari, Pari, Lalubo, etc., became peoples only in relation to some particularly powerful rainmaker, and owing to the rise and fall of reputations, political boundaries were always in flux. Simons's analysis strikes me as important. True, in the end, he does appear to fall into a Girardian framework, seeing scapegoat dramas as the primordial truth behind all politics. So he can say that ritual king-killing of the Shilluk variety can be best seen a kind of compromise, an attempt to head off the constant, unstable drama between king and people by institutionalizing the practice 13, while the state, with its monopoly on force, is an attempt to eliminate the drama entirely. Myself, I would prefer to see the kind of violence he describes not as some kind of revelation of the essential nature of society, but as a revelation of the essential nature of a certain form of political power with cosmic pretensions, one by no means inevitable, but which is very much still with us today. 3 propositions. The core of my argument in this essay boils down to 3 propositions. It might be best to lay them out at this point, before returning to the Shilluk material in more detail. The first I have already outlined, the second is broadly inspired by Marshall Sahlins, the third is my own extrapolation from Simons. Divine kingship, insofar as the term can be made meaningful, refers not to the identification of rulers with supernatural beings 14, but to kings who make themselves the equivalent of God's arbitrary, all-powerful beings beyond human morality through the use of arbitrary violence. The institutions of sacred kingship, whatever their origins, have typically been used to head off or control the danger of such forms of power, from which a direct line can be traced to contemporary forms of sovereignty. Sacred kingship can also be conceived as offering a kind of resolution for the elementary problematic of human existence proposed in creation narratives. It is in this sense that Pierre Clas Trace was right when he said that state authority must have emerged from prophets rather than chiefs, from the desire to find a land without evil and undo death. It is in this sense, too, that it can be said that Christ was a king, or kings could so easily model themselves on Christ, despite his lack of martial qualities. Here, in embryo, can we observe what I have called the utopian element of the state. Violence, and more specifically antagonism, plays a crucial role here. It is a peculiar quality of violence that it simplifies things, draws clear lines where otherwise one might see only complex and overlapping networks of human relationship. It is the particular quality of sovereign power that it defines its subjects as a single people. This is, in the case of kingdoms, actually prior to the friend/enemy distinction proposed by Carl Schmitt. Or, to be more specific, one's ability to constitute oneself as a single people in a potential relation of war with other peoples is premised on a prior but usually hidden state of war between the sovereign and the people. The Shilluk case, then, seems to be especially revealing, not, as I say, because it represents some primordial form of monarchy, but because in the attempt to build something like a state in the absence of any real administrative apparatus, these mechanisms are unusually transparent. I suspect the reality behind divine kingship is also unusually easy to make out here because of the particular nature of Nilotic cosmology, and, most notably, Nilotic conceptions of God, who manifests himself in mortal life almost exclusively through disaster. One consequence is a peculiar relation between the transcendent and utopian elements, where it is the hostility of the people that makes the king a transcendent being capable of offering a kind of resolution to the dilemmas of mortal life. 15. A brief outline of Shilluk history. The Shilluk are something of an anomaly among Nilotic people. Most Nilotes have long been semi-nomadic pastoralists, for whom agriculture was very much a secondary occupation. Famed for their fierce egalitarianism, their social life revolves largely around their herds. The Shilluk are not entirely different like Nuer and Dinka, they tend to see their lives as revolving around cattle, but in practice they have, for the last several centuries at least, become far more sedentary, having been fortunate enough to find themselves a particularly fertile stretch of the White Nile that has allowed intensive cultivation of dhurra, a local grain. The result was a population of extraordinary density. By the early 19th century there were estimated to be around 200,000 Shilluk, living in some 100 settlements arranged so densely along the Nile that foreigners often described the 200 miles of the heart of Shilluk territory as if it consisted of one continuous village. Many remarked it appeared to be the most densely settled part of Africa outside of Egypt itself. Fortunate, though, might seem an ill-chosen word here, since, owing to the density of population, a bad harvest could lead to devastating famine. One solution was theft. Lacking significant trade goods, the Shilluk soon became notorious raiders, attacking camps and villages for hundreds of miles in all directions and hauling off cattle and grain and other spoils. By the 17th century, the 300-mile stretch of the Nile north of the Shilluk country, unsuitable for agriculture, was already known as their raiding country, where small fleets of Shilluk canoes would prey on caravans and cattle camps. Raids were normally organized by settlement chiefs. The Shilluk Reith appears to have been just one player in this predatory economy, effectively one bandit chief among many, and not even necessarily the most important, since while he received the largest share of booty, his base was in the south, closer to the pastoral Dinka rather than to the richer prey to the north. Nonetheless, the Reith acquired a great deal of cattle and used it to maintain a personal entourage of Bang Reith, or king's men, who were his principal retainers, warriors, and henchmen. Actually, it's not clear if there was a single figure called the Reith at all in the early 17th century, or whether the royal genealogies that have come down to us just patched together a series of particularly prominent warriors. 16 The institutions of divine kingship that have made the Shilluk famous appear to have been created by the Reiths listed on most royal genealogies as number 9 and 10, Tokot, famous for his conquests among the Nuba and Dinka, and, even more, his son Togo, who lived at a time when Shilluk successes had been reversed and the heartland itself was under attack by the Dinka. Togo is said to have been the first to create a permanent royal capital, at Fashoda 17, and to create its shrines and famous rituals of installation. Agat was the first to suggest that Togo effectively invented the sacred kingship, fastening on the figure of Nukang, probably at that time just the mythic ancestor of local chiefly lines, and transforming him into a legendary hero around which to rally a Shilluk nation that was, effectively, created by his doing so. Most contemporary historians have now come around to Agat's position. There is another way to look at these events. What happened might well be considered a gender revolution. In most Nilotic societies, matters of war are organized through male age sets. By the time we have ethnographic information, Shilluk age sets seem to have long since been marginalized. 18 Instead, political life had come to be organized around the Reith in Fashoda, and Fashoda, in turn, was a city composed almost entirely of women. How did this happen? We do not precisely know. But we do know that at the time Fashoda was founded, the status of women in politics was under open contestation. Togo's reign appears to have been preceded by that of a queen, a Budak, Tokot's sister. 19 According to one version of the story, after a Budak had reigned for some years, the settlement chiefs informed her she would have to step down because they did not wish to be ruled by a woman. She responded by naming a young man in her care Togo as her successor, and then, proceeded to the site of Fashoda with a bag of lily seeds to warn that henceforth the royal lineage would grow larger and larger until it engulfed the country entirely. This is usually interpreted as a spiteful prophecy, but it could just as easily be read as a story about the foundation of Fashoda itself and a sober assessment of the likely results of the institutions that developed there. Later oral traditions claim that Queen Abudak was responsible for most of the Shilluk laws and customs relating to the creation of wreaths. 20 Could it be that the entire institution of what came to be known as divine kingship was really her creation, a compromise worked out when she placed Togo on the throne? We cannot know. But certainly the common wisdom of contemporary historians that these institutions were simply the brainchild of Togo cannot be correct. It is very difficult to imagine a ruler who decided entirely on his own accord to deny himself the right to name his own successor, or to grant his own wives the right to have him executed. What emerged could only have been some kind of political compromise, one that ensured no woman ever again attempted to take the highest office but otherwise granted an extraordinary degree of power to royal women. Here is a list, in fact, of such powers. Where most African kings lived surrounded by a hierarchy of male officials, these were entirely absent from Fashoda. The wreath lived surrounded only by his wives, who could number as many as 100, each with her own dwelling. No other men were allowed to set foot in the settlement after nightfall. Since members of the royal clan could not marry each other, these wives were uniformly commoners. The king's senior wife seems to have acted as his chief minister, and had the power to hold court and decide legal cases in the wreath's absence. She was also responsible for recruiting and supervising secondary wives. In the absence of any administrative apparatus, royal women also appear to have become the key intermediaries between Fashoda and other communities. Essentially they played all the roles that court officials would otherwise play. Royal wives who became pregnant returned in their 6th month to their natal villages, where their children were born and raised. They were, as the saying goes, planted out and allied themselves with a local commoner chief, who became the patron of the young prince or princess. Those sons who were not eventually either elected to the throne or killed in internecine strife went on to found their own branches of the royal lineage, whose numbers, as Queen Abudak predicted, have tended to continually increase over the course of Shilluk history. Royal daughters remained in their mothers' villages. They were referred to as Little Queen and their counsel sought on all matters of importance. They were not supposed to marry or have children, but, in historical times at least, they became notorious for taking lovers as they wished then, if they became pregnant, demanding hefty payments in cattle from those same lovers to hush the matter up. 21. Princesses might also be appointed as governors over local districts, particularly if their brothers became king. Royal wives who had borne 3 children, and royal widows, would retire to their natal villages to become bereth, or guardians of royal shrines. It was through these shrines that the cult of Nukang was disseminated. 22. While, as noted above, it was considered quite outrageous for a king to kill a woman, royal wives were expected to ultimately order the death of the king. Arith was said to be put to death when his physical powers began to fade purportedly, when his wives announced that he was no longer capable of satisfying them sexually. In some accounts, the execution is carried out by the royal wives themselves. 23. One may argue about the degree to which this whole scenario is simply an ideological facade, but it clearly happens sometimes. Hofmeyr, for instance, writes of one king's affection for his mother, who had killed his father with a blow from a brass ring. I should emphasize here that Shilluk society was in no sense a matriarchy. While women held extraordinary power within the royal apparatus, that apparatus was not in itself particularly powerful. The fact that the queen could render judicial judgments, for instance, is less impressive when one knows royal judgments were not usually enforced. Governance of day-to-day affairs seems to have rested firmly in the hands of male settlement chiefs, who were also in charge of electing a new king when the old one died. Village women also elected their own leaders, but these were much less important. 24. Property passed in the male line. The Wreath himself continued to exercise predatory and sometimes brutal power through his personal retainers, occasionally raiding his own people as a mode of intervening in local politics. Nonetheless, that power seems to have been increasingly contained within a ritual apparatus where royal women played the central political role. Insofar as royal power became more than a sporadic phenomenon, insofar as it came to embed itself in everyday life, it was, apparently, largely through the agency of the Bereth and their network of royal shrines, spread throughout Shillukland. Here, though, the effects could hardly be overestimated. The figure of Nukang, the mythic founder of the nation, came to dominate every aspect of ritual life and to become the very ground of Shilluk social being. Where other Nilotic societies are famous for their theological speculation, and sacrifice the primary ritual is there dedicated to God and cosmic spirits, here everything came to be centered on the cult of Nukang. This was true to such a degree that by the time Seligman was writing, outside observers found it difficult to establish what Shilluk ideas about God or lineage ancestors even were. To give some sense of the cult's pervasiveness, while Nuer and Dinka who fell ill typically attributed their condition to attack by air spirits, and sought cures from mediums possessed by such spirits, most Shilluk appear to have assumed they were being attacked by former kings. Most often, Nukang's aggressive son Dok and sought the aid of mediums possessed by Nukang himself. While most ordinary Shilluk, as we shall see, assiduously avoided the affairs of living royalty, dead ones soon came to intervene in almost every aspect of their daily lives. The obvious historical question is how long it took for this to happen. Here, information is simply unavailable. All we know is that the figure of Nukang did gradually come to dominate every aspect of Shilluk life. The political situation in turn appears to have stabilized by 1700 and remained stable for at least a century. By the 1820s, however, the Ottoman state began attempting to establish its authority in the region, and this coincided with a sharp increase in the demand for ivory on the world market. Arab merchants and political refugees began to establish themselves in the north of the country. Nidak refused to receive official Ottoman envoys, but he kept up the Shilluk tradition of guaranteeing the safety of foreigners. Before long there were thousands of the latter, living in a cluster of communities around Kaka in the far north. Wreaths responded by creating new trade monopolies, imposing systematic taxes, and trying to create a royal monopoly on firearms. 25 They do not appear to have been entirely unsuccessful. Foreign visitors at the time certainly came away under the impression they had been dealing with a bona fide monarch, with at least an embryonic administration. At the same time, some also reported northerners openly complaining it would be better to live without a wreath at all. The situation ended catastrophically. As the ivory trade was replaced by the slave trade, northern Shilluk increasingly signed up as auxiliaries in Arab raids on the Dinka. By 1861, a foreign freebooter named Mohammed Kir thus managed to spark a civil war that allowed them to sack Fashoda and carry out devastating slave raids against the Shilluk heartland. There followed some 40 years of almost continual warfare. The north battled the south, first the Ottoman regime, then the Mahdiist regime in Khartoum, then finally the British intervened, trying to establish client governments. Several wreaths were executed as rebels against one side or the other. Shilluk herds were decimated and the overall population fell by almost half. In 1899 British rule was established, Shilluk territory was restricted and those outside it were resettled, and the wreath was reduced to the usual tax collector and administrator of local justice under a system of indirect colonial rule. At the same time, the royal installation ritual, which had fallen into abeyance during the civil wars, was revived and probably reinvented, and royal institutions, along with the figure of Nukang, became, if anything, even more important as symbols of national identity as, indeed, they remain to the present day. Today, the position of the wreath remains, but, like the Shilluk themselves, just barely. The tiny Shilluk kingdom is unfortunate enough to be located precisely on the front lines of a civil war between largely Nuer and Dinka rebels and government-supported militias. Ordinary Shilluk have been victims of massacres, famines, massive outmigration, and forced assimilation, to the extent that at times some have argued there is a real danger of cultural or even physical extinction. Mythohistory. A word on Nilotic cosmologies. In order to understand the famous Shilluk installation rituals, we must first examine their mythic framework. This is somewhat difficult, since, as almost all early observers point out, their Shilluk informants, much unlike their newer and Dinka equivalents, were not much given to cosmological speculation. Instead, everything was transposed onto the level of historical epic. Still, in either case, it would appear the same themes were working themselves out, so it seems best to begin by looking at Nilotic cosmologies more generally. Nilotic societies normally treat God as a force profoundly distant and removed from the human world. Divinity itself is rendered little or no cult, at least not directly. Instead, divinity is usually seen to be refracted through the cosmos, immanent particularly in storms, totemic spirits, numinous objects, or anything inexplicable and extraordinary. In one sense, then, God is everywhere. In another, he is profoundly absent. Creation stories almost invariably begin with a traumatic separation. Here is one typical, Dinka version. Point 26. Divinity and men were originally contiguous, the sky then lay just above the earth. They were connected by a rope. By means of this rope men could clamber at will to divinity. At this time there was no death. Divinity granted 1 grain of millet a day to the first man and woman, and thus satisfied their needs. They were forbidden to grow or pound more. The first human beings, usually called Garang and Abuk, living on earth had to take care when they were doing their little planting or pounding, lest a hoe or pestle should strike divinity, but one day the woman, because she was greedy, decided to plant more than the permitted grain of millet. In order to do so she took one of the long-handled hoes which the Dinka now use. In raising this pole to pound or cultivate, she struck divinity, who withdrew, offended, to his present great distance from the earth, and sent a small blue bird called Atok to sever the rope which had previously given men access to the sky and to him. Since that time the country has been spoilt, for men have to labor for the food they need, and are often hungry. They can no longer as before freely reach divinity, and they suffer sickness and death, which thus accompany their abrupt separation from divinity. In some versions, human reproduction and death are introduced simultaneously. The woman needs to pound more grain specifically because she bears children and needs to feed her growing family. Always, the story begins with the rupture of an original unity. Once, heaven and earth were right next to each other, humans could move back and forth between them. Or, there was a rope, or tree, or vine, or some other means of passage between the two. As a result, people lived without misery, work, or death. God gave us what we needed. Then the connection was destroyed. Stories like this can be termed Hesiotic because, like Hesiod's Prometheus story, they begin with blissful dependency, humans being supplied whatever they need from a benevolent creator, to an unhappy autonomy, in which human beings eventually win for themselves everything they will need to grow and cook food, bear and raise children, and otherwise reproduce their own existence, but at a terrible cost. It does not take a lot of imagination to see these, first and foremost, as metaphors of birth, the loss of the blissful dependency of the womb, which the cutting of the cord, in the Nilotic versions, simply makes unusually explicit. The problem is that once separation is introduced into the world, conjunction can only mean catastrophe. Now, when divinity, as absolute, universal principle, manifests itself in worldly life, it can only take the form of floods, plagues, lightning, locusts, and other catastrophes. Natural disasters are, after all, indiscriminate, they affect everyone. Thus, like the indiscriminate violence of divine kings, they can represent the principle of universality. But if God is the annihilation of difference, sacrifice in Nilotic society, the archetypal ritual is its recreation. The slaughter and division of an animal becomes a reenactment of the primal act of creation through separation, It becomes a way of expelling the divine element from some disastrous entanglement in human affairs by re-establishing everything in its proper sphere. 27 This was accomplished through violence, or to be more explicit, through killing, blood, heat, fire, and the division of flesh. There is one way that divinity enters the world that is not disastrous. This is rain. Rain and water, more generally seen as a nurturant, essentially feminine principle, is often also treated as the only element through which humans can still experience some approximation of that primal unity. This is quite explicit in the southeastern societies studied by Simons. The ancestors of rain-making lines were often said to have emerged from rivers, only to be discovered by children minding cattle on the shore. In rituals, they recreated the vines that originally connected heaven and earth. They embody peace, coolness, fertilizing water. Hence, during important rain-making rituals, communities must maintain a state of peace. Physical violence, drumming, shouting, drunkenness, dancing, are all forbidden. Even animals sacrificed in rain ceremonies had to be smothered so no blood was spilled, and they had to be imagined to go to their deaths voluntarily, without resistance. The state was ended with a bloody sacrifice at the end of the agricultural season. Edward, though, was simply an exaggerated version of the normal mode of peaceable, sociable comportment with the community within human, social space, since even ordinarily, hot, bloody, violent activity was exiled to the surrounding wilderness. This was true of hunting and war, but it was also true of childbirth. Women in labor were expected to resort to the bush, and, like returning hunters or warriors, had to be purified from the blood spilled before returning to their communities. The legend of New Kang. The human condition, then, is one of irreparable loss and separation. We have gained the ability to grow our own food, but at the expense of hunger. We have discovered sex and reproduction, but at the cost of death. We are being punished, but our punishment seems utterly disproportionate to our crimes. This is another element stressed by Godfrey Leonhardt, and another way in which the Nilotic material resonates with the Abrahamic tradition. None of Leonhardt's informants claim to understand why wishing to have a little more food was such a terrible crime. It is our fate as humans to have no real comprehension of our situation. If God is just, at the very least we do not understand in what way. If it all makes sense, we cannot grasp how. It's possible that, ultimately, there simply is no justice. When God is invoked, in Nilotic languages including Shilluk, it is ordinarily as an exclamation, "Why, God," above all when a loved one falls sick, with the assumption that no answer will be forthcoming. Now, the Shilluk appear to be one of the few Nilotic peoples for whom such creation myths are not particularly important. The Shilluk past begins, instead, with a historical event, the exile of New Kang from his original home. Still, one story is quite clearly a transposition of the other. New Kang himself is the son of a king whose father descended from heaven. 28 His mother Nyakea was a crocodile, or perhaps part crocodile. She continues to be revered as a divinity inhabiting the Nile. 29 He is sometimes referred to as Child of the River. Originally, New Kang and his brother Duwat lived in a faraway land by a great lake or river in the south. They speak of it as the end of the earth, or some call it the head of the earth. In that land death was not known. When a person became feeble through great age, he was thrown out in the cattle yard, or in the road near it, and the cows would trample him until he had been reduced to the size of an infant, and then he would grow to manhood again. Other versions gloss over this element, probably because the story that follows turns on a dispute over royal succession, and it is difficult to understand how this would come up if no one ever died. In some versions, the people are divided over whom to elect. In others, New Kang is passed over in favor of his half-brother Duwat. He seizes some royal regalia and flees with his son Kal and a number of followers. Duwat follows in pursuit. In the end the two confront each other on either side of a great river. In some versions, Duwat curses his brother to die, thus bringing death into the world. In others, he simply curses him never to return. Always, though, The confrontation ends when Duwat throws a digging stick at his brother and tells him he can use it to dig the graves of his followers. Liu Kang accepts it, but defiantly, announces he will use it as an agricultural implement, to give life, and that his people will thus reproduce to overcome the ravages of death. Obviously, this is just another version of the creation story, the loss of a blissful deathless paradise where people were nonetheless permanently infantilized by their dependence on higher powers. Even the digging stick reappears. This is a story of loss, but as in so many versions of this myth also a defiant declaration of independence. Liu Kang's followers create a kind of autonomy by acquiring the means to reproduce their own life. Turning the symbol of death into an instrument of production is thus a perfect metaphor for what is happening. Liu Kang's first sojourn is at a place called Tura, where he marries the daughter of the local ruler Daimo and has a son, the rambunctious and unruly Dok. Conflicts soon develop, and there are a series of magical battles between Liu Kang and his father-in-law, which Liu Kang always wins. Dok grows up to become a scourge of the community, attacking and pillaging at will. Finally, the entire community joins together to kill him. They decide they will sneak up on him while he's relaxing outside playing his harp. According to Riyadh's informant, they were very afraid that Liu Kang would avenge his son's death if only a few people murdered Dok, so they decided that all of them would spear him and his blood would be distributed upon all of them. In other words, having been victims of arbitrary predatory violence, they adopt the same logic Simons describes in the killing of sacred kings. The people as a whole must kill him. In this case, however, they do not succeed. Liu Kang receives advance warning, and comes up with the idea of substituting an effigy made of a very light wood called ambach, which he places in Dok's stead. The people come and one by one spear what they take to be the sleeping Dok. The next day, when the real, live Dok appears at what is supposed to be his own funeral, everyone panics and runs away. This is a crucial episode. While neither Liu Kang nor Dok is, at this point, a king, the story is clearly a reference to the logic described by Simons, that both king and people come into being through the arbitrary violence of the former, and the final, unified retaliation of the latter. At the same time it introduces the theme of effigies. Liu Kang and Dok are, indeed, immortalized by effigies made of ambach wood, kept in a famous shrine called Akurwe, north of Fashoda. These play a central role in the installation of a new wreath, and, since Evans Pritchard at least, have been seen as representing the eternity of the royal office, as opposed to the ephemeral nature of any particular human embodiment. Here the first effigy is created literally as an attempt to cheat death. Even more, as we'll see, it seems to reflect a common theme whereby the people's anger and hostility however paradoxically becomes the immediate cause of the king's transcendence of mortal status. To return to the story, Liu Kang, Dok, and their small band of followers decide the time has come to move on and seek more amenable pastures. They have various adventures along the way. During their travels, Dok serves as Liu Kang's advance guard and general, often getting himself in scrapes from which Liu Kang then has to rescue him. The most famous is his battle with the sun, in which Liu Kang again confirms his aquatic character. Dok is the first to pick a fight with the sun, and at first, he and his father's followers are scorched by the sun's terrible heat, forcing Liu Kang to revive many by sprinkling water over them. In the end Liu Kang manages to best the enemy by using water-soaked reeds to slash and thus burn the legs of the sun, who is thereby forced to retreat. Finally, he enters Shillukland, settles his followers, brings over existing inhabitants, even in many stories discovering humans masquerading as animals and revealing their true nature, and turning them into Shilluk clans. The latter is actually a curious element in the story. Godfrey Lienhardt insisted that, unlike newer or Dinka heroes, who, as ancestors, created their people as the fruit of their loins, Liu Kang creates the Shilluk as an intellectual project. He discovers, transforms, gives names, grants roles and privileges, establishes boundaries, gathers together a diverse group of unrelated people and animals, and renders them equal parts of a single social order. This is true, though putting it this way rather downplays the fact that he does so through right of conquest, that is, that he appears amidst a population of strangers who have never done anything to hurt him and threatens to kill them if they do not do his will. 30 It is not as if this sort of behavior was considered acceptable conduct by ordinary people under ordinary circumstances. In most stories, the figure of Niu Kang is saved from too close an association with unprovoked aggression by effectively being redoubled. He plays the largely intellectual role, solving problems, wielding magic, devising rules and status, while the sheer arbitrary violence is largely pushed off onto his son and alter ego, Doc. In the Shilluk heartland, especially, Niu Kang is always described as finding people who fell from the skies or were living in the country or fishing in the river, and assigning them a place and a ritual task. Only in the case of people who transform themselves into animals, fish, turtles, fireflies, etc. does he usually have to call in Doc, to net or spear or otherwise defeat them, whereon they ordinarily turn back into human beings and submit themselves. Submission is what renders people Shilluk. 31 Though in a larger sense, intellectual understanding and physical conquest are conflated here, the stories of shapeshifters are paradigmatic. One can only tell what they really are by successfully defeating, even skewering them by literally pinning them down. For all this, Niu Kang's conquest of Shilluk land, however, remains curiously unfinished. The myths specify that he managed to subdue the southern half of the country, up to about where the capital is now. After this things stalled, as the people, tired of war, begin to murmur and, increasingly, openly protest Niu Kang's leadership. Finally, at a feast held at the village of Akurway, Niu Kang chides his followers, instructs them on how to maintain his shrine and effigy, and vanishes in a whirlwind of his own creation. Niu Kang, all Shilluk insist, did not and could never die. He has become the wind, manifest in animals who behave in strange and uncharacteristic ways, birds that settle among crowds of people. He periodically comes, invisible, to inhabit one or another of his many shrines. Above all, he remains immanent in his effigies, and in the sacred person of the king. Yet in the story, his transcendence of the bonds of mortal existence follows his rejection by the people. Neither is this mere mumbling and discontent. Some versions make clear there was at least the threat of actual rebellion. In one, Niu Kang is speared in the chest by an angry follower, though he survives. He then assembles his people to announce his ascent. In every version, he is replaced by an effigy of Ambach, and remains as the vehicle of the prayers of his people, as their intercessor before God. It is through Niu Kang, for example, that the king appeals to God for rain. Though even here the relationship of animosity does not disappear. Unlike more familiar gods, who, by definition, can do no wrong, the hero continues to be the object of periodic anger and recrimination. Their veneration of Nika does not blind their eyes to his faults. When a prayer has been offered to Nika, and the answer is not given, as had been hoped, the disappointed one curses Nika. That is true especially in the case of death. When death is approaching, they sacrifice to Nika and God, and pray that death may be averted. If the death occurs, the bereaved ones curse Nika, because he did not exert himself in their behalf. This passage gains all the more power when one remembers that illness itself was often assumed to be caused by the attacks of royal spirits, most often, Doc, and that mediums possessed by the spirit of Niu Kang were the most common curers. Yet in the end we must die, as Niu Kang did not. His transcendence of death resulted from, and perpetuates, a relation of permanent, at least potential, antagonism. In fact, it was not just Niu Kang. None of the first four kings of Shillukland died like normal human beings. Each vanished, their bodies never recovered, all but the last were then replaced by an effigy. Niu Kang was replaced by his timid elder son Kal, who disappeared in circumstances unknown, then by the impetuous Doc, who vanished in yet another fit of frustration with popular grumbling over his endless wars of conquest, then, finally, by Doc's son Nidoro. Nidoro, however, marks a point of transition. he vanished, but only after death. He was, in fact, murdered by his younger brother Odak, whereon his body magically disappeared. As a result, there was some debate over whether he merited a shrine and effigy at all, but in the end it was decided that he did. 32. NB, solid arrows refer to rulers who, rather than dying, vanished and were replaced by effigies. The broken arrow refers to rulers who died but whose body vanished and was not replaced by an effigy. If Niidoro was the first king to die, his killer and successor, Odak, was the first to be ritually killed. This, however, was a consequence not of internal conflict, but of external warfare. Odak was defeated in a battle with the Dinka and the Fung. After witnessing the death of all of his sons except one, he threw Nukang's sacred spears in the river in a gesture of despair, crying, "Now all my sons are dead." As one might imagine, this greatly hurt the feelings of the one son who remained alive. This young man, named Duwat, had been often belittled by his father in the past, but this was the final straw. After promising his father he would degrade all those sons' children to commoners, Duwat snatched one of the spears from the river and single-handedly routed the enemy. Apparently, Odak was discreetly finished off soon afterwards, and when Duwat became king, one of his first acts was to degrade the descendants of his brothers to a lower status than the royal clan. They became the Ororo, excluded from succession, but who nonetheless play a key role in royal ritual. The story began with a Duwat, and with this second Duwat, one might say the first round of the mythic cycle comes to an end. It begins with stories modeled on birth and ends with stories of death. First, the non-deaths of Nukang and Dok, rejected by their subjects, then, establishing the two typical modes of putting an end to a particular holder of the royal office, that is, either through internal revolt or being ritually put to death. The role of the Ororo is crucial. This is a class who represent a veritable institutionalization of this constitutive relation of hostility, and potential violence, on which the eternity of the kingdom is founded. Generally, the descendants of any prince who is not elected, should they grow numerous, become a named lineage within the royal clan, and the tomb of their princely ancestor becomes their lineage shrine. All members of such lineages are considered royals. In theory, the king can degrade any of these branches to Ororo status by attempting to sneak into their lineage shrine at night and performing certain secret rites, but the shrines are guarded, and if the king in question is caught, the attempt is considered to have failed. Some suggest that one reason a king might wish to demote a royal lineage in this fashion is that, since marriage is forbidden between royals, it is only by reducing a branch to Ororo status that a king can then take one of its daughters for his wife. 33 One Reith is remembered for having tried to reduce the descendants of Niadwai, the famous bad king, to Ororo status in this way, but he got caught and the lineage remained royal. It's not clear if any king, that is, other than Duwat, has ever been successful. Most sources suggest none have another dramatic reflection on the limited power of Shilluk kings. Moreover, it is precisely this degraded nobility whose role it is to preside over the death of kings. Male members of the caste who accompany the king during ceremonies are sometimes referred to as the royal executioners, but here meaning not that they execute others on the king's orders, but rather that it is they who are in charge of presiding over the execution of the king. A Reith would always have a certain number of Ororo wives. It is they who are expected to announce when he is sick or failing in his sexual powers. As we've seen, according to some, it is they who actually suffocate the king after the announcement. In other versions, it is the male Ororo bodyguards, who also preside over his burial. 34 All sources stress it is difficult to know anything for sure about such matters, about which discreet people knew better than to much inquire, and, doubtless, practices varied. The one thing all agreed, though, was it was critical that the king was constantly surrounded by those he had originally degraded, and who were eventually to kill him. At this point we have reached historical times, which begin with the long and prosperous reign of King Bwak, immediately followed by Tokot, Queen Abudok, and the historical creation of the sacred kingship at the end of the 17th century. Of this, we have already spoken. *******. Still, there is one last story worth telling before moving on. This is the story of the march. The mar was some kind of talisman or element of royal regalia that had originally belonged to New Kang. By the early 20th century, no one quite remembered what it had been, a jewel of some kind, or perhaps a crystal, or a silver pot. According to some, it was a magical charm capable of assuring victory in war. According to others, it was a general token of prosperity and royal power. According to Dietrich Westermann, the mar was a silver pot that, waved in front of one's enemies, caused them to flee the field of battle. Tokot employed it in many successful wars against the Shilluk's neighbors, many of whom he incorporated into Shillukland, but eventually a familiar scenario. Now his followers grew tired of fighting far from their wives and families, and began to protest and refuse his orders. In a fit of pique, Tokot threw the mar into the Nile. Here the story fast forwards about a half-century to the reign of Atwat, who is elected as a warrior king on the behest of a cluster of settlements plagued by Dinka raiders. Atwat attempts to drive off the invaders but is defeated. So, in a bold move, he decides to retrieve the talisman. The king consults with the descendants of Tokot's wives at his lineage shrine, and, defying widespread skepticism, rows out with his companions to the place where the mar was lost, sacrificing 3 cows along the way, and dives to the bottom of the river. He remains underwater so long his companions think he has surely drowned, but after many hours, he returns with the genuine article. Atwat proceeds to raise an army, repels and then conquers the Dinka, and is victorious against all who stand in his path. However, before long, the same thing begins to happen. He is carried from conquest to conquest, but his warriors begin protesting the incessant wars, and finally Atwat too throws the pot back in the river in frustration. There have been no subsequent attempts to retrieve the March 35. The story seems to be about why the Shilluk kingdom never became an empire. It as if every time kings move beyond defending the home territory or conducting raids beyond its borders, every time they attempt to levy armies and begin outright schemes of conquest, they find themselves stymied by protests and passive resistance. To this the kings respond with passive aggression, vanishing in a huff, throwing precious heirlooms into the river. As we'll soon see, the scene of the king sacrificing cows and then diving down into the river to find a lost object appears to be a reference to a stage in the inauguration ceremonies in which the candidate must find a piece of wood that will be made into new body of New Kang. Yet here, instead of an image of eternity, the river becomes an image of loss. According to one source, the mar was the luck of the Shilluk, now forever lost. It seems likely the debate over the nature of the mar reflected a more profound debate about whether military good fortune was always luck for the Shilluk as a whole, a question on which royal and popular perspectives are likely often to have differed sharply. And the fact that such arguments were said to be going on in the time of Tokot, in the generation immediately before the creation of the institutions of sacred kingship, once again underlines how much debate there was at that time about the very purposes of royal power. Return to Fashoda. At this point we can return to those institutions themselves. First of all, a word about the role of violence. Godfrey Lienhart insists New Kang has to be seen only as a continuation of the Shilluk conception of God. God is ordinarily seen as neither good nor evil, anything extraordinary contains a spark of the divine. Above all, God is the source of life, strength, and intelligence in the universe. Similarly, according to Lienhart, New Kang is the source of Shilluk custom, but not, necessarily, of a system of ethics, and kings who are referred to as children of God were admired above all for their cleverness, and for the ruthless ingenuity with which they played the game of power. 36 royals regularly slaughtered their brothers and cousins in preemptive strikes. Assassination and betrayal was normal and expected, successful conspirators were admired. Lienhart concludes that intelligence and success are the main social values. Kings, and all others inspired by Juak, are sacred because they manifest divine energy and knowledge, and they do so by being strong, cunning, and successful, as well as appearing to be in closer touch with the superhuman than ordinary men. All of these ideas are definitely there in the source material, but taken in isolation this is a bit deceptive. The situation appears to have been rather more complicated. God was also spoken of as the source of justice, the last resort of the poor and unfortunate. The king of course dispensed justice as well. The apparent paradox is, as I've emphasized, typical of divine kingship. The king, like God, stands outside any moral order in order to be able to bring one into being. Still, while a prince who successfully lured potential rivals to a feast and then massacred them all might be admired for his cunning, this was hardly the way ordinary people were expected to behave. Nothing in the literature suggests that if a commoner, or even a member of the royal clan who was not a prince, decided to act in a similar fashion to head off later quarrels over his father's cattle, this would be regarded as anything but reprehensible by the king or by anybody else. It was, rather, as if ruthlessness of this sort was to be limited to the royal sphere, and the royal sphere carefully contained and delimited from ordinary life in part for that very reason. Father Krasilera, for instance, insists that this was precisely what the commoner chiefs who elected the king wanted, to ensure that everything surrounding kings and princes remained shrouded in mystery, so that it had no effect on ordinary life. Disputes and intrigues among members of the royal family were known to exist and were shared by the great Yagos and their counselors, but seldom affected the people at large. Strifes and murders in the higher social ranks were settled among the great men, in great secrecy, and could never imperil the unity of the country. Indeed, he observed, most ordinary shilluk would never have dreamed of approaching the royal residence at Fashoda, and when the king did set out on a journey, most people used to go into hiding or keep out of his path, girls especially do so. At the same time, the organization of the kingship those chiefs upheld, with no fixed rule of succession, but, rather, a year-long interregnum during which dozens of potential candidates were expected to jockey for position, plot, and intrigue against each other, more or less guaranteed that only very clever, and very ruthless, men could have much chance of becoming wreath. It also guaranteed that the violence on which the royal office was founded on always remained explicit, that wreaths were never too far removed from the simple bandit kings from which they were presumably descended. Everything is happening as if the wreath's subjects were resisting both the institutionalization of power, and the euphemization of power that seems to inevitably accompany it. Power remained predatory. Take, for example, the matter of tribute. The king's immediate power was based in the bang wreath, his personal retainers, a collection of men cut off from their own communities, orphans, criminals, madmen, prisoners taken in war. He provided them with cattle from his herds, along with ornaments and other booty. They minded his cattle, accompanied royal children, acted as spies, and accompanied him on raids against Arab or Dinka neighbors. They did not, however, collect tribute. According to one colonial source, there was no regular system for exacting tribute at all. Instead, the king would intervene in feuds between communities that had resisted his attempts at mediation. The wreaths were extremely rich in cattle. They acquired these largely in the following way. Whenever one settlement waged unjustified war upon another or refused repeatedly to obey his order, the wreath would raise as a royal levy the adjacent settlements, who would go and drive off the malefactors' cattle and burn their villages. The strength of the levy would vary with the readily calculatable strength of the opposition, but a good margin of safety would be allowed to ensure that the levy would win. It is said that such levies were in fact seldom resisted, the victim being glad to save their skins at the cost of most of their cattle. The participants in the levy got a percentage of the cattle taken, but the majority went to the wreath. Significantly, it was precisely in the 1840s, when shilluk kings, emboldened by an alliance with foreign merchants, began trying to move beyond raiding and create a systematic apparatus for the extraction of tribute, that many ordinary shilluk began to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the institution of kingship entirely, and to throw in their lot with a different set of predatory freebooters. As it turned out, the results were catastrophic. The Arab slave traders with whom they aligned themselves turned out to be far more ruthless and destructive than anything they had previously encountered. but the pattern remains clear. As in the stories about the Mar, popular resistance appeared at exactly the point where royal power tried to move beyond mere predatory raiding, and to formally institutionalize itself. The king's rather unsavory retainers lived at the margins of Fashoda. Its center was composed of his own compound, and the houses of his wives. All sorts of dark rumors surrounded the place. According to Seligman's account, quoted near verbatim in the Golden Bough, during the day the king surrounded himself with his friends and bodyguards, and an aspirant to the throne could hardly hope to cut his way through them and strike home. It was otherwise at night. For then the guards were dismissed and the king was alone in his enclosure with his favorite wives, and there was no man near to defend him except a few herdsmen, whose huts stood a little way off. The hours of darkness were therefore the season of peril for the king. It is said that he used to pass them in constant watchfulness, prowling round his huts fully armed, peeping into the blackest shadows, or himself standing silent and alert, like a sentinel on duty, in some dark corner. When at last his rival appeared, the fight would take place in grim silence, broken only by the clash of spears and shields, for it was a point of honor with the king not to call the herdsmen to his assistance. This was to become one of Fraser's more famous romantic images, but in the original edition, it was immediately followed by a footnote explaining that Seligman also emphasized that in the present day and perhaps for the whole of the historical period, succession by ritual combat has been superseded by the ceremonial killing of the king. This would suggest we are not dealing with a Victorian fantasy here, or not only that but with a Shilluk one, a legend about the ancient past. 37 Even here things are confusing. Seligman also contradicts himself by simultaneously insisting that even in his own day, wreaths did tend to sleep during the day and keep armed vigil at night, and that the drowsy behavior of the wreath, the one time he did meet one, would appear to confirm this. In fact, such stories seem to be typical of the mysteries surrounding royalty. Very few people knew what really went on at Fashoda, and everything concerning kings was tinged with doubt and peril. 38. All evidence suggests that, except perhaps during periods of civil unrest or when the wreath had concrete evidence of some particular conspiracy, life in Fashoda was distinctly more relaxed. True, many observers do remark on the eerie quiet of the place, much in contrast with other Shilluk settlements. But this is for an entirely different reason. Fashoda was entirely lacking in children. As the reader will recall, not only was the settlement occupied almost entirely by women, the king's wives were sent back to their natal villages in order to give birth, and royal children were not raised in Fashoda. It was a place where there was sex, but no biological reproduction, no nursing, no child rearing, but also, no old age, grave illness, or natural death, since the king was not allowed to grow frail and pass away in the normal fashion, and his wives normally returned to their parents' settlements before they grew very old. All of this very much recalls the villages described by Simons further to the south, where birth and killing or anything involving the spilling of blood were considered hot, violent, dangerous activities which should be kept entirely outside the confines of inhabited space. Even sacrificed animals had to be, like the Shilluk wreath, smothered so that no blood was spilled. These restrictions were especially severe during the agricultural season, since they were the key to ensuring rain. Rain, in turn, was the temporary restoration of that happy conjunction of heaven and earth that was severed in the beginning of time. It seems hardly coincidental, then, that almost all of the wreath's ritual responsibilities involved either presiding over ceremonies appealing to Nukang to send the rains, or conducting harvest rituals, or even, that it was considered a matter of principle that the king and his wives did work at least a few symbolic fields, and followed the same agricultural cycles as everybody else. 39. These, at any rate, were the things that an ordinary Shilluk was likely to actually know about Fashoda. The overall picture seems clear. Fashoda was a little image of heaven. It was the closest one could come, in these latter days, to a restoration of the primal unity which preceded the separation of the earth and heaven. It was a place whose inhabitants experience neither birth nor death, although they do enjoy the pleasures of the flesh, ease and abundance, and also engaged in agricultural production if, like the original couple, Garang and Abuk, only just a little bit. Fashoda is, then, an undoing of the dilemma of the human condition. Obviously, it could only be a partial, provisional one. The Shilluk wreath was, as Burkhard Schnepel aptly put it, temporarily immortal. He was Nukang, but he was also not Nukang. Nukang was God, but Nukang was also not God. And even this limited degree of perfection could only be brought about by a complex play of balanced antagonism that would inevitably engulf him in the end. The installation ritual, description. All of this, I think, gives us the tools with which to interpret the famous Shilluk installation ceremonies. One must bear in mind here that this ritual was one of the few occasions during which an ordinary Shilluk was likely to actually see a wreath. Almost every clan played some role in the proceedings, whether in the preparation of rebuilding of royal dwellings beforehand, by bringing sacrificial animals or regalia, or by presiding over certain stages of the rituals themselves. It was in this sense the only real national ritual. The sense of popular participation was made all the more lively since, the rituals being so endlessly complicated and there usually having been such a long a time since they had last been performed, each step would tend to be accompanied by animated debate by all concerned as to what the correct procedure was. When a king dies, he is not said to have died but to have vanished, or to have gone across the river, much as was said of Nukang. Normally, Nukang is immanent both in the person of the king and in an effigy kept in a temple in the settlement of Akurwe, north of Fashoda. This effigy too is destroyed after a king's death. The Retha's body is conveyed to a sealed hut and left there for about a year, or at least until it is certain that nothing remains but bones. At that point, the Aurora will convey the skeleton to its permanent tomb in the Retha's natal village, and conduct a public funeral dance. It is only afterwards that a new wreath can be installed. This interim period, while the king's body lies decomposing and Nukang's effigy is gone, is considered a period of interregnum. It is always represented as a time of chaos and disorder, a year of fear. According to P. P. Howell and W. P. G. Thompson, who wrote the most detailed account of the rituals, messengers send out word that, there is no land, the Shilluk country has ceased to be. Others speak of the land as spoiled or ruined, the same language used in Dinka and newer songs to describe the state of the world since the separation of heaven and earth. At any rate, it is clear that with the rupture in the center, the image of perfection on earth and thus guarantor of the kingdom, everything is thrown into disarray. During this time, all important matters are put on hold, other than the frantic politicking surrounding the election of the new wreath. There were usually at least a dozen potential candidates. Settlement chiefs lobbied for their favorites, princesses offered bribes, royals conspired and plotted, and there was a real fear that everything would descend into civil war. As the chief of Dabalo explained in 1975, it is the period when we fear each other. I fear you and you fear me. If we meet away from the village, we can kill each other and no one will prevent us. So the meaning of Wanyamo is that we are all afraid and keep to our own homes, because there is no king. This sounds very much like a Hobbesian war of all against all. Still, when the chief suggests that the chaos is the result of the mere absence of the king's power to impose justice, one must bear in mind that this is a local official who grew up in a time of strong state authority, during which the wreath was subordinated to, but also supported by, Sudanese police. In earlier centuries, as we've seen, the wreath did not play this role. Rather, it would seem that the interregnum was the time when royal politics, ordinarily kept at a safe distance from ordinary people's lives, really did spill over into society as a whole, and that, as a result, anyone became a potential enemy. Traditionally, the interregnum lasted roughly a year, and ended during the cool months after the harvest in January and February, when the new election would be held so that the wreath could be installed. It was considered important the installation be completed in time to allow the new wreath to preside over rainmaking ceremonies in April. Neither was the election itself, conducted by 20 major chiefs or Yagos, presided over by the chief of Dabalo, definitive. As Schnapel notes, the College of Electors did not so much select the king as identify the candidate the chiefs felt most likely to be able to successfully endure the series of tests and crises that make up the ritual. Every step was a kind of ordeal and, thus, another judgment. Candidates often feared assassination at critical points of the ceremony. It was said if they were so much as injured in the course of them, they would be declared unfit and disqualified. Let me lay out the events, in abbreviated form, in roughly their order of occurrence. 40. Once the Electoral College, presided over by chiefs of the northern and southern halves of the country, had reached a decision, word was sent to the prince, who could be expected to be lingering nearby. The method of summoning the wreath was interesting. The chief of Gol Newkang 41 sent his son by night to get him. Whether or not there was a mock fight between the selected candidate and the messengers I do not know, but the traditional form of the words announcing the choice was told to me. It is an interesting example of Shilluk understatement when talking of the wreath. You are our Dinka slave, we want to kill you, which means, you are our chosen wreath, we want to install you in Fashoda. The candidate-elect is now summoned, shaved, and washed by Aurora women, and placed in seclusion. Immediately thereafter, select detachments of men from the northern and southern halves of the country set out on expeditions to acquire materials needed in the ritual, and, particularly, with which to remake the effigy of Newkang. This effigy is so important, and so famous, that it is fitting to offer a full description. Actually, Newkang's effigy is one of three. In addition to his, there is also an effigy of his rambunctious son Doc, and, finally, one of his older, but timid, son Cal. The first two almost always appear together. The effigy of Cal is much less important, only appearing at the very last day of the ceremony. The body of Newkang's effigy consists of a 5.5-foot trunk of ambach wood, adorned with cloth and bamboo, and topped with a crown of ostrich feathers. Doc is similar in composition, but his body is much smaller. However, unlike Newkang, his effigy is normally carried atop an 8-foot-tall bamboo pole. Ordinarily, all three are kept in Newkang's most famous shrine in the village of Akurwe, said to be the very place where Newkang vanished into the whirlwind. Their traditional keepers are a clan called Kwanyukwam, inhabitants of the place. These effigies are not merely symbols. They may become active at any time, and when active they are Newkang and Doc. The effigy of Newkang is rarely taken on a journey in normal times, though it is often brought out to dance during religious festivals at Akurwe itself. The effigy of Doc makes periodical excursions through the country. Both effigies have an important part to play in the ceremonies of installation. The soul of Newkang is manifest in the effigy for the occasion, and he must march from Akurwe to Fashoda to test the qualities of the new successor and to install him in the capital. Before this can be done, however, the effigy of Newkang destroyed after the death of the former wreath has to be entirely recreated, and that of Doc, refurbished. All the expeditions that set out of the country to gather materials are organized like war parties, and some of them, such as those sent into the raiding country to acquire ivory, silver, and cloth, originally were expected to acquire them by ambushing villages or caravans. In more recent times, those sent out have been obliged instead to buy them in markets to the north of Shillukland. However, whether they were sent outside the country to hunt ostriches or antelopes, or to gather rope or bamboo, all these parties are clearly seen as seizing goods by force, and little distinction is made between Shilluk and foreigners, since along the way they are given, or take, what they want from Shilluk as they pass. 43. All of these expeditions also seem to be under the broad aegis of Doc, whose effigy remains in the temple during the whole of the interregnum, except when leading occasional expeditions outside. 44. The raiding country to the north of Shillukland is seen as his particular domain. The most important of these expeditions by far is the one dispatched to find the new body of Newkang. It is led by the effigy of Doc, accompanied by his keepers from among the children of the stool, along with some men from the settlement of Muomo in the far north of the Shilluk country, who act as divers. After sacrificing a cow so that its blood runs into the river, They set out from Akurwe in canoes to an island in the midst of the raiding country called the island of Newkang. A drum is beaten, Doc scours the waters of the Nile, when a white bird appears to indicate the right spot, ornaments are cast into the water as an offering, along with a sacrificial ram, and a diver descends to search for an ambach trunk of roughly the right size to make the new body of Newkang. If he finds one, the body is wrapped in a white cloth and carried back to Akurwe, where both Newkang and Doc are outfitted with their newly acquired cloth, feathers, and bamboo. But luck was not guaranteed. Riyadh's informants emphasized that Newkang himself has specifically instructed his descendants to observe this custom as an ordeal, to test the wreath-elect, since, although the latter does not participate in the ceremony, Newkang will not appear if he disapproves of the elector's choice. In fact, they emphasized that if the trunk could not be found, the entire ceremony would have to be conducted again, starting from Akurwe, and that after 10 failures, the wreath-elect would be killed and another candidate chosen in his place, though, as with most of the dire warnings of the ceremony's dangers, no one could remember a specific occasion when anything like this had actually occurred. Once Newkang has been brought to life again in the form of an effigy, he and Doc march to the northern border of the country and begin to assemble an army, drawn from the men of the northern half. It is said that they retrace the steps of his original conquest of the country. The effigies are carried, and surrounded, by the children of the stool, many armed with whips to frighten away those who come too close, followed by a retinue carrying his drums, pots, shields, spears, and bed. No one is allowed to carry weapons in the effigies' presence, so when they stay overnight at village shrines, their hosts, who would ordinarily be carrying spears, carry millet stalks instead. During this time, Newkang usually retires, and Doc comes out to dance with, and bless, the assembled crowds. Everyone comes out to see the show, and to ask for cattle, sheep, spears, and so on. But they also hide their chickens. It is usual for gifts of a sheep or a goat to be presented or exacted by Newkang, and it was noticeable how all small stock or fowl were either shut up or driven away from the vicinity of Newkang, for Newkang has the right to anything he fancies. As Newkang proceeds with Doc his son beside him, the escort chants the songs of Newkang and Doc recounting their exploits of conquest. From time to time Newkang turns round and dances back as if to threaten those following. When he does this, Doc rushes ahead, carried in a charging position, his body held horizontally pointed like a spear. Occasionally, though, things could also get out of hand. It is accepted custom among the Shilluk that Newkang and his followers may seize cattle, sheep, or goats which cross their path, or to demand them as offerings together with other smaller gifts from the occupants of the villages through which they pass. This licensed plundering, which is often abused beyond the bounds of piety by Newkang's retinue, is treated by the Shilluk with admirable tolerance. At one point on the march at Moro, however, their demands were thought to be excessive and were resisted, a demonstration which nearly ended in armed conflict and which delayed the party for a while. At the same time, the whole procedure is considered something of a farce. Howell remarks that the effigies are treated by the Shilluk with a mixture of hilarity and dread, mixed emotions that are always apparent. It's clear enough what's happening. The effigies, assembled from pieces drawn from outside the country, descend on Shillukland like an alien, predatory force. On one level, what they are doing is all in good fun, on another, they represent forces that are quite real, and the consequences are potentially serious. Newkang and Doc proceed from settlement to settlement, gathering their forces, retracing, it is said, their original path of conquest. Often members of new communities will at first oppose them, then, energized, rally to their side. Finally, they approach Fashoda. The king has all this time been in seclusion in the capital, but on hearing of Newkang's passage through Galbani, the capital of the northern half of the country, he flees at night to take refuge in Dabalo, the capital of the southern half. During that night, all fires are put out in both villages. The chief of Dabalo challenges the wreath-elect, asking his business. He replies, I am the man sent by God to rule the land of the Shilluk. Unimpressed, the chief has his men try to block his party from entering, leading to mock battles, where, after being repelled 3 times, the wreath-elect finally enters. At this point the fires are relit, using fire sticks. According to Riyadh, 3 are lit in front of the king's hut, 1 from the royal family, 1 from the Ororo, and 1 from the people. These fires, one of the symbols of royalty, are never put out as long as the king lives, and are transported to Fashoda when the king moves to the capital. 45. Once in Dabalo, the wreath-elect gathers his own followers. At some times, he is surrounded by men seeking forgiveness for sexual misdemeanors, he grants this in exchange for gifts of sheep and goats. At others, he is himself treated like a small boy, belittled and humiliated by the chief, made to sleep in a rude hut and to herd sheep or cattle. He is formally betrothed to an 8 to 10-year-old girl, called the Niakwar or girl of the ceremonies, who will be his almost constant companion from them on. Gradually, the southern chiefs all arrive with their warriors, to match Nukang's army of the north. Both sides prepare for a ritual battle which is always fought along the banks of a river that represents the official border between the 2 divisions of the country. The candidate marches up, surrounded by the Ororo, who are his bodyguards but at the same time the symbols of his mortality. He proceeds north toward Fashoda sitting backward on an ox, which is led by its tail, and alongside a heifer, also walking backward. Nukang dispatches messengers to mock him. Before crossing the river, he and the girl step over a sheep, then a black bull, before crossing the river, thus consecrating them for sacrifice. It is said in earlier days he used to step over an old man who was then trampled by the people after him, usually, to death. The 2 forces proceed to do battle, each side unleashing a volley of millet stalks in lieu of spears. Nukang's followers, however, are also armed with whips, reputed to be so powerful that a direct blow could cause madness. As a result, the southern forces are put to rout, and at the height of the battle, the bearers of Nukang and Dok sweep forward and surround the wreath-elect, carrying him off as prisoner to Fashoda, together with the girl of the ceremonies. On their arrival, the heifer is ritually sacrificed. Once in the capital, however, the 2 figures begin to fuse. Nukang's sacred stool is taken from his shrine, a white canopy is arranged around it, and the effigies and their captives are brought inside. First, Nukang is first placed on the throne, then removed and replaced with the wreath-elect. He begins to tremble, and exhibit signs of possession. The soul of Nukang, it is said, has left the effigy and entered the king. He's doused with cold water. At this point the effigies retreat to their shrine, and the wreath is revealed to the assembled people, as his wives warm water for a ritual bath while he sits like a graven image on the chair, himself now an effigy, and later is led out before the assembled people. In one case, at least, observers remarked he seemed visibly in trance. After the sacrifice of an ox, he is led to a temporary camp just opposite the shrine, where he is bathed in great secrecy, with water alternately warm and cool, to express the desire that he rule with an even temper and avoid extremes. This bath is part of a broader process of communion with the spirit of Nukang, which was considered arcane knowledge about which outsiders should know little, but according to some, the wreath spent many hours of contemplation as the soul passed fully into him. The transfer of Nukang's soul marks the new wreath's last public appearance for at least 3 days. Afterwards, the king remains in seclusion, guarded only by some Ororo and a few of his own retainers. Once again, he is treated like a boy, expected to tend a small herd of cattle, and accompanied only by his betrothed child bride. At some point, though, adult sexuality intervenes. An Ororo woman lures the king away to the shrines on the Mound of Achirwick in Fashoda and seduces him. 46 While he is thus distracted, Nukang steals out from another of the shrines and kidnaps the girl of the ceremonies. On the king's return, he discovers her gone and, pretending outrage, begins searching everywhere. On finally realizing what's happened, he confronts the chief of Kwan Yukwam, explaining that the girl had been properly betrothed by a payment in cattle, and Nukang had no right to her. The chief, however, insists that the herds used, which are, after all, the old Retha's herds, are really Nukang's. Finally it comes down to another contest of arms. Both sides marshal their forces in Fashoda. This time, Nukang is accompanied not only by the ferocious Dok, but also by his hapless son Kal. A smaller mock battle ensues, but this time the northerners' whips prove ineffective. The wreath sweeps in and recaptures the girl from Nukang. Finally, the effigies have to fight their way back into their own shrines, and negotiate their effective surrender. The girl remains with the king, who has, in his victory, demonstrated that he and not the effigy is the true embodiment of Nukang. At this point the effigies disappear, and do not return for the remainder of the ceremonies. At this point, too, the drama is also effectively over. The new wreath spends the next day on his throne at Etcherwick, holding court amidst an assembly of the nation's chiefs. Each places his spearhead down in the ground and delivers a speech urging the new ruler to respect elders and tradition, protect the weak, preserve the nation, and similar sage advice. Drums salute their words. The king is invested in 2 silver bracelets that serve as marks of office. An ox is speared. Finally, the king is given a tour of the capital. Everything is back in place. The newly installed wreath sends cattle for sacrifice to each of the shrines of Nukang scattered throughout the country. Some weeks later he is ready to preside over his first major ritual, a series of sacrifices calling on Nukang to call on God to send the rain. Once the first rains fall, the effigies leave Fashoda and return to their shrine in Akurwe, and do not return until the new king does. Since the drama began with the people's representatives announcing, euphemistically, that they wish to kill the candidate-elect, it might be best to end it by noting that even here, in the Retha's most benevolent function, there were similar, darker possibilities. While one would imagine a newly inaugurated wreath would have nothing but enthusiasm for his role as rainmaker, this was not always assumed to be the case. The king is the only authorized person to refuse or permit sacrifices at the important ritual ceremonies. The act of sacrificing animals to appease Juak, the highest spirit, and Nukang, the demigod, cannot be correctly undertaken without the king's sanction. Without sacrifices the people's wishes cannot be granted. It follows that the king is the real power in religious matters, and sometimes he withholds his beneficial powers if he feels the disloyalty of his subjects or their hatred towards him. In other words, while the wreath was not personally responsible for bringing down rain through magical means, his role was, at least potentially, not so very different. A drought might well be blamed on royal spite and, presumably, begin to spur a political crisis, even if it was unlikely to end with an actual lynch mob. The installation ritual, analysis. To some degree, the symbolic structure of the ritual is quite transparent. There is a constant juxtaposition of north and south, the former the division of Nukang, the latter, of the king. The north is identified with the eternal, universal kingship, the south, with the particular, mortal king. Hence, as Evans Pritchard put it, in the ritual, the kingship captures the king. Having been defeated as a human, the wreath-elect becomes Nukang, and is thus able to defeat the effigy and banish it back to its shrine. Another explicit element is the opposition of fire and water. At the same time as the image of Nukang emerges from the river far to the north, new fires are lit in Dabalo, the capital of the south, that will burn for the rest of the king's reign and be put out when he dies. Water here is eternity. It doesn't even represent eternity, it is eternity. The Nile will always be there, and always the same. With the rains, it is the permanent source of fecundity and life. It is therefore utterly appropriate that Nukang, whose mother was a crocodile and who is called Child of the River, should emerge from its waters. 47 Fire, on the other hand, is, like blood, the stuff of worldly transformation. In this case, the fires correspond to the mortal life of the individual king, they will exist exactly as long as he lives. It is thus equally appropriate that when the synthesis of Nukang and Wreath, between the eternal principle and mortal office holder, occurs, it should be accompanying by putting a fire to water. The bath during which the king becomes fully one with the demigod also unites the two elemental principles. Fire meets water as mortal man meets God. 48. All these elements are, as I say, relatively straightforward. Other elements are less so. The most puzzling is the role of Nukang's son Dok. Existing analyses, even those that have a great deal to say about the effigies, focus almost exclusively on Nukang, who is always assumed to represent the timeless nature of the royal office. They rarely have anything to say about Dok. But in many ways Dok seems even more important than Nukang, if nothing else, because his is the only effigy that was genuinely eternal. When the king dies, Nukang returns to his mother in the river. Dok remains. Dok's effigy then presides over the recreation of Nukang's. What is one to make of this? It might help here to return to the overall cosmological framework. The reader will recall that the Shilluk creator is rarely invoked directly, but largely approached through Nukang. The all-powerful being who exists in the minds of the Shilluk as a remote and amoral deity is called Juak. Juak is the Shilluk conception of God and is present to a greater and lesser degree in all things. Juak is the explanation of the unknown, the reassuring justification of all the supernatural phenomena, good and bad, of which life is made up. The principal medium through whom Juak is approached is Nukang. The distinction between them is not clear. Nukang is Juak, but Juak is not Nukang. Further, the soul of Nukang is reincarnate in every Shilluk wreath, and thus exists both in the past and the present. Nukang is the wreath, but the wreath is not Nukang. The paradox of the unity yet separation is not easy to define. The Shilluk themselves would find it difficult to explain. Juak, Nukang, and the wreath represent the line through whom divinity runs. The wreath is clearly himself the medium through which both Nukang and, more vaguely, Juak are approached, and is the human intercessor with God. After many years of contemplation and debate, scholars of Nilotic religions have learned to read such paradoxical phrases as statements about refraction and encompassment. Nukang is an aspect of God, but God is in no way limited to that aspect. 49 We are presented, as in a rain-making ceremony, with a very straightforward model of a linear hierarchy. The wreath intercedes for the people and asks Nukang to intercede with God to bring the rains. If the rain comes, it temporarily joins everything together. However, as we've seen, at every point there is potential antagonism. The people may hate the wreath or wish to kill him, they may curse Nukang, the wreath may withhold the rains out of resentment of the people, the king and Nukang raise armies and do battle with each other. Only God seems to stand outside this, but only because God is so distant. In newer and Dinka cosmologies, where divinity is a more immediate concern, we learn that the human condition was first created because of God's anger against humans, and there are even stories of defiant humans trying to make war on God and on the rain. Antagonism here appears to be the very principle of separation. Insofar as the wreath is not Nukang, it is first of all because the two sometimes stand in a relation of mutual hostility. This, too, is fairly straightforward. Certainly, there are ambiguities, for instance, about how and whether the people themselves could be said to partake of divinity, since divinity is, after all, said to be present in everything, but these are the ambiguities typical of any such hierarchical system of encompassment. Things get a little more complicated when one examines prayers offered directly to God. Here is one in Westermann, pronounced during a sacrifice to cure someone who is sick. There is no one above thee, thou God. Thou becamest the grandfather of Nukango, it is thou who walkest with God, thou becamest the grandfather, and thy son Dok. If famine comes, is it not given by thee? So as this cow stands here, is it not thus? If she dies, does her blood not go to thee? Thou God, and thou who becamest Nukango, and thy son Dok. But the soul, is it not thine own? 50. Here we have the same sort of hierarchical participation, but the king is gone and Doc appears in his place. Doc's presence might not be entirely surprising here because it is most often his attacks that make people too sick to begin with. If so, Doc, however much subordinated, also represents the active principle that sets everything off. This often seems to be his function. Certainly, Doc is nothing if not active. This is especially obvious when he is paired with Niu Kang, which he normally is. Niu Kang's effigy is larger and heavier. It is clearly meant to embody the gravitas and dignity of authority. His image thus tends to stay near the center of things. In ordinary times, the effigy remains in the temple at Akurway even when Doc's effigy leaves it to tour the country. When the two do travel together, it is always Doc who moves about, interacts, while Niu Kang takes on a more statesman-like reserve. True, one could argue this is simply a consequence of Doc's subordinate status. Niu Kang is the authoritative center, Doc his worldly representative, his errand boy. But even here there are ambiguities. Most strikingly, while Doc is smaller than Niu Kang, he towers above him, always being carried atop an 8-foot pole. Niu Kang, in contrast, stays close to the ground. In fact, his effigy is often held parallel to the ground, while Doc's is ordinarily vertical. Similar ambiguities appear in stories about the two heroes' lives. Sometimes, especially in his youth, it is Doc who is always getting himself in trouble and Niu Kang with his magical power who must step in to save him. But later, during the conquest of Shillukland, it is more likely to be the other way around. Niu Kang is foiled by some problem, and Doc proves more ingenious, or more resourceful with a spear, and manages to solve it. There is also the peculiar feature of Cal, Niu Kang's feckless older son, who never accomplishes anything and whose image appears only when the effigy's forces lose. Doc and Cal seem to represent opposites, pure aggression versus absolute passivity, with Niu Kang again defining the center. Yet in what way is Niu Kang superior if he is more like the useless Cal? What I would suggest is that this is not just a dilemma of interpretation for the outside analyst. It reflects a fundamental dilemma about the nature of political power that Shilluk tend to find as intractable as anyone else. Rituals can be interpreted as ways of puzzling out such problems, even as, simultaneously, they are ways of making concrete political change in the world. Critical here is the role of the interregnum, the year of fear. Wherever there are kings, interregna tend to be seen as periods of chaos and violence, times when the very cosmological order is thrown into disarray. But as Burkhard Schnapel justly points out, this is the reason most monarchies try to keep them as brief as possible. There is no particular reason why those organizing the Shilluk installation ceremonies could not have declared, say, a 3 to 5 day period of chaos and terror. In fact, by the 1970s, that's exactly what they decided to do, abandoning the year-long interregnum entirely. If for centuries before they didn't, it indicates, if nothing else, that this year of fear was fundamentally important in some way. Its importance, I think, is the key to understanding the importance of Doc as well. During the interregnum, royal politics, ordinarily bottled up in the figure of the wreath, overflows into society at large. The result is constant peril. During this period, Niu Kang is gone, and Doc alone remains. The return to normalcy begins with the stage of preparations, conducted under Doc's general aegis, and often under his direct supervision. Expeditions set out to appropriate the materials with which to reconstruct the royal office, starting with the effigies. They uproot plants, they hunt and kill animals, they ambush and plunder camps and caravans. Nor do they limit their depredations to foreigners. They take what they like from Shilluk communities as well. Doc's expeditions, then, represent indiscriminate predatory violence directed at every aspect of creation, vegetable, animal, every sort of human being. As I have pointed out, indiscriminate in this context also means universal. Ordinarily, when one is in the presence of a power that can rain destruction equally on anyone and everyone, that is what Shilluk refer to as Juak, or God. 51 This is not to say that Dok is God. Dok is the human capacity to act like God, to mimic his capricious, predatory destructiveness. In the stories, this is how he first appears, raining death and disaster arbitrarily. From his own perspective, taking what he likes. From the perspective of his victims, playing God. During the interregnum, then, it is not just royal politics that spills over into society at large, it is divine power itself, the violent, arbitrary divine power that is, as Shilluk institutions ensured no one could ever forget, the real essence and origin of royalty. Of course, God is not simply a force of destruction, he is also, originally, the creator of everything, and it is probably worth noting that this is also the only point in the ceremonies where anyone really makes or fashions anything. Still, this is not what's emphasized. What is emphasized is appropriation, which is perhaps the most distinctly human form of activity. Through a combination of appropriation and creation, Dok's people thus fashion Nukang. Once they have done so, and Nukang returns, he limits his depredations to his own Shilluk nation, retracing his original journey of conquest. But there seems to be a calculated ambiguity here. Do the Shilluk become Shilluk Nukang's subjects because they collectively construct Nukang, or because he then goes on to conquer them? The interregnum, then, is a time when divine power suffuses everything. This is what makes the creation of society possible. It's also what makes the creation of society necessary, since it results in an undifferentiated state of chaos and at least potential violence of all against all. Social order, like cosmic order, comes of separation, and the resultant creation of a relatively balanced, stable set of antagonisms. That one is, in fact, dealing with divine power here is confirmed by stories about the nature of the election itself. The Electoral College is made up primarily of commoners, with a few royal representatives, but many insisted that in former times a delegation from the Nuba Kingdom, the ancient allies of Nukang, performed a ritual, a fire ordeal, involving throwing either sticks or pebbles in a fire, that ensured that the new wreath was chosen directly by God. Even in current times, the election is taken to represent God's choice. This is what allows the wreath to tell the chief of Dabalo that he is the man sent by God to rule the land of the Shilluk. 52 The people and God are here interchangeable. With Nukang's return, God leaves the picture, and Dok is again reduced to his father's deputy. Divinity begins to be properly bottled up. Nukang may continue Dok's predatory ways, looting and pillaging as he reenacts his conquests, but it has all become something of a burlesque. Over the course of the ceremonies, Nukang's spirit, having been coaxed out of the river, is transferred first into the effigy, then, just as reluctantly, into the body of the wreath-elect. In doing so, Nukang is also moving forward in history, from his birth from the river in mythic times, to his heroic exploits in the beginning of Shilluk history, to his current incarnation in the body of a contemporary king. If one looks at what is happening in the south, surrounding the candidate, however, we see a very different kind of drama. I have already mentioned the contrast between the water symbolism surrounding Nukang and the fire symbolism surrounding the king. This is also a juxtaposition between mortality and eternity. Nukang might be constructed, but he is constructed of eternal materials. He then moves from the generic and thus timeless to the increasingly particular, and hence historic. But he will never actually die, just disappear and begin the cycle all over again. The king, on the other hand, is from the start surrounded by reminders of his own mortality. If the fires are the most obvious of these reminders, the most important are surely the Ororo. The Ororo preside over every aspect of the king's mortality. As degraded nobility, their very existence is a reminder that royal status is not eternal, that kings have children, that most of them will not be kings, that eventually, royal status itself can pass away. In royal ritual, Ororo have a jurisdiction over everything that pertains to sexuality and death. They are the men who carry out the sacrifices for the king by spearing and roasting animals, they are the women who wash, shave, and seduce the king, they will provide his highest-ranking wives, they protect but eventually kill him, they officiate over the decomposition and burial of his corpse. Throughout the ceremonies, the wreath-elect is surrounded by Aurora. When he is defeated and seized by Nukang, he is plucked from amidst his own mortality. This is not to say that the wreath is ever more than temporarily immortal. Even after his capture, the Aurora soon return. This theme plays itself out throughout the ceremony. If the drama in the north is about the gradual containment of arbitrary, divine power, the drama in the south is about human vulnerability. The wreath-to-be is mocked, treated as a child, forced to ride backward on an ox. His followers never wield arbitrary power over humans. Unlike Dok and Nukang, they do not loot or plunder or hold passers-by for ransom. They do, however, constantly offer animals up for sacrifice. Just about every significant action of the king is marked by his stepping over some animal, which is later ritually killed. 53 In one sense, what the king does is the exact opposite of what Nukang and Dok are doing. Sacrificial meat is redistributed. 54 So instead of stealing live beasts, he is distributing the flesh of dead ones. This is especially significant since, when presiding over sacrifices meant to resolve feuds, Shilluk kings have been known to state quite explicitly that the flesh and blood of the animal they sacrifice should be considered as their own. Since in ordinary Shilluk sacrifices the life and blood of the creature are said to go up to God and to Nukang, it would seem the king is here playing the part of humanity as a whole, placing himself in a willfully subordinate position to the cosmic powers that will ultimately take hold of him. In a larger sense, sacrifice in all Nilotic religions, the paradigmatic ritual, is about the re-establishment of boundaries. 55 Divinity has entered into the world, the ordinary divisions of the cosmos have become confused, the result is illness or catastrophe. So while sacrifice is, here as everywhere, a way of entering into communication with the divine, it is ultimately a way of putting divinity back in its proper place. If the interregnum, the reign of Dok, is a time of indiscriminate violence against every aspect of creation, sacrifice is about restoring discriminations, respect, to use the newer/Dinka phrase, 56 separation, appropriate distance. In this sense, the entire installation ceremony is a kind of sacrifice, or at least does the same thing that a sacrifice is ordinarily meant to do. It restores a world of separations. Of course, if the ritual is a kind of sacrifice, it is reasonable to ask, who is the victim? The wreath-elect? A case could be made. The ceremony begins with the people informing the candidate that they wish to kill him. During his time in Dabalo, he is treated very much like an ox being prepared for sacrifice. Sacrificial oxen, too, are secluded, manhandled, and mocked, even while those who mock them also confess their sins. 57 Then in the end the ox's death becomes a token of a newly created community, its unity brought into concrete being in the sharing of the animal's flesh. Here one could almost see the humiliated princely candidate in a messianic role, giving of himself to man and God, sacrificing himself in the name of Shilluk unity. But if so, the obvious objection is that he doesn't seem to be sacrificing very much. To the contrary, the ceremonies end with the new king happily installed in Fashoda, accepting the allegiance of his subjects, inspecting the buildings, reassembling a harem, perhaps, if so inclined, plotting bloody revenge on anyone who has ever insulted him. Still, all this is temporary. The king is, ultimately, destined to die a ritual death. So, is the king to be considered a sacrificial victim on temporary reprieve? In a certain sense, I would say yes. Every act of sacrifice does, after all, contain its utopian moment. Here, it's as if the king is suspended inside that utopian moment indefinitely, or at least, so long as his strength holds out. Let me explain what I mean by this. Normally, what I'm calling the utopian moment in sacrifice is experienced first and foremost in the feast, after the animal is dead, when the entire community is brought together for the collective enjoyment of its flesh. Often this is a community that has been created, patched together from previously unrelated or even hostile factions, by the ceremony itself. Even if that is not the case, they must put aside any prior differences. According to Lienhart, for Dinka, such moments of communal harmony are the closest one can come to the direct experience of God or, to be more exact, to divinity in its aspect of benevolent universality. In divinity the Dinka image their experience of the ways in which human beings everywhere resemble each other, and in a sense form a single community with one original ancestor created by one creator. When, therefore, a prophet like Arian D shows that he is able to make peace between normally exclusive and hostile communities, to persuade them to observe between them the peaceful conventions which they had previously observed only internally, and to unite people of different origins in a single community, he proves that he is a man of divinity. A man is recognized as a powerful man of divinity because he creates for people the experience of peace between men and of the uniting of forces which are normally opposed to each other, of which divinity is understood to be the grounds. It's in this sense that God also represents truth, justice, honesty, uprightness, and so on. It is not because God, as a conscious entity, is just. In fact, like most Nilotic peoples, Dinka seem haunted by the strong suspicion that he isn't. It is because truth, justice, and so on, are the necessary grounds for order and peace in human relations, and therefore, truth, justice, and so on, are God. The point of sacrificial ritual, then, is to move from one manifestation of the divine to the other, from God as confusion and disaster to God as unity and peace. Normally it is the feast which seems to act as the primary experience of God, but often the divine element takes even more concrete form in the undigested grass extracted from the cow's stomach. It seems significant that the one shilluk sacrifice for which we have any sort of description other than those meant to bring the rain is aimed at creating peace between two parties to a feud. The wreath here plays the part of the Dinka prophet. After he emphasizes that the ox's flesh and blood are really his own, the animal is speared, and the chime, the half-digested grass in question, is used to anoint the former feuding parties. That was done to show their united condition. 58 Newer insists that chime, like the blood and more generally the life, is the part of the sacrificed animal that belongs to God. Generally speaking, in Nilotic ritual, chime 59 is treated as the stuff of pure potential. It is grass in the process of becoming flesh, undifferentiated substance in the way of creative transformation. As such it is itself the pure embodiment of life. It seems to me that this is the utopian moment in which the wreath is suspended. Not only is he, as wreath, the ground for order and peace in human relations, of unity and hence of justice, he is the person actually responsible for mediating and resolving disputes. Peace and justice, then, is the social equivalent of rain, and chime, like falling water, is the very physical substance of the divine in its most benevolent aspect. All this is stated almost explicitly in the peace sacrifice. The king is the ox, he is God, he is peace, he is the unity of all his subjects. This, too, is how the wreath can be both sacrificial victim in suspense, and living in a kind of small version of paradise. The installation ritual begins with a nightmare vision of a world infused with divine power, in which no separations exist, and all human relations are therefore tinged with potential violence. It is the worst kind of unity of God and world. It ends with the restoration of the best kind. In this sense, it is the transformation of divine king into sacred king. Doc, in his untrammeled form, embodies the former. The proceedings seem to be based on the assumption that the primordial truth of power, that it is arbitrary violence, has to be acknowledged so it can then be contained. One might argue the two main forms of sacred kingship identified by Luc de Huysque are the two principal strategies for doing this. Each plays itself out in a different division of the country. In the north, divine power is reduced to a fetish, literally, an effigy which is constructed by, and hence to some degree therefore manageable by, ordinary humans. In the south, we see the making of a classic scapegoat king. Ultimately the two become one. The king not only becomes Nukang, he also, at least momentarily, becomes an effigy. Ordered, hierarchical relations are restored. The new king is in a sense all of them at once, even as he is also the means to keep them apart, suspended in a kind of balanced antagonism. As such he is a victim himself suspended, temporarily, in a miniature version of the original unity of heaven and earth, in a strange village with sex but without childbirth, a place of ease and pleasure, devoid of hunger, sickness, and death. The paradise, however, is temporary, and the solution always provisional, incomplete. Arbitrary violence can never be entirely eliminated. Heaven and earth cannot really be brought together, except during momentary thundershowers. And even the simulation of paradise is bought at a terrible price. Some words in way of a conclusion. I have framed my argument in cosmological terms because I believe one cannot understand political institutions without understanding the people who create them, what they believe the world to be like, how they imagine the human situation within it, and what they believe it is possible or legitimate to want from it. This is true everywhere, even though cosmological formulations themselves can vary enormously. Still, anyone coming at the Shilluk material from a background in Judaism, Christianity, or Islam is unlikely to feel on entirely here. There is a reason early anthropologists often saw Nilotic peoples as the closest living cousins of the biblical patriarchs. Not only are Semitic and Nilotic languages distantly connected, in each case we are dealing with semi-nomadic pastoralists with a lineage-based form of organization, monotheists whose ritual life was dominated by sacrifice to a distant and arbitrary god. Actually, I suspect this affinity is true, in a more attenuated sense, for Africa more generally. It is easy to get the sense, reading African myths, that the basic dilemmas of human existence they explore the reasons for suffering, the justice of God are much the same as those grappled with in the Abrahamic tradition, if nothing else, certainly far more familiar to someone raised on the tradition of the Bible and Greek myths than equivalent stories from, say, Amazonia or Polynesia or even ancient Ireland. Though to some degree, too, they deal with issues that are universal. It would have to be so, or it would not be possible to make cross-cultural generalizations about divine kingship, sacred kingship, or scapegoats to begin with. This essay is really founded on two such generalizations. The first is that it is one of the misfortunes of humanity that we share a tendency to see the successful prosecution of arbitrary violence as in some sense divine or, anyway, to identify it with some kind of transcendental power. It is not entirely clear why this should be. Perhaps it has something to do with the utterly disproportionate quality of violence, the enormous gap between action and effect. It takes decades to bring forth and shape a human being, a few seconds to bring all that to nothing by driving a spear into his chest. It takes very little effort to drop a bomb, unimaginable effort to have to learn to get about without legs for the rest of one's life because they've been blown off by one. Even more, acts of arbitrary violence are acts which for the victims and their families must necessarily have enormous significance, but have no intrinsic meaning. Meaning, after all, implies intentionality. But the definition of arbitrary is that there is no particular reason why one person was shot or blown up and another wasn't. Such acts are therefore by definition meaningless, in that they do not embody a conscious or even unconscious intention. This is just what allows arbitrary acts of weather to be referred to as acts of God. Meaning abhors a vacuum. Particularly when we are dealing with actions or events of enormous significance, it is hard to resist the tendency to ascribe some kind of transcendental meaning, or at least to assume that one exists even though we can't know what it is. It is in this absolute absence of meaning that we encounter the divine. Of course, this is only a tendency. As I remarked earlier, it's not as if any bandit who finds himself in a position to wreak random violence with impunity is therefore going to be treated as a god. But some are. It is also clear that the apparatus of sacred kingship is a very effective way of managing those who are treated in this way. Here I introduce my second cross-cultural generalization. The sacred, everywhere, is seen as something that is or should be set apart. As much as an object becomes the embodiment of a transcendental principle or abstraction, so much is it to be kept apart from the muck and mire of ordinary human life, and surrounded, therefore, with restrictions. These are the kind of principles of separation that Nuer and Dinka, at least, refer to with the word dek, usually translated respect. Violent men almost invariably insist on tokens of respect, but tokens of respect taken to the cosmological level, not to touch the earth, not to see the sun, tend to become severe limits on one's freedom to act violently. If nothing else, the violence can, as in the Shilluk case, be bottled up, limited to a specific royal sphere which is under ordinary circumstances scrupulously set apart from ordinary daily affairs. We will never know the exact circumstances under which Shilluk royal institutions came into being, but the broad outlines can be reconstructed. The ancestors of the Shilluk were likely in most essentials barely distinguishable from their Nuer or Dinka neighbors, fiercely egalitarian pastoralists who settled along an unusually fertile stretch of the Nile. There they became more sedentary, more populous, but also began regularly raiding their neighbors for cattle, wealth, and food. To some degree this appears to have been born of necessity, to some degree, it no doubt became a matter of glory and adventure. An incipient class of war chieftains emerged who assembled wealth in the form of cattle, women, and retainers. These became the ancestors of Shilluk royalty. However, the royal clan itself only appears to have developed, at least in the form in which anthropologists came to know it, after a prolonged struggle over the nature of the emerging political order, the role of women, and the power and jurisdiction of commoner chiefs. A compromise eventually emerged, which has come to be known as the divine kingship of the Shilluk. This compromised formulation appears to have been brilliantly successful in creating and maintaining a sense of a unified nation, capable of defending itself and usually dominating the surrounding territories, without ever giving the royals with their fractious politics much chance to play havoc with local affairs. It was sustained by popular vigilance. Ordinary Shilluk appear to have resisted the emergence of anything resembling an administrative system. Communications between Fashoda and other settlements were maintained not by officials, but principally by relations with and between royal sisters, wives, and daughters. Any attempt at creating systematic tribute relations, at home or abroad, appears to have been met with such immediate and widespread protest that the very legitimacy of the kingship was soon called into question. As a result, the royal treasury, such as it was, consisted almost entirely of wealth that had been seized in raids either against foreigners, or against Shilluk communities that resisted attempts to mediate disputes. The playful raiding during installation rituals was simply a reminder of what everyone already knew, that predatory violence was and would always remain the essence of sovereignty. Above all, there seemed to be an at least implicit understanding that such matters ought not be in any way obfuscated, that the euphemization of power was essential to any project of its permanent institutionalization, and this was precisely what most people did not wish to see. My use of the term utopia is somewhat unconventional in this context. I am defining utopia, in the fairly colloquial sense, as any place that represents an unattainable ideal, particularly if that ideal involves an impossible resolution of what are otherwise taken to be the fundamental dilemmas of human existence, however those might be conceived. Utopia is the place where contradictions are resolved. 60 Part of my inspiration here is Pierre Claster's argument that among the Amazonian societies he knew, states could never have developed out of existing political institutions. Those political institutions, he insisted, appeared to be designed to prevent arbitrary coercive authority from ever developing. If states ever could emerge in this environment, it could only be through figures like the Tupi-Guarani prophets, who called on their followers to abandon their existing customs and communities to embark on a quest for a land without evil, an imaginary utopia where all would become as gods, free of birth and death, the earth would yield its bounty without labor, and all social restrictions could therefore be set aside. The state can only arise from such absolutist claims, and, above all, from an explicit break with the world of kinship. Luc de Huesca's original insight on African kingship, which came out in the same year as Claster's original essay, makes a similar argument: kingship must always mark an explicit break with the domestic order. Perhaps this is not surprising, as both emerge from the mutual confluence of revolutionary politics and structuralist theory. 61 Obviously, de Huysque was later to take it in what might seem a very different direction. But how different is it really? Certainly, Shilluk kings do share certain qualities with Nuer and Dinka prophets, even if, unlike them, they don't predict the coming of a new world where all human dilemmas will be resolved. 62 Certainly, the organization of the royal capital did represent a kind of partial unraveling of the dilemmas of the human condition. But we can also consider de Huysque's idea of the body fetish. The reader will recall that the basic idea here is that rituals of installation turn the king's own physical person into the equivalent of a magical charm. He is the kingdom, its milk and its grain, and any danger to the king's bodily integrity is thus a threat to the safety and prosperity of the kingdom as a whole. If he grows old and sickly, defeats, crop failures, and natural disasters are likely to result. Hence the principle, so common in Africa, that kings ought not to die a natural death. For this reason, the king must keep himself in a state of ritual purity, as Evans Pritchard stressed, and also a state of physical perfection. All sources agree on this latter point, and it is a common feature of sacred kingship. A legitimate candidate to the throne must not only be strong and healthy, he must have no scars, blemishes, missing teeth, asymmetrical features, undescended testicles, deformities, and so forth. What's more, his bodily integrity must be fastidiously maintained, particularly at ritual moments. We are told that if during the installation ceremonies the wreath is injured in any way, even if the king is only punched and blood appears, he is immediately disqualified for office. For this reason, some sources insist kings could not even fight in war, but were rather borne along as a kind of standard while others were fighting. Historical narratives suggest this was not always the case, but certainly, if the king were seriously injured, this could not be allowed to stand, and he would be discreetly dispatched. The very idea of physical perfection is strangely paradoxical if you really think about it. What does it mean to say someone is physically perfect? Presumably that they correspond to some idealized model of what a human being is supposed to be like. But how do we even know what humans are supposed to be like? There is only one way, by observing actual human beings. But actual human beings are never physically perfect. In fact, when compared with the model of a generic human we have in our heads, most seem at least slightly misshapen. This is partly because, when moving from tokens to types, we wipe out change and process. Real humans grow, age, and so on. Generic humans are, first of all, caught forever at some idealized moment of their lives. But it's also an effect of the process of generalization itself. In moving from tokens to types, we always seem to generate something which we find more proper or appealing than the tokens, or at least the overwhelming majority of them. In this sense, the king is indeed an abstraction or transcendental principle, the ideal typical human, though here I am using the phrase not in Weber's sense, but rather from the understanding that, like Leonardo da Vinci, when we try to imagine the typical, we usually end up generating the ideal. 63 Insofar as the wreath is the embodiment of the nation, and of humanity as a whole before the divine powers, he is a generic human. Insofar as he is the generic human, he must be the perfect human. Insofar as he is an image of humanity removed from time and process, he must be preserved from any harmful transformation until the point where, when this becomes impossible, he must be simply destroyed and put away. In the sense, the king's body is less a fetish than itself a kind of micro-utopia, an impossible ideal. There is always, I think, a certain utopian element in the sacred. That which is sacred is not only set apart from the mundane world, it is set apart particularly from the world of time and process, of birth, growth, decay, and also simple bodily functions, ways in which the body is continuous with the world. I have explored this phenomenon in great detail elsewhere. What is most striking in the case of sacred kingship is that this is reflected above all in an urge to deny the king's mortality, and this denial is almost invariably effected by killing people. Rulers of early states, Egyptian and Mesoamerican pyramid builders being only the most famous examples, had a notorious tendency to develop obsessions with their own mortality. In a way, this is not hard to understand. Like Gilgamesh, having conquered every other enemy they could imagine, they were left to confront the one that they could never ultimately defeat. Killing others, in turn, does seem one of the few ways to achieve some sort of immortality. That is to say, most kings are aware that there are rulers remembered for reigns of peace, justice, and prosperity, but they are rarely the ones remembered for all time. If history will accord them permanent significance, it will most likely be for either one or two things: vast building projects or wars of conquest. There is an almost literal vampirism here. 10,000 young Assyrians or Frenchmen must be wiped from existence, their own future histories aborted, so the name of Assurbanipal or Napoleon can live on. Shilluk refused to allow their wreaths to engage in this sort of behavior, but in the institutions of Phrase Ryan's sacred kingship we encounter the same relation in a far more subtle way. The connection is so subtle, in fact, that it has gone largely unnoticed. But it comes especially clearly into focus if one compares the Shilluk kingdom with its most notoriously brutal cousin, the kingdom of Buganda, located on the shores of Lake Victoria a few hundred miles to the south. In many ways, the similarities between the two are quite remarkable. Ganda legends, too, trace the kingship back to a cosmic dilemma about the origins of death. Here, too, the first king did not die but mysteriously vanished in the face of popular discontent. Here, too, the next three kings vanished as well. Here, too, there were elaborate installation rituals with mock battles, the lighting of ritual fires, and a chaotic year-long interregnum. Yet in other ways the Ganda kingship is an exact inversion. Much of the difference turned on the status of women. In Buganda, women did almost all subsistence labor, while having no autonomous organizations of their own. Men formed a largely parasitical stratum, the young ones organized into militarized bands, older ones into an endlessly elaborate administrative apparatus that seemed to function largely to keep the younger ones under control, or distracted in endless wars of conquest. The result was, by any definition, a bona fide state. It was also one of those rare cases when bureaucratization did not in any sense lead to any significant euphemization. While the king was not identified with any divine being, he remained very much a divine king in our sense of the term, a dispatcher of arbitrary violence, and higher justice, both at the same time. However, where the Shilluk king was surrounded by executioners whose role was eventually to kill him, the Ganda king was surrounded by executioners whose role was to kill everybody else. Thousands might be slaughtered during royal funerals, installations, or when the king periodically decided there were too many young men on the roads surrounding the capital, and it was time to round a few hundred up and hold a mass execution. Kings might be killed in rebellions, but none were ritually put to death. As Gillian Feely Harnack aptly put it, regicide, here, seems to have been replaced by civicide. 64 When David Livingstone asked why the king killed so many people, he was told that if he didn't, everyone would assume that he was dead. Benjamin Ray remarks that the capital was, as so often in such states, a microcosm of the kingdom, laid out so that it reflected the administrative order of Buganda as a whole. The king was the linchpin of the social cosmos, distributor of titles and spoils, and, hence, the ultimate arbiter of all forms of value. His was a secular court, with few of the formal trappings of sacral kingship. Even his close relatives insisted he just a man like any other. Still, the person of the king is always sacred, and the very fact that this was a regime based almost solely on force meant that the ritual surrounding the person of the king took on a unique ferocity. The Kabaka, as he was called, did not leave the palace except when carried by bearers, and the punishment for gazing directly at him was death. The rules of courtly etiquette, such as the prohibition against sneezing or coughing in the king's presence, were considered as important as the laws of the state, for behavior towards the king's person was regarded as an expression of one's allegiance to the throne he represented. Thus Mutsa sometimes condemned his wives to death because they coughed while he was eating. Foreign observers like Speck and Livingstone wrote in horror of even well-born princesses being dragged off to execution for the slightest physical infraction. 65 This might seem about as far as one can get from the Shilluk court, where women were sacrosanct and it was the king who was eventually executed. But in fact it is a precise inversion, a mirror image, and hence, on a deeper level, precisely the same thing. The constant element is the illusion of physical perfection at the center, which brings with it the need to suppress whatever are taken to be the most significant signs of bodily weakness, illness, or lack of physical control, and, above all, the fact that this illusion was ultimately enforced by threat of death. The difference is simply that the direction of the violence is reversed. It is, perhaps, a simple matter of balance of forces. In the war between sovereign and people, the Wreath was at a constant disadvantage. The Kabaka, in contrast, held all the cards. One might even say that, for the moment at least, he had definitively won. His ability to rain arbitrary destruction was unlimited not just in principle, but largely in practice, and the bodies of royal women were simply the most dramatic means of its display. Granted, the situation was not ultimately viable. Such victories can never be sustained. Even in the 19th century, it was assumed that every Kabaka, driven mad by power, would eventually go too far, and be destroyed if not by real flesh and blood rebels, then at least by the angry ghosts of his victims. By the end of the century, the entire system was overthrown and mass executions were abolished. What I really want to draw attention to here, though, is, first of all, the intimate connection between the otherworldly perfection of royal courts and their violence to the fact that such utopias do, always, rest on what we euphemistically call force. The second point is that the violence always cuts both ways. This is the truth that is being acknowledged in the Shilluk stories that show how Dok's effigy, which represents human capacities to become a god through violence, was created when the people as a whole set out to kill Dok, or how Nukang vanished and became a god when everybody hated him. What I would suggest is that this has remained the hidden logic of sovereignty. What we call the social peace is really just a truce in a constitutive war between sovereign power and the people or nation, both of whom come into existence, as political entities, in their struggle against each other. Furthermore, this elemental war is prior to wars between nations. To call this a war is to fly in the face of almost all existing political theory, which, whether it be a matter of Carl Schmitt's argument that the first gesture of sovereignty is declaring the division of friend and enemy, or Max Weber's monopoly of legitimate use of force within a territory, or the assertion in African political systems that states are entities that resolve conflict internally through law, and externally, through war, assumes there is a fundamental distinction between inside and outside, and particularly between violence inside and violence outside that, in fact, this is constitutive of the very nature of politics. As a result, just about everyone who wishes to discuss the nature of war starts with examples of armed conflicts between two clearly defined political and territorial entities, usually assumed to be nation-states or something almost exactly like them, involving a clash of armies that ends either with conquest or some sort of negotiated peace. 66 In fact, even the most cursory glance at history shows that only a tiny percentage of armed conflicts have taken such a form. In reality, there is almost never a clear line between what we'd now call war and what we'd now call banditry, terrorism, raids, massacres, duels, insurrections, or police actions. Yet somehow, in order to be able to talk about war in the abstract, we have to imagine an idealized situation that only rarely actually occurs. True, during the heyday of European colonialism, from roughly 1648 to 1950, European states did attempt to set up a clear system of rules to order wars between nation-states, and in this period one does find a fair number of wars that do fit this abstract model, but these rules applied only within Europe, a tiny corner of the globe. Outside it, the same European powers became notorious for disrespecting solemn agreements and their willingness to engage in every sort of indiscriminate violence. Since 1950, the rest of the globe has come to be included in the system of nation-states, but as a result, Since that time, no wars have been formally declared, and despite hundreds of military conflicts, there have been only a handful that have involved the clash of armies between nation-states. Obviously, the conceptual apparatus, the way we imagine war, is important. But it seems to me it is mainly important in occluding that more fundamental truth that the Nilotic material brings so clearly into focus. As those European travelers discovered, when asked by Nilotic kings to conduct raids or rain random gunfire on enemy villages that actually turned out to be inhabited by the king's own subjects, there is no fundamental difference in the relation between a sovereign and his people, and a sovereign and his enemies. Inside and outside are both constituted through at least the possibility of indiscriminate violence. What differentiates the two, at least, when the differences are clear enough to bear noticing, is that the insiders share a commitment to a certain common notion of utopia. Their war with the sovereign becomes the ground of their being, and thus, paradoxically, the ground of a certain notion of perfection, even peace. Any more realistic exploration of the nature of sovereignty, I believe, should proceed from examination of the nature of this basic constitutive war. Unlike wars between states, the war between sovereign and people is a war that the sovereign can never, truly, win. Yet states seem to have an obsession with creating such permanent, unwinnable wars, as the United States has passed over the last half-century, from the war on poverty to the war on crime to the war on drugs and, now, to the war on terror. The scale changes, but the essential logic remains the same. This is the logic of the assertion of sovereignty. Of course, no war is simply a contest of untrammeled force. Any sustained conflict, especially one between state and people, will have elaborately developed rules of engagement. Still, behind those rules of engagement always lies at least the threat, and usually, periodically, the practice of random, arbitrary, indiscriminate destruction. It is only in this sense that the state is, as Thomas Hobbes so famously put it, a mortal god. I don't think there is anything inevitable about all this. The will to sovereignty is not, as reactionaries always want us to believe, something inherent in the nature of human desire, as if the desire for autonomy was always also necessarily the desire to dominate and destroy. Neither, however, does the historical emergence of forms of sovereignty mark some kind of remarkable intellectual or organizational breakthrough. Actually, taken simply as an idea, sovereignty, like monotheism, is an extraordinarily simple concept that almost anyone could have thought of. The problem is, it's not simply an idea, it is better seen, I think, as proclivity, a tendency of interpretation immanent in certain sorts of social and material circumstances, but one which nonetheless can be, and often is, resisted. As Luc de Huysque makes clear, it is not even essential to the nature of government. Only by putting sovereignty in its place, it seems to me, can we begin to look realistically at the full range of human possibilities. Chapter 3. The Atemporal Dimensions of History. In the Old Congo Kingdom, for example. Marshall Sahlins. Introduction, Paradigmatic Histories. There's something particular to Muslims. When I read, I feel the behavior of people who lived a glorious past in our consciousness, not in our experience, so we feel it keenly, he said. And now, in a quest to find that honor, there is a voraciousness to find it again and seize it once more. Fathi Ben Haj Yahya, in the New York Times International, August 8, 2015. We are going to take the marvelous seriously, for we intend to reconstruct the mythological universe within which Bantu historical thought has developed. Luc de Huysque, The Drunken King, or The Origin of the State. The ancient Greeks had good reason to deify memory. Commenting on cosmogonic myths in Hesiod and Homer, Jean-Pierre Vernant noted that the past thus revealed represents much more than the time prior to the present, it is its very source. The observation has radical implications for historiography, insofar as it stipulates that historical causes in the mode of memory have no temporal or physical proximity to their effects. In that respect, they are not historical realities as commonly understood in normal historical science. They are inserted into the situation, but they are not of it. On the other hand, anthropologists have come upon many institutional forms of atemporality that thus embeds the present in the terms of a remembered past, whether that past is mythical or more proximately ancestral or experiential. Such is the historicity of the omnipresent dream time of the totemic ancestors organizing the world of native Australians, of Maori chiefs who recount the deeds of their heroic ancestors in the first person singular and consciously rehearse them in their own doings, of the installation rituals in which the king-elect of the Shilluk becomes Nukang, the immigrant founder of the dynasty, of the positional succession and perpetual kinship relations among the chiefs of the Tongan Islands, or of Captain Cook, for example, greeted by Hawaiians at Kealakekua in 1779 as an avatar of Lono, the ancient god who returns annually at the new year to fertilize the land. Here history is made analogically rather than sequentially, or what are traditions for. A collective immortal in the form of tradition, memory, mother of the muses, indeed has the divine power of ordering human existence by revealing what has been and what will be. Note that insofar as we are dealing with myths, as of the dream time, the antecedents of events are rendered doubly disengaged from historical realities, they are not even true by our ontological lights, let alone co-present with their effects. All the same, as Fred Myers reports in his excellent ethnography of Pintupi, the dreaming is experienced as the essential foundation to which human beings must conform. Realized in the features of the landscape as well as current human action, making first things continuous with last, the dreaming is a trans-historical condition of social action. Pintupi say, from the dreaming, it becomes real. Myers explains, the Pintupi see themselves as following the dreaming. As the invisible framework of this world, the dreaming is the cosmic prototype. Myers, incidentally, is not the only one who, in writing of Pintupi ontology, was far in advance of the Swadhism ontological turn in anthropology, as introduced with so much hoopla in the early 21st century. Irving Hollowell had already published a foundational article, Ojibwe Ontology, Behavior, and Worldview, in 1960. The present essay could be viewed as an extended sequitur to Hollowell's essential point that what we call myth is not only for the people concerned a true account of events in the past, but a current account of the manner in which their phenomenal field is culturally constituted and cognitively apprehended. Similar observations are features of the ethnographic record the world around. As, for example, the New Guinea Highlands, for them Boam myths are the truth, historical facts handed down. The forces which they describe and represent are not of the type which occur only once but are continuously effective, actually existing. Perhaps nothing better epitomizes the historiographic problem at issue as that what we deem to be myth, hence fictional, the peoples concerned hold sacred and by that token unquestionably true, what actually happened. Yet as Maori say, the problems of other lands are their own, and for their part they are proven masters in making current actualities out of collective memories. Consider, for example, John White's reconstruction of a scene from daily life of the Ngapui tribe of the North Island. The speaker, Ro, a man of some prominence in the community, has lost a son in battle and now protests the decision of the tribal chiefs that the enemies recently taken in revenge be buried instead of eaten, as even the gods were wont to do. His disagreement with the chiefs thus begins at the origin of the world, with a reference to the famous Maori cosmogonic narrative of the sons of Rangi, a tradition which among other precedents includes the origin of cannibalism on the part of the god Tu, the ancestor and patron of man as warrior. Tu defeated and ate his elder brothers, themselves ancestors of birds, trees, fish, cultivated and wild foods, and thereby gained the ability to consume their offspring. If the gods eat each other, Ro says, and they were brothers, why am I not allowed to eat those who killed my child? He concludes by citing another well-known tradition, this on the divine origin of witchcraft, which explains how evil came into the hearts of men, including his own, and finally two proverbs which likewise justify his personal project of cannibal revenge. Given this kind of historicity, we can understand the perplexing problems of governmentality confronting Sir George Grey as governor of the New Zealand colony in the mid-19th century. Sir George soon discovered that he could not negotiate critical issues of war and peace without a knowledge of Maori mythology and poetry. To my surprise, he wrote, I found these chiefs in their speeches to me or in their letters frequently quoted, in explanation of their views and intentions, fragments of ancient poems and proverbs, or made allusions which rested on an ancient system of mythology, and it was clear that the most important parts of their communications were embodied in these figurative forms. Point 1 The Maori, as Prytz Johansen put it, find themselves in history. As Valerio Valeri observed and demonstrated at length in the connection with the ascension of the great Kamehameha to royal power in Hawaii, the past here functions paradigmatically as well as syntagmatically. And, one might add, consciously so, although it may otherwise transpire in the unremarked way traditions are realized in the normal course of cultural practice. The event at issue was a usurpation of the Hawaii kingship by Kamehameha, who as a cadet brother of the royal heir had been entrusted with the war god as his legacy from the late king. Everything thus happened in the same way as the succession struggle of the great chief Umialiloa some generations previously, a well-known tradition that effectively served as the charter of the kingship. And it was again repeated in historic times, if with a different result, when Kamehameha's son and heir, King Liholiho, defeated the challenge of his younger brother, Kekweakalani, who had inherited the war god and revolted against the ruler's turn to Christianity. The different outcome in this last iteration underscores Valeri's reminder that analogy is not identity, but always entails some difference, in particular, the contingent circumstances of the conjuncture, which are not foreseen in the paradigmatic precedent, but represent the syntagmatic dimension of what actually happened. Nor is the selection of historical antecedents in such cases given or predetermined, considering the complexities of tradition and the opportunities for the play of choice and interest. What remains, however, is that the course of events will unfold in cultural terms that are preposed to the current situation. Indeed, if anthropologists on the whole have been more sensitive than other human scientists to paradigmatic histories, it is because the appropriation of current events by already existing traditions is, after all, what they have long known as the work of culture. Culture is what happens when something happened. Another, similar instance of the deployment of dynastic traditions to current situations, this one close to the narrative of Congo kingship which will be the focus of this essay, is provided by Victor Turner's comments on the Luba origins of the Lunda kingship among Central African Ndembu and other peoples. This classic stranger king formation was the subject of a well-known structural analysis by Luc de Huysque. In the essential incidents, a Lunda king, Yalomwaku, unseemly drunk, is insulted and badly beaten by two of his sons, and then nursed back to health by his daughter, Lweji Ankand. In gratitude, he passes on to Lweji the palladium of the kingdom, the royal bracelet made of human genitalia that maintains the fertility of the realm, thus making her his successor and dispossessing his sons. Lweji later meets and marries a handsome young hunter, Chibinda, who turns out to be the youngest son of a great Luba chief, and when she gives him the bracelet because she must go into seclusion during menstruation, he becomes king of the Lunda. Chagrined, Lweji's brothers leave to found their own kingdoms, and their descendants spread Lunda rule far and wide among many other peoples, including the indigenous Ndembu population. But the events did not end there. Turner writes, life, after all, is as much an imitation of art as the reverse. Those who, as children in Ndembu society, have listened to innumerable stories about Yalomwaku and Lweji Ankand know all about inaugural motifs. When these same Ndembu, now full-grown, wish to provoke a breach or claim that some party has crucially disturbed the placid social order, they have a frame available to inaugurate a social drama. The story itself still makes important points about family relationships, about the stresses between sex and age roles. So the story does feed back into the social process, providing it with a rhetoric, a mode of implantment, and a meaning. Some genres, particularly the epic, serve as paradigms which inform the action of important political leaders. Giving them style, direction, and sometimes compelling them subliminally to follow in major public crises a certain course of action, thus imploding their lives. In the many instances of successive foreign dynasties in the same society, or serial stranger kingship, where the advent of the later regime is clearly imploded on a legendary original, the overall course of action takes the form of a historical metaphor of a mythical reality. For where the ancient regime is known by oral tradition and its recent successor is fully historical and archival, it would indeed appear that life imitates art. The West African realm of ancient memory established by the conquering hero Tsoed in the country of his Nook maternal kin was essentially duplicated by the 19th century Fulani conquest, as ruled by one Masiba whose maternal kin, among whom he was raised, were likewise Nook. The ethnographer S.F. Nadal explains. In the tradition of Tsoed, that mythical charter of the Nook kingdom, the essence of the Nook state is already clearly expressed, structured, almost sanctified, by that paramount authority that attaches to prehistoric events. It outlines a system of political domination, growing by conquest and expansion, and governed by a group detached in origin and status from the rest of the population. The twofold process of expansion over alien groups and cultures, combined with cultural assimilation and absorption, is reflected in both, in the ideological history of the Tsoed myth as well as the real history of the Fulani kingdom. In one there is Tsoed, who conquers Nook with the help of alien magic, who brings into Nook the insignia of alien rulership and culture, but who, himself half Nook by descent, creates a new, independent and united Nook. On the other, there is this remarkable piece of empire policy when Masiba claims succession to the Nook throne on the grounds of his being half Nook by birth and full Nook by education. The Nook, as Nadal says, are a historically minded people. The highest, constantly invoked authority for things existing is, to the Nook, the account of things past. But then the common distinction Nadal draws between ideology and real history would have no value for Nook, inasmuch as the ideological mythical status of the Tsoed tradition is, on exactly that basis, real history proven source of what has been and what will be. Hence the credibility, too, of the observation commonly attributed to Mark Twain: history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. African Stranger Kingdoms. Stranger kingdoms the likes of Lunda, Ndamvu, and Nook in Africa comprise the dominant form of pre-modern state the world around. On every continent. 2 They have developed in a great variety of environments and in combination with a considerable range of economic regimes: commercial, piratical, agricultural, slave raiding, cattle raising, and most commonly some form of mixed economy. These are distinctively dual societies, divided in privileges, powers, and functions between rulers who are foreign by origin and identity perpetually so, as the condition of the possibility of their authority, and the underlying indigenous people who are characteristically the owners of the land and the ritual masters of its fertility. Not that the phenomenon is exclusively associated with kingship, let alone Africa, as it is also known among a number of tribal chiefdoms. The chiefs come from overseas. A Fijian from the Lau Islands told A.M. Hokart, it is so in all countries in Fiji. The same could be said for the Trobriand Islands and Tikopia, sites of classical ethnographic studies by Bronislaw Malinowski and Raymond Firth, respectively. Stranger kingship has also played significantly in famous colonial encounters. Besides Captain Cook in Hawaii and among others, there was James Brooke, the White Raja of Sarawak, whom local Ibn considered the son or lover of their primordial goddess Kalaying, and Cortez, greeted by Moctezuma as Quetzalcoatl, the returning king and culture hero of the legendary Toltec city of Tolan. While the veracity and supposed historical effects of Moctezuma's purported identification of Cortez with Quetzalcoatl have been contested by a number of scholars, the Mexica king's own claim of descent from Quetzalcoatl and the Toltecs by contrast to the common Mexica traditions of a barbarian Xiximec origin does not come in for much notice. Nor was Moctezuma unusual in this respect. Stranger kings were the rule in Mesoamerican and Andean city-states and empires, including the classic and post-classic Maya, as well as the Inca and other South American states. Moreover, as is true of the phenomenon elsewhere, at least some of these kingdoms, the Mexica included, have constituted their historic order on the repetition of legendary events that never happened. In several earlier publications, I have discussed stranger kingdoms in their planetary extent and general characteristics. Here the focus will be on the African forms, particularly the Old Congo Kingdom of the 16th and 17th centuries, as these offer especially useful examples of histories that follow from mythical precedents. Indeed, the apparent absence of verification in the archival sources has led some modern scholars to deconstruct the people's traditions of stranger king origins on grounds they never really happened and thereby dissolve the basic structure of the society in an acid bath of Western positivism. In an article on the origin and early history of the Kingdom of Congo, c. 1350-1550, John Thornton makes the foreign status of the dynasty disappear for lack of confirmation in what he considers primary sources. Instead of this myth, he prefers to invent his own origin story, according to which the Congo Kingdom was an internal political development among an ethnically homogeneous population. It is difficult to say what kind of confirmation Thornton expected for the arrival of the stranger Prince Antinouane of Vongwu, among a people without writing some 6 kings before the Portuguese arrived. What is most relevant for the course of history and clearly documented, however, is that the foundation of the kingdom from across the Congo River by Antinouane was the official doctrine of Congo kings of the 17th century and, judging by certain chronicles, the widely known charter tradition of their rule. The kingdom was established by one Moti Nouane, youngest son of the king of Bungo, according to the anonymous author of the Historia du Reino Congo, written in the first quarter of the 17th century. In Bungo, there are still kings that communicate with the kings of the Congo, sending gifts to each other. In that way, they recognize themselves as kinsmen, descended from one and the same family tree. Nevertheless, in writing of the origin of the kingdom, Thornton does not recount the Antinouane narrative, except for certain incidents that are written off as mythical, ideological, or cosmological, which is to say, unbelievable. On the same grounds, the Australian Dreamtime, the annual visit of the god Lono at the New Year in Hawaii, the doings of the gods and the ancestors by which Maori know themselves and implot their own deeds, in brief, all such foundational traditions, which indeed would be hard to prove actually happened, all these precedents of action and principles of structure, could now be omitted from the histories of the peoples in question. By conflating a paradigmatic history with a syntagmatic one, thus reducing the template of historical action to the issue of whether it was the literal truth, the historian now bases his history of a non-literate society on whether certain events referring to a remote past can be documented from primary sources. For too many anthropologists and historians both, an axiomatic opposition between myth and historical reality, although quite the reverse of their essential identity in the societies concerned, has been an epistemological ground of their study. Fictional by the standard average European understanding of the term, myth becomes doubly implausible when it is functionally explained away as a mystification of a stratified political order serving as its legitimation, for then it could hardly reflect historical reality, since it is meant to conceal it. In their otherwise valuable survey of sub-Saharan African history, Robert O. Collins and James M. Burns warn that the oral traditions of royal courts in interlocustrine East Africa, insofar as they are often shrouded in myth, given to hagiography, or enlisted in current political interests, would obscure historical reality. From this it follows that we should discount the historical relevance of the ubiquitous stranger king traditions of the region. Virtually all the oral traditions of the kingdoms of the Lake Plateau attribute their founding to the arrival of itinerant heroes from far away. African dynasties throughout the continent have claimed external origins, justifiably or not, to legitimate their claims to authority. Scholars have been somewhat reluctant to accept the necessity to have the appearance of the great warrior or hunter-stranger from afar to explain state formation in Africa. Its very simplicity obscures what was probably a more complex process, and the story of warrior pastoralists stimulating political centralization is reminiscent of the discredited Hamitic myth of John Hanning Speke. Like Bunyoro and many other states of the Lake Plateau, the oral traditions emphasized the role of northern migrants in the founding of their kingdoms. Such traditions should be viewed skeptically, however, since they reflect the living memories of rulers, not subjects, and are devoted to ensuring their legitimacy. That the foreign origin of the ruling dynasty would promote its legitimacy seems counterintuitive on the face of it, but it becomes all the more so in the case of Bunyoro, since the Nilotic founders of the historic dynasty were by their own traditions a rude and unsophisticated lot compared to the Bantu rulers of the fabled Kidara Empire they replaced. The same would be true of the relatively crude or obscure foreign ancestors of the kings of Congo, Mossi, certain Swahili cities, and a number of other such realms established by upstarts from the galactic peripheries. Whether the foreign origins of the kingship are lowly or godly, however, we shall see that there are profound structural reasons for their existence. In any case, the traditions of stranger kingship, which are much more complex than this formulaic reduction to the advent of a great hunter or warrior would allow, are typically as well known to the subject peoples as they are to the rulers, if in certain contexts either may relate rather self-serving versions. 3 Yet most regrettably and ironically, the effect of all such reductions of stranger kingship traditions to speculative political functions is precisely to ignore their historical reality. Not only as presence but as cause their own historicity. For inasmuch as these charter narratives lay down the fundamental relations between rulers and ruled, inasmuch as they are constantly rehearsed in rituals and continuously practiced economically as well as politically, to dismiss them as mythical or ideological is to efface their profound influence on the course of events. Inscribed in memories and practiced as habitus, the tradition lives on as a historical force often for centuries. Not to deny that what actually happened is important to know. In the many actual cases of a stranger kingship structure without an event, that is, of native kings who become strangers rather than strangers who become native kings, this is important to know, since here history consists precisely in such inventions, however seemingly without material, formal, or efficient cause. In this connection, the claim of the rulers of the West African realms of Kanem-Bornu, the Hausa Emirates, the Yoruba states, and others that they descended from exalted personages of Mecca or Baghdad, or else, as in the instance of Borgu kings, that they come from one Kisra, the reputed enemy of Muhammad, reminds us of what is always implied in stranger king formations, that the societies in question exist in larger, hierarchically ordered fields of intercultural relations. It follows that stranger kingships are generated neither by internal conditions nor by external relations alone, but in a dialogue between them. Africa probably deserves the title of the locus clas siecus of stranger kingship. Of the many hundreds of African kingdoms, large and small, known to anthropology and history, it would be hard to find any that are not ruled by a dynasty of foreign derivation. Constituted in charter traditions, rehearsed in periodic rituals, and practiced in everyday social and economic relations, the dual division of society into indigenous subjects and rulers of external origins is here the normal if not the universal form of state. From traditions recorded in European travelers' accounts to the detailed reports of modern ethnographers, notably Aidan Southall on the Allur, Ian Cunnison on the Kazembe kingdom of the Luipilu, Michel Izard on the Yatenga Mossi, Jacques Lombard and Marjorie Stewart on Borgu kingdoms, among many others, socio-political formations of this description dominate the literature from every quarter of the continent. The pre-colonial states ruled by stranger kings noted in Lucy Mayer's African kingdoms include Oyo and other Yoruba kingdoms, Luba, Lunda, Congo, Benin, Zanda, Allur, Dahomey, Asante, Borgu, Malawi, Ngoni, Ndamvu, Nyiro, Ganda, Rwanda, Nyakayosa, Soto, and a good number more. Whole regions of the continent such as the Lake Plateau just mentioned have been identified as realms of stranger kingship. Similarly, Kajsa Ekholm observes of Central Africa, in fact most of the ideology of Central African societies is marked by a dualism in which it is imagined that the population consists of two groups, the conquerors and the vanquished original inhabitants. The conquerors are men and their subjects owners. What is mostly imagined is the conquest, not the dualism of alien rulers and native subjects as such, which is not only ethnographically real but, according to Luc de Huysque, structurally intelligible. Referring broadly to West and Central Africa, de Huysque makes the critical observation that kingship does not develop organically and internally from lineage-ordered societies. In effect, he contradicts all those who since classical times have supposed the state evolves naturally from the extended family through the intermediate form of village or lineage systems. In a golden passage which is key to the understanding of stranger kingship in general, de Huysque writes, "Everything happens as if the very structure of a lineage-based society is not capable of engendering dialectical developments on the political plane without the intervention of a new symbolic structure. It is not by chance that so many mythical traditions in West Africa as in Central Africa present the founder of the kingship as a foreign hunter, the holder of a more efficacious magic. Whatever the historical origin of this politico-symbolic institution, mythical diachrony always involves an intervention of exterior events, whether or not the sound of arms accompanies them. Royalty thus appears as an ideological revolution, the instigator of which ancient history does not ignore. The sovereignty, the magical source of power, always comes from elsewhere, from a claimed original place, exterior to society." Speaking of Africa generally, Jan Vanzina observes that elite migration is a favored theme of traditions of state formation. Coming alone or with a few followers, the dynastic founder is a foreigner, often a hunter, and though the numbers of the newcomers are small, the socio-political consequences of their advent are spectacular. In the same vein, while noting the analogous pattern of kingdom origins among the Mossi and related West African peoples, Dominique Zahan writes, "The traditions of African states on both sides of the equator practically without exception speak of the two social components, the aboriginal and the foreign or the invader. Nearly always they thus explain the origin of the state among these peoples." In an extended essay on the internal African frontier, Igor Kopatov, recounting the standard myth of the founding of most African polities, tells of the founders leaving their place of origin, entering a frontier, confronting the local population, and instituting a new political order that was the origin of the society currently in being. In what is effectively a notice of the residual sovereignty marking the native people's status in these societies, Kopatov observes that from their perspective, the polity had issued out of the acceptance by the subjects of the ruler, and it continued to exist because of it. The rulers were intruders, outsiders, aliens, latecomers. This also implies that stranger king formations are basically contractual for all the usual talk of conquest. A few pages on, Kopatov observes that the alien rulers institute a new political era by taking on the local trappings and symbols of legitimacy. Hence the crucial point in Africa is that by way of the compact entailed in his ritual incorporation, the stranger king is legitimate by the indigenous people. In the constitutional perspective of the subjects, Kopatov writes, "The people existed before the rulership existed since they were the grantors of authority. This was congruent with the subjects' paradigmatic myth of their precedents. Consider, then, that the structure is inherently temporal as well as hierarchical, and that the encompassment of the native people in the rule of the stranger is effected through the encompassment of the stranger by the native people, all of which will be illustrated shortly. For now notice that in Kopatov's own wording this history was made paradigmatically. Recent research thus confirms what Lucy Mayer wrote on this account decades ago. As the prehistory of Africa is reconstructed, it seems often possible to trace the imposition of chiefly authority by outsiders on tribes without rulers. Even tribes which are sometimes supposed to be without rulers, such as Talensi, so classified and described by Meyer Fortes in the influential tome African Political Systems, turn out to in fact have them, in this case in the persons of immigrant Namu chiefs from the Mamprasi kingdom peacefully settled upon the native Tale, who by ancestral right remain the owners of Tale land. As late as the mid-20th century, the Namu chiefs were still appointed by a representative of the Mamprasi king. What Fortes had encountered was a marginal chiefdom in a regional galaxy of interdependent polities in northern Nigeria, including the substantial kingdoms of Dagomba and the Mossi, all of whom traced common descent to Mamprasi ancestors. Perhaps the peripheral position of the Talensi accounts for their rather basic dual system, in which the ethnically distinguished Namu of aristocratic external origins, their main ancestor in most tellings was a disenfranchised and exiled son of a Mamprasi king, effectively divided power with important Tale lineage leaders presiding over the productivity of the land as priests of the earth. In Fortes' description, This fundamental cleavage in tail society, headed respectively by the chiefs and the earth priests, reads like an elementary form of African stranger kingship. The complementary functions of chiefship and tendaanaship are rooted directly in social structures but as also validated by myths of origin and backed by the most powerful religious sanctions of the ancestor cult and the cult of the earth. The Namus are believed to be descendants of immigrant Mamprasi who fled from Mamprugu many generations ago. Hence, they claim remote kinship with the ruling aristocracy of Mampurugua. Their chiefship is derived from that of the paramount chief of the Mamprasi, and this is the ultimate sanction of its politico-religious status in Tail society. The Tailais and other clans that have the tendaanaship claim to be the aboriginal inhabitants of the country, and the ritual sanctions of their office are derived from the earth cult. One is constantly reminded of the cleavage between Namus and non-Namus. For they are continually contrasting themselves. One might add that the tail priests of the earth, like their counterparts throughout the continent, are known as the successors of the leaders of the aboriginal people, which helps explain their own sometimes appearance as figures of chiefly authority. Indeed, the priests may represent the aristocracy of a former stranger king regime, as in the cognate structures of Mossi states whose priestly order notably interested Sir James Fraser. Citing an account of Louis Toxier, Fraser observed that the Mossi rulers, as strangers in the land, were not entitled to minister to the local spirits, the divinities of the bearing earth. It was only the vanquished, the ancient owners of the soil, with which they continued in good relations, who were qualified for that. Hence the political head of the Aborigines was bound to become a religious chief under the rule of the Mossi. Thus, the king never himself offers the sacrifices to earth at Ouagadougou, nor does he allow such sacrifices to be offered by his minister of religion, the Gandinaba. He lays the duty on the king of Ouagadougou, the grandson of the Aborigines, who as such is viewed favorably by the local divinities. Note also Forte's observation of the functional complementarity between the Namu chiefs and the earth priest leaders of the indigenous Tailais, even as one is constantly reminded of the cleavage between the groups. Here as in many similar dual regimes, there is an oppositional tension in the relationship between the native people and their foreign-derived ruler, a tension that, among other expressions, is often a feature of royal installation rituals. But as will become apparent in the following discussion, the native and foreign components of the chiefdom or kingdom are each functionally incomplete without the other, whereas together they make a social, material, and cosmological totality. Hence their enduring coexistence on the condition of their difference. On the way to the kingdom. Charter narratives of the advent of the African stranger hero consistently feature a number of themes that prefigure fundamental attributes of his future kingship. Three that are especially pertinent to the Old Congo regime are singled out here. First, to borrow from Aden Southall on the Eller, the topos of the turbulent prince or the troublesome son, the hero is an ambitious offspring of the king in his own land, destined to rule by nature but condemned to exile for some fault or by losing out in a conflict royal with other pretenders to the kingship. Second, what Luc de Huys called the exploit, the hero commits a crime against kinship and common morality: incest, fratricide, parricide, murder of a close kinsman, adultery with a wife of his father, etc. On the journey to his kingdom, perhaps it was the reason for his exile. Third, the theme Jane Geyer refers to as capture, the hero in the course of his migration demonstrates his prowess as a great hunter and or a great warrior, thus proving his ability to control the vital and mortal powers of the wild and thereby, provided such powers are properly domesticated, demonstrating his capacity to rule people. The diaspora of turbulent princes is a main source of stranger king formation. The succession struggles that give rise to it often go beyond fraternal rivalries, engaging a larger network of interested royal kin and loyal followers. For besides the force of ascribed rank or customary rules of succession which in principle disqualify princely candidates who nonetheless may have kingly ambitions, certain structural conditions function to expand and intensify these conflicts. In the common case of royal polygyny, many of the sons of the king who compete to succeed him are paternal half-brothers, and as each is backed by his own maternal kinsman, Their interpersonal contention becomes a multi-party conflict among collective factions. As, for example, in Ankali succession struggles, where, even in a quite recent epoch, the primary heirs, each aided by their maternal kin, entered into a bloody conflict that lasted several months. Or as Marjorie Stewart wrote of the Borgu kingdoms, when the throne became vacant and competition for its possession became intense among the princes, matrilineal relatives of each prince played an important role. Hence the well-known interregna of many African kingdoms, notable for their duration and carnage. The princes not only menace one another, they may well be a threat to the general peace and even the life of the king. For all those princes aspiring to the throne, writes Father Krasilera of the Shilluk, the main obstacle is the ruling Yeth, therefore they bide expectantly for his demise, and many a spear has been flung by royal hands in the past against the Yeth. Azanda, Shilluk, Ganda, Alur, and Borgu kings, among others, dispatched such unruly sons to peripheral provinces, often to the areas of their maternal kin, where they became semi-independent stranger rulers themselves and potentially the founders of autonomous kingdoms. The effect is what Audrey Richards described for the Interlocustrin region as multi-kingdom tribes. Throughout the whole Interlocustrin area, she wrote, the sons who became princes over sub-districts showed a tendency to assert their independence and even rebel against their fathers, forming separate states in what are called multi-kingdom tribes. A like effect may follow from the phenomenon that Hildred and Clifford Geertz identified as sinking status in Balinese royal lineages internally ranked by seniority of descent, often also found in African aristocracies. 4 Owing to the growth of the senior line, the collateral kinsmen will be progressively distanced in status and disqualified for office over time unless they can muster the means to take by cunning or force what they can no longer claim by right. Alternatively, they can move out as would-be kings in search of a chosen people. It is relevant in this connection that many of the ruling aristocracy of African states, inasmuch as they are possessed of marvelous powers by divine gift and entitled to rule by ancestry, have been known to exhibit a certain libido dominandi. The vocation of every Mossi, writes Michel Izard in reference to the ruling group, is to exercise power and thus to be a chief, to command and thus to have a command. Of the Shambhala of Tanganyika, Edgar Winans noted, as all royal clan members consider themselves rulers, an attitude which is reinforced by most or all of their subjects, and as only a few hold regular and legitimate chiefship, then tension in the system gives rise to the expansion of the state. According to the robust Congo tradition, Antinouane's insatiable desires of rule were likewise frustrated by his junior status among the sons of the king of Bungwa, modest realm north of the Congo River, which was what moved him to cross the river into the territory he would organize as the Kingdom of Congo. In general, the centrifugal political impetus generated by the turbulent princes is probably the most important source of stranger king formation on the continent. Having broken with their own kinsmen, stranger heroes such as Antinouane then dialectically negate the kinship order they are on their way to subdue by exploits that signify their power to do so. Here are the crimes of fratricide, parricide, incest, and the like, which break through the limits that, as Luc de Huysque observed, represent the inability of lineage systems to autonomously transcend their own structure and give rise to a kingly state. 5 De Huysque himself offered pertinent examples taken from the usual practice in royal installation rituals of rehearsing the dominant tradition of the origin of the kingship. Recreating in this way the original stranger hero, the Lunda king of a number of penned groups in Zaire ritually unites with his sister upon acceding to power, and several of his close kinsmen are also secretly killed so that their ghosts may serve him. In the more complex case of the Luba king, he reproduces the shameful legacy of the founder of an earlier stranger king regime who was also the brother of his maternal aunt's stress by uniting with his mothers and sisters at his investiture, and his own daughters and brothers' daughters become his wives. In this way, De Huysque observes, the king combines the incestuous qualities of the ancient regime with the superior culture of his own, and most importantly, the Luba king finds himself projected into a zone of absolute solitude, beyond and above the profane cultural order. The founder hero of the Nup, Tsoed, effectively did the same when he introduced human sacrifice by making his mother's brother the first victim. In still other traditions, the crime against kinship had occurred in the turbulent prince's own homeland and was the cause of his banishment. The ancestor of Shambhala rulers, Mbagha, was deprived of the kingship in his natal country as a result of a demonstrable blemish of his person that mystically killed his relations, because as an infant he had cut his upper teeth first. His presence was causing his kinsmen to die. The willingness of the youngest son of the Kir conqueror of the Zambezi Valley to commit the forbidden act of incest with his own sister when his older brothers refused is indeed what made him the heir to his father's rule. Sovereign exceptionalism, Schmidt avant la lettre. Just so, when Antinous killed his pregnant aunt because she refused to pay the proper toll for crossing the Congo River, the crime not only initiated his departure from Vungu, but defined him as a king and prefigured his rule of Congo. The report of this tradition from the Capuchin missionary Giovanni Antonio Cavazzi de Montecuccolo relates that the woman was Antinous father's sister, a paternal affine in the Ba Congo matrilineal order, and that the deed infuriated his royal father, Nimaya Enzima, who wished to punish him. But this crime against kinship and perhaps lèse majesté to boot was the mark of Antinous royal nature, for the exploit moved his henchmen to proclaim him king. Indeed, his following increased rapidly in the aftermath, upon which he led them across the Congo River, and embarked on a career of conquest and diplomacy that appended the state of Congo to the kingly title he had already manifested. Reflecting on this narrative, Georges Balandier underscored the same break with tribal society and the same manifestation of the power to create a new and greater order that Luc de Huysque had perceived. By killing his kin, Antinous acquires the state of solitude necessary for the domination of men and the consecration of power. The defiance of the fundamental principles of society is the mark of an exceptional being. He has denied the ancient order, he has acquired an autonomy which can only be explained by the possession of extraordinary powers. It is on the basis of these powers that he will construct outside the prevailing form a new society subject to his law only. Instructive, you could say, is the contrast between the take of the anthropologists Balandier and de Huysque on such feats of royal exceptionalism and the interpretation of the Antinous episode by the historian John Thornton. Thornton finds the charter traditions of the Congo kingship as a rule defective because of the difficult problem of linking the secondary elements of tradition, like the narrative origin story, to documented reality. This is like saying that for lack of any link to documented reality, we should have to eliminate the crucifixion of Jesus, let alone his resurrection, from an account of the nature and history of Christianity. Ironically, the particular fault Thornton finds with Congo narratives, namely that they are only interpretive histories incorporating secondary explanatory narrative, is a good description of how he provides alternative interpretations that purportedly reveal the historical realities by means of his own native common-sense explanations. The effect is rather to substitute ethnocentric banalities for ethnographic realities. Although with regard to Antinous' murderous exploit, Cavazzi had commented that the Ba Congo admired such bloodthirstiness, Thornton countered by a feckless analogy to the well-known story of the most Christian Congo king Afonso, who had his idolatrous mother buried alive for the sake of the faith. Despite repeated remonstration by the king, she refused to part with the traditional amulet. In what amounts to a secondary explanatory narrative with the added defect of substituting his own commonsensical motive for a deed infused with Congo meanings of kinship horror and royal violence, Thornton opines that both kingly exploits were legitimating signs of a ruler who upholds the law, which is rather the opposite of what they were doing. In any case, neither story could be true, he concludes, and the Antinous tradition in particular is a tale we must not take too seriously, given its ideological significance. Not take too seriously? Historiographic positivism would thus doubly distance itself from a historical anthropology, for in inviting us to commit the ethnological cardinal sin of not taking something too seriously because the people concerned do so take it, Thornton thereupon assigns what they take seriously to the louche status of ideology. In the end, the truth value of the tradition for Ba Congo having been ignored, so also is its effectiveness as a paradigmatic tradition thereafter neglected. In any case, there is evidence early and late that exploits of kinship killing are distinctive marks of Congo kingship. Beside the stories of such deaths in royal installation rituals, Messenger Cavalier tells of a certain clan device that claims, Anlaza Antatila killed his mother in the public square of Mbanza Congo, without anyone questioning him for it. This is a device, Cavalier adds, adopted by certain clans that reigned in Congo. Nor were Ba Congo kings the only rulers in the region who were renowned for so disposing of their mothers. Tired of his mother's foretelling that a rival would usurp his power, Kingalo, first divine king of the Luba, dug a ditch with his own hands and buried his mother alive in it. Indeed, according to the master ethnographer Wyatt McGaffey, the ability to kill a near kinsman still signified chiefliness for Congolese people in the 20th century. Ideally, the chief is a benevolent despot whose authentic relation to the ancestors is assured by some ordeal or test, such as a successful hunt for a particular kind of animal, or some other demonstration of the power to kill. Modern informants said, if we choose someone to be chief, we would require him to kill one of his nephews. If he could not, we would have to find someone else to be chief. McGaffey cites some legendary incidents in point, including one from the Yambe people in which the son who killed his brother at his father's command secured the latter's chiefly position and others of the family had to obey him. It is unlikely that these killings actually occurred. It is more likely they indicate that events which never happened can continue to have historic effects. Traditions need not have actually happened in order to then actually happen. Resuming the journey of the stranger prince, in the liminal period between leaving his own kingdom and establishing another, the hero proves his sacred violence is also a creative and beneficent power by controlling the ungoverned forces that everywhere pervade the African wild and threaten to fatally penetrate the settled human communities. As Randall Packard reports for the Bashu of Eastern Zaire, their world is divided between the opposing spheres of the regulated human homestead and an untamed bush that surrounds and perpetually menaces it with wild animals and plants, dangerous spirits, powerful medicines, and climatic elements. Erratic and or violent in their natural state, these presences are the usual sources of illness, death, and dearth in the homestead. So even as elements of the bush are essential for human existence, raw materials, foods, sunshine, and rain, people are in need of protection from many of them. Hence the distinctive figure of the hunter king, who may also or alternatively be a warrior king, and carry a reputation for capture or conquest even had his indigenous subjects voluntarily submitted to him. Sacred violence is the other side of a civilizing mission, as Balandier says of the advent of Antinuwane in Congo. If his own Vungu people knew Antinuwane was a king because he killed his aunt, upon which he forsook his homeland for a career of foreign conquests, the native Shambhala people were moved to make the foreign hunter Mbagha their king because he had killed a lion, indeed because he was a lion. Mbagha was the disinherited son of the king of Kyland in the Uzamberi Mountains, who became a great hunter when forced into the wild. One night he killed a lion that was menacing Shambhala people, which motivated them to make him king the next morning. "The man has killed a lion," the people exclaimed, "the man is a lion." Just so, on his way to the kingship, Mbagha lived the life of an animal, sheltering in rude camps and caves, and hunting wild pigs, a prized food that is also dangerous, whose capture would thus be a felicitous sign of kingly powers. Mbagha had occult knowledge of hunting and healing medicines, and after he fled his native land, he acquired a packet of magic that allowed him to control the clouds and the rain, and to foretell future events. As Stephen Fireman observed, however, the hero's life-giving powers were the obverse side of his destructive magic. The justification for the king's right to destroy is that of a rain magician. A magician of the fertility of the land must possess and dominate the entire land in order to be effective. So if the king is a lion, if he eats the wealth of the whole countryside, then the land will be fertile. In everyday conversation in Shamba, one often hears that rain magic, the key to fertility, began with Mbagha. His magical powers, which were the powers to kill, and which derived from his wildness, were also the powers to bring fertility to Shamba. When all Shamba became his possession, he was transformed from a killer to one whose power led to an increase of life. As such meta-human powers of life and death come from the outside, so do the human rulers who will instantiate them inside. And given such cosmic powers, one can see why a foreign identity is an enduring attribute of the ruling aristocracy, an ethnic distinction that may well survive their cultural assimilation by the Aboriginal people as the recurrent historic expression of a paradigmatic myth. To follow the argument of Aidan Southall, another such historical metaphor of a mythical reality was the early success of stranger colonial rule in Africa, based likewise on the Europeans' apparent control of marvelous potencies, in this case as evidenced by their extraordinary wealth and terrifying firearms, that is to say, powers of life and death. These things, writes Southall, gave the quality of a unique marvel to their first appearance among any African people. To the latter, the newcomers appeared to have a complete mastery over the material world, and a degree of control over life and death through their medicines and their firearms which was generally terrifying. Even after the first shock wore off, the indelible expression of a mastery of fantastic forces of unknown extent remained. This induced many African peoples to submit to the establishment of European administration with little opposition. Only that, when the realities of European rule set in, frustration and resistance ensued in proportion to the extent that people's initial expectations had been deceived. To return to the pre-colonial marvels, Mbagha was hardly the only African king identified with great beasts of the bush. The Dahomey ruling line famously descended from a leopard, as did the Igala kings by one well-known history. By other, subdominant versions, they were immigrant princes from Jukan or Yoruba royalty. All this helps explain why King Joao II of Congo was pleased to style himself the one who tramples the lion in the kingdom of his mother. Indeed, the phrase distills the whole process of stranger king formation to its essence, the synthesis of an outsider endowed of transcendent powers with the indigenous masters of the bearing earth through his union with an esteemed daughter of the latter, thus giving rise to a dynasty that in its paternal and maternal ancestry combines the fundamental sources of life and death. Advent of the Stranger King. Considering the process of kingdom formation as described in the historical traditions of rulers and ruled alike, conquest is too often invoked as the origin of sovereign power, the ferocious attributes of the stranger culture hero notwithstanding. In this connection, with the Alur and other African peoples in mind, probably conquest has been overrated in Western scholarly traditions, since Ludwig Gumplaues mistakenly assumed that the ubiquity of an ethnic distinction between rulers and ruled in Africa and elsewhere was evidence that the state must have so originated. But Mbagha the hunter and lion killer dominated the Shambhala more by gifts of meat than by force, and in any case, the native people themselves claim to have initiated the process. Whether or not it is true in an historical sense, nearly all commoners claimed that their ancestors voluntarily asked for chiefs, and, similarly, chiefs do not claim to rule by right of conquest. Besides the gifts of meat, Mbagha's kingship owed more to making love than making war, for it was established when various villages, competing with each other by seeking a powerful ruler of their own, offered women to him and took the son born from the alliance for their chief. The elements of this process as narrated by Shambhala are frequently repeated around the continent. The stranger prince is peacefully accepted by the indigenous people, sometimes even solicited by them from some prestigious foreign king. The kingship narrative of the Aki of southern Zaire is almost identical to the Shambhala's. A great hunter of noble Luba origins kills a leopard menacing the main native village. He is invited to settle, given a wife, and their son becomes the first ruler of a united Aki kingdom. Again, from West Africa, Igala myths describing the origin of the kingship and the subsequent emergence of the state imply harmony and cooperation in the fusion of indigenous and immigrant elements. The transfer of sovereignty to the royal clan was made voluntarily and the indigenous clans were incorporated with their basic structure unchanged. And East Africa. The oral traditions of the Fipa suggest that what happened was a peaceful takeover rather than a violent conquest. The newcomers did not dispel the chief of Milancy, the ancient center of authority in Ufapa, but allowed him and his successors to remain in Milancy as chiefs of that village and the country for a few miles about, and to be the senior prize of all Ufapa. So were alien dynasties also peacefully founded in great kingdoms such as Benin in West Africa or Bunyoro Kidira in East Africa, among others, as well as in lesser realms such as Akoli, Sogo, Bashu, Talanzi, or Alur, among numerous others. In some instances, what passes for conquest is the usurpation of a previous regime, as Audrey Richards remarked for certain interlocustrine societies. It appears that more often than not, according to the broadly accepted traditions, the foreign rule was imposed without violence. There may be continuing tensions between the native people and their foreign-derived rulers, but usually sooner than later, the differences are synthesized in a unified kingdom of ritually and otherwise complementary components. So the question becomes, what makes the alien dominance legitimate? In Aidan Southall's ethnographic experience, the Alur stranger chief was more revered for his ability to stop war than to raise war, and more to bring or withhold rain than to muster punitive force. Had his position depended on the command of force or on personal prowess in war, it appears that many units of Alur domination of other peoples would never have come into existence, for no irresistible force was brought to bear in their establishment. Moreover, Southall was prepared to generalize the phenomenon, the achievement of the Alur, in building up a new society out of diverse ethnic elements submitting to Luo domination, seems to represent a type of largely peaceful development which has been important elsewhere in the region, and which has so far received little attention in African studies. Or as he wrote in another context, "It is very hard in this secular age, even in imagination, to conceive of one ethnic group submitting and accepting subordination to another without some kind of coercive force or solid material inducement, simply under the impact of belief in more potent supernatural power." But such occurrences evidently did occur in many parts of the world, over and again, even if forceful conquest was more common. There is no doubt that the currency of arguments in the human sciences pitting society against the state, with their emphasis on the weapons of the weak wielded against draconian state power, has empirical as well as moral warrant, but it is not always or often pertinent to the kind of state formation at issue here. In regard to the two common scholarly claim that stranger king narratives are fundamentally ideological, having been perpetrated by the ruling class to legitimate their dominance, it should not be overlooked that agency in the matter also comes from the native subjects. In the same way as the Israelites petitioned Samuel for a king like the other nations, the indigenous peoples may well have their own good reasons for acquiring a ruler. It appears, writes Southall, that many groups entered the Alur system to escape from factors operating within, not outside, their own societies. The spread of Alur lineages that occurred in almost every generation owing to the hiving off of the paramount sons was not only attributable to their ambitions, it was also significantly abetted by the fact that the chief's sons were a desirable element in any pre-existing settlement. Accordingly, Alur have traditions and rituals of chiefly installation which are rather the opposite of a foreign conquest. It is the native Lendu or Metis communities who sometimes literally and oft-times ceremonially kidnap the son of an Alur ruler to have a chief like other native groups. Yet if the agency in stranger king formation may well come from inside the indigenous community, it necessarily involves an engagement in a larger political field composed of more and less powerful societies. The peoples concerned have been well aware of these gradients of power and sophistication, can we not say, these differences of civilization, and they importantly influence movements of persons, groups, and cultural forms between the differences. Notions of cultural evolution were not the first invented by 19th-century anthropologists. Virtually by definition, certainly as a rule, stranger kingdoms were situated in regional, hierarchically ordered fields of interacting societies, core, periphery configurations such as Stanley Tumbia described for Southeast Asia as galactic polities. Here is an almost ideal typical description, very much like the regional Southeast Asian galactic orders, in this case regarding the Goba kingdoms of the Zambezi. Even petty Goba kings had appointees serving as palace guards, warriors, officials, and henchmen who bolstered their power at the center. They also had territorial sub-chiefs similar to those in East African interlocustrine kingdoms. These sub-chiefs exercised essentially the same kinds of power that the king formally exercised over the entire territory, and each maintained a more modest version of the king's staff. The kingdom's sovereignty was relative, alternating through a series of zones of declining central power. There was so little control over the peripheries that some of them, in practice, joined other power chains that linked them one and sometimes several neighboring kingdoms. Just so, the galactic polity comprises a number of kingdoms and chiefdoms in varying degrees of subjugation to a dominant central state, the administrative, tributary, and cultural reach of which generally declines in proportion to distance from the capital. The peripheral realms often continue to function under their traditional rulers, provided they maintain their tributary obligations. Southall described the like as a segmentary state, adding that the exalted magical status of the central ruler typically extends further than his actual authority. This is also to say that marginal societies, being thus dominated culturally before they are in fact, are in significant measure attracted to the center. Reporting on the satellite Pabir Sultanate of the Bornu Empire, Ronald Cohen offers an exemplary description of the intercultural transactions in galactic polities, including the formation of stranger kingships and chiefdoms in the outlying sectors. The central Bornu kingdom of Kanuri-speaking people was founded in the late 15th/early 16th century amidst great turmoil, forcing the local peoples to adapt to or otherwise flee from the developing predatory state. In the event, a ring of highly organized secondary kingdoms were formed along the southern edge of Bornu, including the Bora-speaking realm studied by Cohen. Here an immigrant ruling aristocracy from Bornu was established among the local Bora peasantry. As the tradition goes, a small group of migrants under Yamta Arewala, the hero founder of the royal clan who came from the Borno capital where he had failed in the succession to the throne. These adventurers subdued many of the locals, married Bora women, and settled down. They are said to have learned the local language and customs, but retained their own methods of warfare, the concept of political centrism, and a sense of superiority to the local population. These, then, according to legend were the original Pabir, and from them stems that peculiar variant that resembles the more complex cultures to the north. From the 16th century, the sultans of the Bora realm became subordinates of the Bornu rulers, tributary to them materially as well as culturally. Like the Bornu potentates, these Pabir were not only Muslim by contrast to Bora peasants, who later were largely Christianized, but they also adopted Kanuri titles from Bornu, as well as dress styles, house styles, and Kanuri speech, among many other items. They even adopted Kanuri cross-cousin terms and marriage, in order to marry endogamously, unlike the exogamous Bora clans. The Bora, however, remained owners and priestly masters of the country, where their original ancestors had made covenants with the local spirits. 6. In their actual historical situation, galactic polities in various states of development or decline exhibit a variety of regional patterns, from centralized empires like the old Bunyoro-Kidara realm, or the Bornu and Lunda empires, through multiple kingdom orders like Azanda, to a series of greater and lesser domains acknowledging the spiritual authority of a quantum galactic center that has become politically decentralized like the Borgu kingdoms and apparently Congo before the Anti-Nuwane regime. Historians tell that at the beginning of the 17th century, Bunyoro, centered in a territory ranging south from Lake Albert, was ringed by a variety of smaller tributary kingdoms and chiefdoms, beyond which other small state usually independent of Nero armies, Buganda on the east, and Rwanda on the south, are examples. Moreover, Buganda, which was destined to largely displace Bunyoro as the core state of its own empire, illustrates how great stranger kingdoms may be developed from the galactic margins by smaller states again, like the takeover of Congo from Bungu across the Congo as well as extended from the center by powerful armies or the migrations of turbulent princes. 7. Another development on the northern borders of Bunyoro, leading to the creation of the Akoli chiefdoms under Logo domination, is an instructive example at once of stranger king formation in the context of galactic political conditions and of the advantages accruing therefrom to the indigenous population, especially to its leaders. The process began in the late 17th century and in the usual fashion when two Palogo groups which had supported the losing side in a Nero succession struggle were forced to emigrate. Moving northward, they were able to set themselves up as rulers complete with the paraphernalia and concepts of Nero kingship over several clans in what became the nucleus of Akoliland. Their success stimulated other Logo parties to follow suit, until the former complex of independent indigenous communities, usually composed of one clan, had become centrally organized chiefdoms controlling an average of 8 to 10 clans. The centralization was often literal. The village of the paramount, the ruat, was encircled by a protective screen of subordinate native communities. In the usual dual pattern of stranger kingship, the ruat had an indigenous counterpart in the figure of the father of the soil, the elder of the first lineage encountered by the Luo founding chief. F. K. Gerling notes that the soil in question referred to its aspect as the source of food, for again the indigenous leader was ritually in charge of the productivity of the land as well the fertility of the people. The father of the soil symbolized in his person the mysterious forces of Jok which are responsible for the fertility of the land and of human beings, and which also controlled hunting in the area. But if the indigenous authority instantiated the bearing powers of the local earth and its inhabitants, the ruat remained connected to his foreign origins, and not only through the assumption of neuro-trappings of rule. Frequently, disputes about the succession in Akoli domains were taken to the kings of Bunyoro Kitara for settlement. Although they had long since left Bunyoro, the Akoli paramounts still considered themselves under the sway of Nyiro kings. Meanwhile the native lineage heads of the Akoli chiefdoms were able to enhance to their own powers and privileges under the sway of the Luo rulers. Ronald Atkinson penned a detailed and persuasive argument to the effect that the establishment of the Luo stranger chiefdoms offered advantages to the local people not achievable under the previous lineage regime. Socially and politically, the native headmen not only continued to manage their own lineage affairs, they also functioned as the main advisors and counselors to the ruat and as major spokesmen for and representatives of their lineages within the polity as a whole. Economically, they collected tributes for the ruat, and perhaps retained a small portion. Religiously, they were collectively the main ritual figures within the chiefdom and, evidently referring to the father of the soil, at least one lineage head usually from the group acknowledged as the oldest in the area became the primary ritual figure for the chiefdom as a whole. In the pages that follow it will be seen that these Akoli developments are hardly unique. At least some native authorities enhance their standing and powers under the aegis of stranger kings. Given these benefits, it is not surprising that an important impetus for the formation of the stranger kingdom may well come from the internal politics of the indigenous communities. Engaged in their own rivalries, indigenous leaders and would-be leaders have been known to look upon the advent of a powerful stranger as a political resource, most useful for the prosecution of their own parochial ambitions. Competing for the leadership of the native community or region, one or another of the rivals will go outside the field and enlist a potent foreign ally whatever the cost in submission and tribute his people would now pay to the latter. Or it may be the conflicts between local communities as such that lead one to enlist outside support upon which the others will probably do the same. The competition in either case is of the form Gregory Bateson called symmetrical seismogenesis, here involving the tactic of trumping the opposition by engaging an external political power beyond any that could be mustered within the arena of the contest. 8 Lloyd Fallers recounts how the endemic struggles over succession in Soga states made them much more vulnerable to the penetration of powerful outsiders by invitation than by invasion. Rulers and princes were constantly on the lookout for powerful allies, and both the Ganda and the Europeans were ready to supply such aid in exchange for overall control. In the same way the Soga had viewed the Buganda king, they saw the Europeans as a powerful patron with whom they might ally themselves in the traditional manner. Similarly, among the Akoli in relation to outside Luo chiefs, commoner households sought the protection of the ruat for a variety of reasons and contracted affinal ties with him directly or with one of the branches of his agnatic lineage. Through the enjoyment of the ruler's favor, some of the household heads became the founders of separate commoner village lineages. Soga, Alur, and others also illustrate the cascading effect that the acquisition of an outside chief by one community can have on the aspirations of others. Speaking of Mbagha's accession to power among Shambhala, Fireman notes of the two densely populated regions of Vuga and Bumbuli, Bumbuli could not accept the leadership of Vuga, Vuga would not be ruled by Bumbuli. But both made alliances with a powerful outsider. It is not only by the dispersion of turbulent princes or by conquest that galactic regimes are formed, they are also built up by certain impulses of upward nobility arising in the peripheries. Indeed, beyond the native leaders, there may be substantial benefits of stranger kingship for the underlying population in general. The advantages would include greater political security, judicial means of resolving disputes and curbing feuds, a wider range of exchanges, notably by the establishment of markets where peace is enforced by regional authorities, a wider social range of intermarriage, and dividends from the ruler's distributions of wealth. Not to forget the latter's magical powers of prosperity. To believe in the chief, writes Richards of Bimba, is to cultivate in the hope and assurance that the land is sure to yield its utmost. The benefits of Alur chieftainship for the underlying population are summed up in his provision of rain, the one blessing standing for his general and ultimate responsibility in the minds of his subjects for both their material and moral well-being. Indeed, like the Loved Queen and the Shilluk King, the Alur paramount can be counted among African rulers who reign but do not govern. Just as the landed native people as wife-givers are to the immigrant stranger princes as feminine is to masculine, so their capacity to make the earth bear fruit is protected and realized through the encompassing powers of the stranger king over the natural conditions of human prosperity. Providing prosperity is an aspect of the stranger king's civilizing benefits, as usually acknowledged by all parties. His advent is frequently said to have raised the native people from a rudimentary state by bringing them cattle, crops, iron, even fire and cooking, hence a move from nature to culture. The Nyakiosa tell the story of the civilizing mission of the kingship as well as the powers retained by the native villagers. All are agreed that chiefs and commoners belong to different stocks, the commoners being descended from the original occupants of the country while the chiefs trace their descent to a line of invaders from the Livingstone Mountains 8 generations ago. Moreover, while the most sacred persons in the country were divine kings, descendants of the original heroes, chosen each generation to become their living representatives, to take their name, and to sacrifice at their graves, it was the commoners who chose them and put them to death when it was expedient for the good of the people. The invaders were supposed to have brought into the country fire, cattle, crops, and iron. They were creators, the guarantors and preservers of fertility, and it was to foster and increase fertility that men sacrificed and worshipped at the graves of the mythical heroes. The Aborigines, on the other hand, without fire, without iron, and feeding on raw meat as the myth depicts them, possessed one weapon of terrible potency, witchcraft, which no chief, not even a priest of the chief's lineage, could withstand or would dare to challenge. Once more, an enduring complementarity coupled to a residual hostility. To return to the stranger king effects of the competition between groups in galactic fields, the same kind of seismogenesis when it involves competition between the most powerful states can generate a politics of the marvelous, leading great kingdoms to conjure ancestors of universal renown from exalted realms of ancient memory. 9 In the upshot, world historical figures appear as the founder of dynasties with whom they had no connection and progenitors of rulers to whom they had no relation. Alexander the Great, for example, who in his Islamic incarnation as Iskandar di Zulkarnain became the apical ancestor of 15th-century sultans in Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula. The historic dynasty of Benin was founded by the son of the Yoruba ruler of fabled Ile Ife, Otojuwa, who had been solicited from his father by the representatives of the autochthonous Edo people. The latter, the Uzuma elders, were reportedly dissatisfied with the unkingly behavior of their existing ruler. Following a pattern we have already noted more than once, the Yoruba prince Otojuwa thereupon married a local woman, and their son, combining the Edo and Yoruba identities and powers, became the first king of the new order. By a popular Yoruba narrative, however, the dynasty would have even more fabulous antecedents. The Yorubas are said to have sprung from Lamuradu, one of the kings of Mecca whose offspring were, Otojuwa, the ancestor of the Yorubas, and the founding kings of Gagahiri and the Kukiwa, 2 tribes in Hausa country. In the context of the dynamic West African Muslim states, a number of such dynasties competitively trace their origins to legendary Middle East ancestors, whether to purported enemies of the Prophet, such as the aforementioned Kisra of the Borgu kingdoms, or to prominent Muslims such as Bayezid of Baghdad, whose sons by a local princess founded the house's sultanates. Thus, a real politics of the marvelous. As the tradition goes, the power of the historic Congo dynasty was abetted by a similar conflict among the notables of the interior kingdom of Mbata, which issued in the inclusion of that rich realm and its satellites in Antinouane's regime. Mbata appears in Duarte Lopez's late 16th century account as a great and powerful kingdom that submitted voluntarily and without battle to the oncoming Antinouane owing to certain dissensions among its ruling chiefs. In the outcome, the victor was one Ansekulao, the maternal uncle of the Congo founding hero Antinouane. He thus became the ruler of Mbata, the Mani Mbata, within Antinouane's kingdom. Following the usual pattern of the union of the stranger prince with a daughter or sister of the native leader, Antinouane married a daughter of Ansekulao. Thenceforth it was enjoined on Antinouane's royal successors to take a daughter of the Mbata rulers to wife, in principle as mother of the royal heir. Her title Animbanda, referring apparently to authority or tributary rights, signified the conveyance of sovereignty entailed in the union. In the event, the Mani Mbata and his successors became the maternal grandfather of the kingship, a superior kinship status consistent with his bestowal of legitimacy on the alien rulers as well his continuing presence in the new order, including an important role as kingmaker. The old regime was folded into the new, naturalizing the stranger king. The marriage of the foreign prince with the daughter of the native leader is the final, contractual aspect of the critical process in which the stranger comes out of the wild to be domesticated by the native people, and thus become eligible to assume the rule of them. It is in this reigning in of the king-to-be that oppositional tensions between native subjects and foreign rulers are particularly expressed. Ritual reenactments of the accession of the stranger king have put social anthropologists in mind of rituals of rebellion. But then, as Michel Izard observed for the realm of the Yatenga Mossi kings, the autochthonous people of the earth, as the first to settle the region, were already practiced in transforming the wild into cultivated land, the dangerous into docile elements, the dead into benevolent ancestors. 10 Some or all of these transformations indeed have their counterparts in the installation rights of stranger kings, which are always under the control of leaders of the native people. But if indigenous leaders thereby confer legitimacy on their Ariviste ruler, they may have to kill him first. In discussing such an event among the Ndembu of Zambia, where the paramount chief of Lunda extraction, the Kanonjsha, is installed under the aegis of the Kafwana, the senior headman of the autochthonous Mwila people, Victor Turner speaks of these protagonists as representing a distinction between the politically or militarily strong and the subdued autochthonous people, who are nevertheless ritually potent. What is then described is a rite in which an enduring precedence of the native Mwila people is demonstrated by subduing the Lunda chief who would rule them. For in the critical period of the ritual drama, the chief-elect together with his senior wife or a slave representing the sacred regalia of Lunda rule, all clad only in ragged waistcloths, are secluded on a hut named from the verb to die and decorated with symbols of death, for it is here that the chief-elect dies. 11 Here too the Kanonjsha to be will be revived when washed with medicines mixed with water from the river crossed by the original Lunda conqueror when he entered Ndembu territory. Such waters are maternal cum autochthonous sources of life elsewhere in Africa, as we shall see shortly, but in any case it is clear that the death of the Kanonjsha chief-elect as an outsider is followed by his rebirth as an insider through the offices of the Kafwana native headman, one of whose titles is indeed Mother of Kanonjsha. The headman then undertakes the new chief's maturation, as it were, by instructing him in the morality of the native society, while forcefully admonishing him to leave off the antisocial behavior of his previous existence, behavior characteristic of an unruly hunter living by and for himself in the wild. You are a mean and selfish fool, one who is bad-tempered. But today you are born as a new chief. If you were mean, and used to eat your cassava mush alone, or your meat alone, today you are in the chieftainship. You must give up your selfish ways, you must welcome everyone. You are the chief. You must stop being adulterous and quarrelsome. The foreign hunter-conqueror living outside the rules and relations of human society is domesticated by being put to death, reborn, and then socialized by the leader of the indigenous people. Not that his transcendent powers are eliminated, any more than his foreign identity is forgotten, but they are sublimated and put at the service of the society he will now dominate. Hence if conquest there is, it is reciprocal. The Ndembu are hardly the only African people who integrate their foreign-derived ruler by a humiliating ritual death and rebirth in the seclusion of a specially constructed hut of sinister decor or location. The Akoli, Mamprasi, and Shilluk are among others who are reported to do the like, the Shilluk adding the repetition of a royal exploit when the king-elect also has incestuous relations there with a paternal half-sister. Some form of public humiliation of the royal heir followed by seclusion is even more frequently reported than what ensues in the clandestine rituals. However, what is often no secret in the periodic mock battles that ritually reenact the origins of the kingship is that the ruler and his party are defeated by priestly leaders and warriors of the indigenous stock, which defeat is what allows the king to then claim his realm. Rehearsing the kingship origins in the annual New Year ceremonies, the Yatenga Masi king is bested in mock battle 3 times before he is allowed to enter his palace. In the Shilluk installation, the party of the king-elect is twice beaten by the host of the original King Nukang in ritual battles, whose prize was the girl of the ceremonies, provided by a certain autochthonous clan. Hence, again, at stake was the appropriation of the life of the land through a union with a marked daughter of the aboriginal population. Nukang's victories were also initiated by crossing a certain stream outside the capital of Fashoda, and were followed by a reconciliation of this original king with his successor, in the course of which the latter gained the girl. 12. The Mamprasi offer a clear example of subduing the stranger king in the critical episode of the New Year ceremonies, where he was not only defeated by the priest chiefs and elders of the previous regime, but also symbolically killed. Marked by successive foreign-derived dynasties, the Mamprasi comprise a good example too of serial stranger kingship, wherein the priest chiefs, the heirs of the former rulers, take the part of the kingdom's native element. In the rite in question, a group of drummers and dancers led by 2 of these great priests of the earth, war spears in hand, confronted a party of the king and his supporters in the enclosure in front of his house. At a certain moment, the dancers, also armed with spears, with the priest chiefs apparently in their lead, moved toward the king with loud cries, as if they were going to war. One prince, attempting to make light of the affair, told Susan Drucker Brown, the ethnographer, that the menacing shouts of the priest chiefs were merely a blood dance. Nearing the king, the dancers raised their spears as if to hurl them at him, and then gently lowered them and stopped dancing. The king now wept just for the moment, explained a young royal, tears come down from his eyes. That is the most essential part of the Damba. A commoner elder expressing the view of the subject people in general on their relationship to the king provided what Drucker Brown deemed perhaps the most accurate analysis of the ceremony. They are saying we own you to the king. For that is how it is. We own the king and he owns us. Just so, the stranger kingdom is marked by the reciprocal encompassment of the indigenous subjects by the foreigner king and the king by his indigenous subjects. Even as the king instantiates the totality of the polity and the ruling aristocracy unifies the diverse native communities, the native leaders, by representation or in combination, naturalize and integrate their foreign royalty to the extent that in most African stranger kingdoms, great empires partially accepted, the dominant identity, language, and customs of the society as a whole are those of the native owners rather than the immigrant rulers. The ethnic identities of both may have been developed in the course of the kingdom's formation, but that of the indigenous owners typically serves as the identity of the totality. Moreover, as perennial kingmakers, these native authorities not only legitimate the authority of the kings of foreign origin, they thereby demonstrate their own residual sovereignty. In many African kingdoms they are the designated regents during the extended interregnum that follows the death of the king. Nor do they ever surrender their ownership of the earth of the kingdom with which they share an existential identity. The kings of the old Congo state were no exception to traditions and rituals of their sublimation and integration by an older aristocracy, especially those functioning as priest chiefs of the kingdom and its several provinces. According to the dominant charter tradition, an important priest chief mediated the advent of Antinuwane, founder of the historic dynasty, as we shall see, and thereafter, No prince could be invested in the kingship without the endorsement of the titular successors of this priest. I am unaware of any detailed text on what happened in the 8-day seclusion of the king-elect during the Congo installation rites, although a report from 1668 tells that the assembled people threw dust upon him as he was being escorted to the place of confinement. It is also reported that the installations of pre-Christian kings included draconian breaches of kinship on their part. They are said to have killed one or more junior kinsmen of their own clan and also had intercourse with the clanswoman. But we do have a revelatory notice of the installation rites of the governor or duke of the important Nsundé province in 1651 from the journal of the Capuchin Father Girolamo da Monte Sarchio. Nsundé was the particular patrimony of Congo kings, reputedly because it was the first realm subdued by the dynastic founder, Antinouane, and the governorship was accordingly reserved for the designated heir to the kingship. Before he could take office at the Nsundé capital, however, the prince, together with his wife and entourage, was obliged to travel to the village of the major priest-chief of the province, a personage who was venerated as if he were the god of the country. Monte Sarchio continues. This Kaitamai was so esteemed that it was if it depended on him that one acquired the power and authority to rule the province. The duke was convinced that if he did not go through the process at the Kaitamais, he would have no power over the people, who would accord him neither submission nor tribute, and indeed his life would be cut short. The encounter of the duke and the Kaitamai took place across a certain stream, apparently at the border of the village. On one side the duke, his wife, and party, arrayed as though for battle, faced the Kaitamai, his wife, and their people on the other. There followed a mock combat with bows and straw arrows, in which the stranger prince was subdued. The duke and duchess were obliged to acknowledge themselves defeated. But the defeat allowed them to cross the stream into the territory they would rule. For the Kaitamai then gave the duke a hand across, and his wife did the same for the duke's consort. Comments Monte Sarchio, without that ceremony, the duke would not be able to cross the stream. The following day featured something of a reversal of the stranger prince's defeat in what appears to have been the symbolic form of a sexual conquest. The next morning, the duke and his wife lay down on the ground before the door of the Kaitamai's house. The Kaitamai and his wife came out of their house, took off their clothes so as to ostentatiously display their genitals, then dropped their clothes and trampled them underfoot. In the sequel, the priest-chief poured some water on the earth to make a muddy mixture with which, as if it were blessed earth, he daubed the duke and his wife. The latter pair thereupon gave all their clothes to the priest-chief and his wife. The Kaitamai followed by entrusting the duke with several objects of superstition which had to be kept in the house of the duke's wife, to be worshipped there as if they were sacred relics, if not more. He also gave him a certain firebrand from which everyone would light their fire. It had to be taken to the Nsundé capital, distant some 6 days' march. The firebrand also had to be kept in the house of the duke's wife. Thus ends the account of the ceremonies. To comment only on the obvious, the stranger prince is able to gain the rule solely on the condition of his own submission to the native priest-chief, god of the country, owner of the earth. There will be reason to suppose from comparable notices elsewhere that the remoteness of the Kaitamai's village from Banza Nsundé, the capital, indicates that it is an old cultic center, the foyer of some of the earliest inhabitants of Nsundé. In any case, it is in this capacity that the Kaitamai and his spouse the protagonists are conjugal pairs, as if to signify the reproductive aspects of the rites offer themselves sexually as wife to the princely couple. Anointing the latter with earth mixed with water, the iconic patrimony of the autochthonous people, the Kaitamai at once naturalizes the foreign royals, conveys the territory to them and perhaps humiliates them. We are not told whether the clothes given by the princely pair to the Kaitamai and wife had special value. In any event, the firebrand the stranger king then receives from the Kaitamai, by which he will rekindle the hearths of the Nsundé people, implies he has become an inseminating source of their fertility of the land, analogously to his union with their priestly representative. Speaking of notices of such priest-chiefs in early missionary texts, Anne Hilton writes, the Kaitamai also maintained 1 or 2 fires, which were closely associated with fertility, and sold firebrands to supplicants. Hilton also comments on this ritual by reference to another, more generalized 17th century account in which the Kitamai was said to tread the governor under his feet to demonstrate he must be subject, and the governor swore perpetual obedience. In essence, the ritual consists of a transfer of sovereignty in the course of which the stranger prince is appropriated by the native owners of the land, and vice versa. This recursive theme of royal ceremony and collective memory is not false historical consciousness, but rather, to borrow a phrase from Clifford Geertz, it is a model of and for cultural order and historical action. On crossing the river and marrying the land. Not to forget a fundamental episode in the installation of the Duke of Ensundey in the role of stranger prince, the crossing of the river. Crossing the river to take possession of the land is rather like marriage of the stranger prince with the ranking woman of the native people that engenders the ruling chief. Symbolically, the crossing and the marriage are versions of one another. The similarities are cosmological at the same time they are political. For such very reasons, some Western scholars think they are not historical. They can't be real. The genealogy of the founder of the Shilluk kingdom, Nukang, leads back to the heavens and God on the paternal side, and on the maternal, to earthly rivers. His mother Nukea is associated with all riverine phenomena and beings, first and foremost with the crocodile, and she is associated with fertility and childbirth. Nukang is searched for in the White Nile at the beginning of the Shilluk installation rites, in the course of which he will be instantiated in the king. One of Nukang's titles is in fact Son of the River. Another is the Crosser of the River, referring to Nukang's initial traverse of the Bahr el Ghazal into the territory he then conquered and organized as the Shilluk kingdom. As we already know from several Stranger King narratives, including the Congo in some detail, terrestrial waters as well as the bearing earth are the inalienable domain of the indigenous maternal component of the Stranger Kingdom. Point 13. These associations can be found even in nascent tribal forms of stranger kingship. As reported by Godfrey Lienhart, for example, in Dinka charter traditions, cognate to the Shilluks, Iwal, first son of the god and ancestor of the priestly masters of the fishing spears, emerged at birth from a river. These masters of the fishing spears will marry off their sisters to the Arivist warrior chiefs, become the mother's brothers of the latter, and thereby unite the dual ruling components of Dinka society. Lienhart reports that rivers have influence on and are influenced by pregnant women. The association to which we point is between the river as a source of life for the Dinka, women as sources of life, and the prototype of sisters of masters of the fishing spear as dispensers of life. As distant in space and language as the Bantu Ba Congo are from the Nilotic Dinka, crossing the river has very similar implications for them. McGaffey distills the sexual and reproductive symbolism from various legendary episodes. This concern with fertility is represented in the legends by the magical elements associated with the crossing of the river, in which sexual imagery is explicit, planting the staff that burgeoned. The sister who insulted her brother by suggesting incest, the awl in the navel, hollowing a canoe, splitting a rock, where the knife in the rock is still a current sexual metaphor, or parting the water as did the chief Makaba. By tying from shore to shore a woman's tumpline. A symbol of her reproductive capacity. The motif of crossing the river is a Rubicon moment in a goodly number of African dynastic traditions, the fateful move that will set an ambitious immigrant prince on a course to his kingship and introduce a new order among the native people of the land. Indeed, writes Aidan Southall, it was the crossing of the Nile and the process of incorporation of other groups that constituted the emergence of a new, composite society, called Alur. It is pertinent to add that the generic ethnonym, Alur, referred originally to the indigenous Sudanic populations of the region, an identity that subsequently included their late-coming Nilotic chiefs, who for their part, however, preferred to vaunt their kinship with the Beto rulers of the once great Kitaranyuro kingdom. For more Stranger King ironies that have nothing to do with history except to create it, the Nilotic Beto, however, have long adopted the Bantu speech of their dynastic predecessors. Not coincidentally, the Beto crossed the Nile on their way to the Kitara kingship. Again and generally, the migration of the eponymous ancestor of the Bambara dynasties contains the theme of river crossing that is found in so many legends of origin in Africa. Perhaps, then, we can up the symbolic ante on the meanings of narratives such as that of the installation of the Duke of Nsundi. In crossing the river and marrying the land, the stranger hero effects a cultural synthesis of cosmic dimensions, as between the celestial and the terrestrial, masculine and feminine, the wild and the sown, foreign mobile riches and produce of the local earth, war and peace, in brief, the fundamental conditions of human order and welfare, the powers and sources of which are ultimately beyond society itself. Indeed, McGaffey has emphasized that the motif of crossing the river takes its meaning from the Congo conception of the universe as an upper world of humanity separated by water from an underworld of the dead inhabited by the spiritual beings in control of the human fate. Accordingly, in a text there will be occasion to revisit, McGaffey says of the prescriptive crossing of the river in Congo origin traditions, the elsewhere from which the king comes is a land of spirits, although it may be identified with a geographical location. The externality of the kingship is essential because power itself, the spiritual sources of human vitality, mortality, and prosperity, comes from beyond society. Bakongo see the ability to survive in the universe as a function of the play of power. The terms for ordinary people who lack kindoki or kundu are derogatory. People who have power obtain it directly or indirectly from the other world. They are relatively successful, they live longer and have more children and more wealth. Power obtained from the other world can be used for personal or for public benefit, with productive or destructive effect. Considering the recent anthropological interest in cosmologies and ontologies as the relative cultural grounds of what there is and how such things came to be, not to mention the ethnographic evidence of the potency of Aldeiridi, it seems curious that the historian John Thornton should dismiss the long-standing Congo traditions that the founder of the kingdom, Antinouane, embarked on his kingly project by crossing the Congo River as merely a cosmological necessity surrounded by ideological stories. In his important work on the origin and early history of the Kingdom of Congo, c. 1350, Thornton writes, "The story of the first king crossing the Congo from Bungu to conquer Mbembakasi, the first province of Congo, may not have any basis, however, as Wyatt McGaffey pointed out in his study of 19th-century tradition, the idea of a river crossing, surrounded by ideological stories, may be more of a cosmological necessity than a statement of literal truth." While there is little doubt that the 17th-century Congo elite believed that their dynasty had originated in Bungu, or at least across the Congo River, this is not supported by earlier tradition. According to Lopez, Congo began not across the Congo River, but in the province of Mbemba and annexed other provinces from that core. This search for literal truth becomes doubly curious by virtue of Thornton's methods for rewriting the documentary evidence in order to arrive at it. For one, there is his singular reliance on the 1591 text of the Italian humanist Filippo Pigafetta based on a manuscript penned by Duarte Lopez for his own reconstruction of Congo kingship origins, although this work says very little about it, and Thornton takes the liberty of boldly revising what it does say about it. A merchant who served as Congo's ambassador to Rome, Lopez wrote the first explicitly historical description of Congo in 1588. Thornton allows that, in fact, Lopez says little about the kingship origins, because it was intended to convince Vatican authorities that Congo was a Christian kingdom of good standing and thus worthy of having its own bishop, and did not deal very much with the pre-Christian period. But at least equally important, apart from a few snippets of local traditions, Lopez does not even discuss the earlier kings because, for all he knew, the Congolese had no memory of them, they preserve no history of the ancient kings, nor any memorial of past ages, not knowing how to write. Not a good start. Point 14. Figure 1. Map of the Kingdom of Congo. Thornton will rely significantly on Montisarchio as well as Lopez for his historiographic project, which involves the deconstruction of the foreign origin of the historic Congo kingship in favor of a reconstructed truer history of its endogenous beginnings immediately south of the Zaire River in the region known as Mbembakasi. Not only did the dynasty really originate within Congo, Thornton argues, but the founding hero and first king was not really Antinous from Vungu, as commonly believed, but his father, Nyamaya Enzima of Mpembakasi. An important piece of evidence was a passage from Monte Sarkio's journal describing his visit to Mpembakasi in 1650 or 1651, which reads in part, "I went to Mpembakasi, governed by a chiefess having authority over several villages who held the title of Mother of the King of Congo," to which Thornton suggestively adds, the key Congo word Nguti means mother but might also mean origin or source. So the text might also indicate she was, or rather her ancestress was, the origin of the kingship. Possibly true, but to the opposite effect than Thornton supposes, as it rather implies an archetypal marriage of the stranger hero with a daughter of the autochthonous people, upon which she will become the mother of the king and maternal ancestress of the dynasty. Indeed, the documentary evidence early and late makes it clear that the reference to the mother of the king of Congo recalled a hypergamous union of a native woman of rank with a stranger king from across the Congo River. So reads the relevant passage of Monte Sarkio's journal, when taken in its entirety including what Thornton left out. "I went to Mpembakasi, governed by a chiefess having authority over several villages who held the title of Mother of the King of Congo. Here is the reason, when the first king, the one who established his sovereignty over the Congo, left Coimba, crossed the Congo, and began to be Lord of Congo, it was at the village of Mpembakasi that he began to reign." 15. Some centuries later, McGaffey could provide a confirming report from his own ethnographic study of the same area. The likelihood is that Ngazia Congo has dominated Mbanza continuously for 500 years. The name is a title implying that the owners had the right to provide the king, Ani Congo, with his official wife at the time of the coronation. This woman was probably his classificatory father or grandfather, and she would be known as Mpembakasi, which is the first recorded name of the Mantique region. Probably this is what Father Jerome de Monte Sarkio referred to when he gave the title of the chief he met in Mbanza in 1650 as Mother of the King of Congo. A corollary problem with Thornton's thesis that Congo began in Mpembakasi is that his primary documentary source, the Duarte Lopez text as transmitted by Pigafetta, distinctly says otherwise. It says that the cradle of the kingship was in the province of Mpemba, which is in the center of the Congo kingdom, not to be confused with Mpembakasi in the north where is located the capital Mbanza Congo. According to the Lopez account as translated by Thornton, Mpemba was the center of the state of Congo and the origin of the ancient kings and the land where they were born, to which Thornton adds, thus the original territory to which the other provinces were added. The well-known tradition to which Thornton alludes, however, recounts how Antinous culminated his conquest of Congo from Vungu north of the Congo by distributing the land to his followers from a mountain in Mpemba near the capital he would subsequently establish at Mbanza Congo. Mbanza Congo, another old name of which was Mbanza Wayne, remained the royal seat of the Congo state into the Christian era, which is not inconsistent with Lopez's statement that it was the center of the kingdom and the origin and birthplace of ancient kings whose traditions were largely unknown to him. However, on the basis of his own choice of kingdom origins at Mpembakasi, Thornton simply asserts that Lopez had gotten mixed up, that in describing Mpemba as the origin of the ancient kings, the author must have really meant Mpembakasi in the north. What seems likely, to Thornton, is that Lopez or Pigafetta conflated Mpemba, the large southern province, with Mpembakasi, the smaller northern province, thus putting both Lopez and the later Capuchins in agreement over the original core of Congo. How could this be? The Lopez text is perfectly clear about the location of and unmistakably detailed in its description of Mpemba province and its capital Mbanza Congo. In this case, Lopez must have known what he was talking about. He lived in Mbanza Congo for some years, and he was the ambassador of Mbanza Congo to the Vatican. As for the later Capuchins purportedly in agreement that Mpembakasi was the original core of Congo, besides Monte Sarkio, Thornton is invoking the 1687 text of Kavazi, who was in the region in the mid-1660s, in which the founder of the kingdom came from across the Kwango River, and Mbembakasi was the first place in Congo he had conquered. 16 In sum, Thornton's rewriting of the primary sources is perfectly arbitrary, except as it is motivated by his own empirically challenged, secondary interpretation purporting to be what actually happened. In an earlier work, Thornton had already sought to deconstruct the Congo stranger king tradition by asserting that the supposed ethnic distinction between the subject peoples generically known as Ambundu and the ruling elite, the Ashikango, was not really a difference between native inhabitants and immigrant rulers. The reputed ethnic distinction was merely an ideological supposition, a mirage based on a more fundamental difference between the social systems of the countryside and the town as constituted in the 17th century. As we know, Thornton is not the only student of African societies who, by positing that stranger king traditions are functional reflexes of the real political or real economic structures at a given moment, consider that they have no real historical value and can thenceforth be ignored. Since these traditions are time-bound, secondary rationalizations, and not literally true so far as the historian is concerned, it helps if they are called myths. They are supposed to have no real effect on the destiny of the people who continue to hold and practice them as timeless truths, trans-historical memories of what has been and will be. In this matter of the confinement of the stranger kingship of Congo to the dustbin of real history, Thornton offers a quasi-Marxist explanation of the distinction between Ambundu subjects and SC Congo rulers as a reflection of differences in modes of production, the Ambundu social formation based on agriculture as organized by relations of kinship, and the SC Congo, based on tribute, slave labor, and foreign wealth obtained by levies on trade and war. More than just dialect or supposed ethnic origin, he writes. This distinction was a social and economic one, a reflection of the way Congo's production system and social relations were organized in the 17th century. 17 But if stranger kingship apparently mirrors the relations of production, is it not because the image has indeed been reversed, not that the distinctions of stranger kingship reflect the relations of production, but that production is organized by the relations of stranger kingship? The ownership and control of the means of production in the primary, agricultural sector by the underlying people is sequitur to the broad cultural distinctions of autochthony and alterity. It is the opposition between the descendants of first settlers existentially connected by ancestry to the spiritual sources of the earth's fertility, and the dominating latecomers of foreign derivation and violent disposition ruling by tributes and foreign wealth acquired by trade, warfare, and so on. Clearly, the relations of production are structured in the terms and forms of stranger kingship as such, but the terms and forms of stranger kingship are not those of production as such. In any event, the distinction between the immigrant SC Congo nobility and the indigenous Ambundu peoples was structurally pertinent in the Old Congo Kingdom, and it could not be so simply characterized as a difference between the denizens of the towns and countryside. In the beginning of his long reign, King Afonso styled himself simply as King of Congo and Lord of the Ambundu, a title that was repeated by his successor King Diego in 1647. In later years, Afonso as also Afonso II in a document of 1652, while naming all the principalities he claimed to rule, added that he was sovereign lord of all the Ambundu. Very likely the formation of the kingdom itself entailed the process of ethnogenesis by which these broad identities developed, each of them, and especially Ambundu, including a considerable diversity of groups of different origins. The province of Nsundi alone counted 10 different tribes. 18 The complementary formation of an SC Congo superstructure, moreover, involved the spread of the immigrant nobility into countryside settlements as ruling chiefs in the provincial and district centers, even as the lower levels of this hierarchy were expanded by the bestowal of heritable titles together with the distinctive bonnets signifying noble status on local big men and clan leaders who were prepared to pay the substantial qualifying fee. Probably, the question of the ethnicity of the town-dwelling rulers in the ancient Congo was similar to what Natal described for Fulani in Noopland. The Fulani conquerors of Noop, numerically an insignificant minority, were absorbed completely by the culture of the people whom they had subjugated. Yet they remain a separate social group, conscious of its alien origin, and still distinguished by a special tribal name. They call themselves, and are called by their subjects, Goize, a name which distinguishes these settled, town Fulanu from the nomadic cattle people who are known as Burorosi, Nevernup. They are a representative group in a different sense, the small elite of conquerors and rulers. The historical memory of their alien origin, for it is only this today, buttresses their detached social position. To take stock, then, in Thornton's notional reconstruction of historical reality, Vung was not the homeland of the kingship, notwithstanding that even 17th century kings claimed that it was. Mpembakazi within Congo was where the kingship originated, notwithstanding all tradition and documentation indicating it was the place the immigrant founder Antinouane first conquered after crossing the Congo River. Antinouane did not cross the Congo River, hence we can ignore the merely cosmological significance of that Rubicon moment and its presence in operative versions of the kingship traditions. Anyhow, Antinouane was not the founder of the Congo Kingdom, his father Namaya Nzima was, and the dual society of indigenous Ambundu subjects ruled by a foreign-derived Ashikango aristocracy was not really a distinction of historical origins and ethnic identities but an ideological reflex of the socio-economic differences between rural peasants and the town elites. In sum, the Congo state was not a stranger kingdom. But to return to the paradigmatic traditions of stranger kingship that, literally true or not, are resources of real history, the ultimate integration of the foreign prince is his marriage to the daughter of the native ruler. This recurrent episode in narratives of the origins of stranger kingship amounts to the contract of the new society, not only by allying its dual components but also by giving rise to a dynasty that encompasses the totality. The ubiquity of this foundational synthesis of foreign rulers and native owners is already evident in preceding paragraphs. Such unions or their symbolic equivalents are virtually universal conditions of stranger kingship formations around the world as well as in Africa. What Marjorie Stewart writes of the Borgu kingdoms in this regard could easily be duplicated from accounts of stranger kingship origins anywhere. It was common practice. When a powerful prince arrived in another chief's territory for the incumbent chief to offer his daughter in marriage to the newcomer to establish bonds of friendship and thereby acknowledge the latter's superior political power. More than friendship, however, the two components of the kingdom are united by an ancestral and perpetual kinship. The chiefs of the old regime and their successors are related to the ruling kings as maternal grandfathers to their grandsons or mothers' brothers to their sisters' sons, or else more generally, as in Borgu, the chief of the earth becomes more intimately associated with political power and becomes for all the young princes the very incarnation of their maternal ancestor. Again, in another mode of generalizing the initial kinship connection, local indigenous headmen may be related to royals settled in their villages or districts as wives to their chiefly husbands. Note also that the status of the native chiefs as priests of the stranger king realm is consistent with their maternal relation to the kingship insofar as it parallels Edmund Leach's classic formulation of the opposition between the consubstantiality of the own people and the metaphysical influence of the affines. Affines of the kingship by origin, the indigenous priests are everywhere the sacrificers, the ritual intermediaries with divinity, even in some cases officiating at the sacrifices to the royal ancestors though it be on behalf of the king as sacrificer. On the other hand, by thus integrating the sacred powers of the autochthonous people with the violent potency of his own origins, the ruler himself becomes something of a divinity. Not only does he encompass the social totality in his own person, but he is endowed with the powers to create it. At least such are the attributes of the offspring of the original union. The immigrant prince himself may disappear, leaving behind a son by a native woman to become the first ruler and true founder of the kingdom which he may then expand by conquest as well as enrich by civilizing gifts. This is the story in the kingships of Benin, Luba, Lunda, and, by implication, Congo. Not to forget that the native peoples have their own reasons for entering into an alliance with a powerful outsider, and accordingly they may have their own agency in the matter. Such was the experience more than once of the good Capuchin Montisarchio during his evangelizing travels around Congo in the mid-17th century. At one village in Bada, he found the chief excessively attentive, for, he wished at any cost to give me his own daughter for a wife. A similar incident at the large principality of Congo Bella on the upper Congo River, apparently independent and rarely if ever visited by Europeans, gives some idea why the missionary was in such great demand. They said I was a Banchita, which is nearly saying that I was a man returned from the other world. Here again, the Congo Bella king wanted to give me one of his daughters in marriage, and many others wished to give a daughter or a sister to have descendants of a priest of the Pope. Some people also expressed a desire to have his relics, never mind that he was still alive, and they offered him native cloth of the best quality for locks of his hair. A being returned from the other world to whom the native ruler proffers his daughter in marriage, can one doubt the historical reality of stranger kingship in the Congo region, even the possibility of its peaceful establishment? In the official tradition, the Congo hero Antinouane was himself the offspring of a union between the king, Nimaya Enzima, from Vungu across the Zaire, and a sister of the Mbada ruler Nsekulao. It may be that Nimai had already threatened a decentralized galactic system from its margins and in the usual stranger king pattern married an indigenous princess. 19 Hilton has argued this incursion actually happened, and as we know, Thornton takes the argument beyond its logical and empirical extreme to the conclusion that Nimai was of endogenous Ba Congo stock and he rather than his son Antinouane was the real founder and first king of Congo. In this connection, both Hilton and Thornton stress the economic basis of Congo kingship origins, especially its development at the intersection of long-distance trade routes, although neither has addressed the dissenting scholarly opinions. Early on, David Birmingham asserted there is no indication that Congo before the Portuguese owed its wealth to monetary sources or any marketable product. It was essentially a prosperous farming regime, working through a tributary and redistributive political economy. Likewise, Luc de Huysque questions whether the economist hypothesis of N. Hilton could not be reversed. Would it not be the very existence of the Congo kingdom that structured the commercial development? In any case, if Antinouane's father was the original king of Congo, one would have to draw a distinction between what actually happened and what became the historical reality. For inasmuch as the Congolese people have made their own history in tradition and in action, they have privileged the offspring of the foreign king and the native woman, Antinouane, as the primary agent, founding hero, and original king of the historic dynasty. There is a difference between a happening and a historical event, rather on the order of the difference between fact and value, which is to say that nothing happens except as it is meaningfully appropriated and disseminated. Hence Wayne, of mixed foreign and domestic descent, is the effective founder of the kingdom. As Ballandier observes, by this synthesis of the foreign warrior with the sacred ancestral powers of the autochthonous people, the Congo kingship derives the means of converting into durable superiority what was merely vulnerable coercion, transforming into a permanent order what was merely a disorder favorable to innovation. The Dual Society. In a chapter on religion as a political system, Wyatt McGaffey reviews an ethnographic report by Nestor van Everbroek on the Balaya people living in the vicinity of Lac-Mai and Mba, of whom McGaffey says, their ideology and social structure are closely comparable to the Ba Congo. In McGaffey's summary, the legendary first occupants of Balaya territory were the Nses, forest dwellers, and cannibals. Every Balaya village has a political chief and an owner of the soil. These positions belong to clans described in the legends as invaders and autochthons respectively. Traditions relating to occupation and ownership of land resemble those of Congo and are evidently political rather than historical material. The political chief has the power of life and death and is responsible for justice, foreign relations, and war. The owner of the soil is responsible for the growth and well-being of the village. More than the resemblances to classical Congo government, however, the Balaya ethnography is classical stranger kingship. Immigrant chiefs from the northeast, the Balaya took over the villages of the indigenous owners of the soil, forming a series of chiefdoms in each of which the ruler was the collective husband of his native subject wives. For example, the charter tradition of the most important chiefdom in the area of the Senghil people, one of several indigenous groups, is quintessential stranger king stuff. The advent of the arrogant Belaya hero Kanyulu was initially conflictual but in the end peaceful. Kanyulu appears as a hunter accompanied by his warriors who trail a wounded wild pig to its death in the forest near the Senil village of Ngongo. Pleased by the location, Kanyulu brings his people there to clear the forest for a settlement. As is often recounted in such charter narratives, the contact with the native population is made through a female relative of the native leader, in this case the wife of Yangonga, the possessor of the land of Ngongo and its environs. Hearing of the strangers through his wife, Yangonga confronts Kanyulu with the demand of a thigh of the wild pig as his due as possessor of the land. Kanyulu refuses, and the native Yangonga not only backs down in light of the number of Kanyulu's warriors, but returns the next day with a welcoming gift of a packet of vegetables, a chicken, and the shoulder of a wild pig. Moreover, a few days later, having killed a leopard and desiring to remain on good terms, Yangonga sends a shoulder to Kanyulu, who, standing on his chiefly dignity, demands also the skin, teeth, claws, and thigh of the beast. Enraged, Yangonga, as the legitimate owner of the soil, declares he would not submit to the domination of the strangers. Kanyulu thereupon enters Ngongo with his warriors and demands damages. When the villagers advise appeasing the stranger chief, Yangenga departs with his family, leaving only 2 sons at the village. In his absence, however, the victory of Kanyulu soon turns to dust, the earth becomes sterile, and day after day fishing fails and the hunters return empty-handed. His advisors tell Kanyulu he has acted badly toward Yangonga, and for our life to return to normal, there is only one remedy: solicit the intervention of the owners of the soil. Upon the chief's request, Yangonga's sons seek him out and ask him to return. Arriving at the village, Yangonga first remonstrates with strangers for stealing his domain, and then agrees to restore its vitality but only on 3 conditions: first, that Kanyulu and his descendants shall give Yangonga and his descendants the thigh of every animal killed on his territory; second, that each newly installed chief shall pay the owners a fee of 400 pieces of the indigenous money, and finally that the strangers shall agree to give up their name and adopt the customs and identity of the native Senil, particularly that they shall no longer mark their children with the Belaya tattoo, and they shall cease eating snakes and instead adopt the Senil diet of frogs, cicadas, and winged ants. In the sequel, although life returned to normal when Kanyulu agreed to these terms, some time later 3 of his sister's sons died shortly upon acceding to the paramount chieftainship. The 4th and youngest, suspecting Yangonga was the cause of his brothers' deaths and in order to avoid his own, demanded 6 wives from the native Senil and had 11 children by them. One day, on assembling the notables of the Belaya and Senil, he told them he could now die in peace, since Yangonga could no longer kill off his descendants, for his children, if Belaya by their father, were Senil by their mother. He commanded the descendants of each of his 6 sons to take the chieftainship in turn. Such is the origin of the 6 clans that now succeed each other in power. The story is ideal, typical down to the assimilation of the strangers by the native people, thus producing a cultural unity marked by the enduring tradition of an ethnic difference. But since such narratives among Ba Congo as well as Ba Senil are evidently political, not historical material, McGaffey would dismiss the stranger kingship thus described, not necessarily as untrue, but as historically irrelevant. The arguments differ from those of Thornton, but they come to a similar banishment of stranger kingship to a historical limbo of something like false consciousness, or more precisely their resolution to a redundant expression in discourse of other realities, even if disguised. For McGaffey, what is substantially and logically at issue in the Belaya case is political, it is not historical content and should not be considered as such, but a useful or interested way that the people talk politics. Not that McGaffey, as an exceptional ethnographer, is unaware of the enduring temporality, hence continuing historical effects, of charter traditions. He certainly recognizes this historicity, although he does not theorize it, and particularly in the matter of stranger kingship, he effectively dismisses it. In the matter of the origin traditions of Congo clans, however, McGaffey writes, Because the narratives and related representations discussed so far refer to the past history of the clans, it may be thought that the way of thinking they embody belongs to the past in the European sense, to tradition rather than to the present. Congo conceptions of relations between European and Africa show the same structure in contemporary thought and action, however, and disconcertingly incorporate elements of the past, that is, of events that European thought considers over and done with. Add BA Congo to the peoples who find themselves in history. There will be occasion to again consider McGaffey's position in these matters in the concluding section of this essay. Suffice here to notice that since the foreign origin of the Congo dynasty has no existential standing of its own, the complex of relationships that are structurally entailed in stranger kingship get lost to the cultural order at the same time they are denied historical force. Although McGaffey freely allows that stranger kingships could possibly have happened, he is at some pains to doubt it. He cites the ubiquity of stranger king origin legends in Central Africa, and the fact that the Congo version of the conflicts among royals that lead to the founding of the dynasty are the matrilineal inverse of the patrilineal Luba version, as if these were loose tales that easily diffused around. Aside from the fact that being commonplace is not necessarily evidence of triviality, structural transformations of this kind among interacting societies, the dialectic processes usually described as symmetrical inversions or complementary seismogenesis, are well-known modes of cultural production. Point 20. In any event, what McGaffey writes in another context about the resemblances of Congo and Luba's stranger king traditions and rituals suggests that considerably more is at stake than a complementary contrast in dynastic politics, although again, these stories are not historical but sociological. This discussion is focused on the Rubicon moment, the crossing of the river by the founding hero, initiating a new socio-political order. McGaffey is primarily comparing Congo clan traditions of such crossings to Luba royal traditions, thus little things to big things, but all the same the new order introduced in either case is culturally total and spiritually empowered. Stories on the grand scale describe transitions, often across a river, leading to the settlement of a new country. These stories are not historical but sociological, sketching an ideally ordered society. All this closely resembles, though not on an epic scale, the stories among Luba-related peoples in eastern Congo of heroes who come from across the river to introduce civilization as right marriage, right eating and right government. In both East and West, the elsewhere from which the king comes is a land of spirits, although it may be identified with a geographical location. It is a place visible to diviners in the reflecting surface of the water, in the form of a cemetery, a cave, a grove, or a pool. It is a place of testing and investiture for chiefs and other persons whose special powers are signified by white kaolin clay, mpemba. The initiation rituals of chiefs retrace and recapitulate the migration stories of the myths. In much more detail than it is possible to recount here, Congo chiefship rituals read like a reduced or provincial version of those found among Luba. Once across the river, the stranger hero creates a dual cosmopolitical order of rulers and subjects whose respective identifications with outside transcendent powers and those of the local earth is existential, a difference of being. For Igala, J.S. Boston speaks of a system of dual sovereignty. In this political system, rights of political sovereignty, in the widest geographical sense, are vested in large-scale clans of high rank, whilst rights of local sovereignty are vested in small-scale localized clans who are often regarded as being the landowners of the areas in which they are settled. The myth represents the basic division of functions and attributes in origin to the introduction of notions of aristocratic rank from other kingdoms with whom the Igala have been in historic contact. Directly or indirectly, the indigenous people have an ancestral identification with the land, usually because their ancestors first occupied it and in death still do, being buried there, or else because their ancestors, having made a bond with the original spirits, continue to intercede with these ancient sources of fertility. As we have seen, whether the new order is established by conquest, peacefully, or by a combination of the two, the foreign rulers invariably forbear from appropriating the land as such, pretending neither to a proprietary claim to the soil nor to a spiritual relation to the ancestral sources of its fertility. Indeed, it is reported of Mossi that their concept of elite power was foreign to that of work. Their power is defined as the element of completion which achieves the construction of society after the world has been transformed by work. This cosmopolitical order is at the same time a dual system of political economy integrated by the dominant foreign aristocracy whose constitution of the totality is founded on the occupation and work of their native predecessors. Even in the greater galactic polities such as the Empire of the Luba, however, the foreign aristocracy's unification and dominance of the whole left considerable economic autonomy to the indigenous parts. The political authority, as instituted by the leading family from the East, was a kind of superstructure, uniting and fusing the scattered groups living between the Lomani and Lualaba. The first occupants of the country remained the real owners of the soil. Accordingly, for all the tributary claims of Luba chiefs over the underlying population, they yielded precedence in the control of resources to the local earth priests. In this way they are acknowledging a fundamental problem: the empire's political regime did not control village land. Only the village earth priest could lay direct claim on the produce of village land, because he was the descendant of the village's founding ancestral spirit, who protected the land. The dual economy was at the same time a division of spiritual labors. In an article entitled "The King Comes From Elsewhere," Luc de Huysque, commenting on Alfred Adler's excellent ethnography of the Mundang of Chad, observes that the ruler alone can assume command of the universe for the benefit of the group as a whole. A descendant of a royal immigrant from a former kingdom on the Benue, a great hunter who came in from the wild as a sacred monster, the Mundang king controls fecundity and fertility through the power he exercises over the sky. Accordingly, the sovereign deploys his authority in a space outside the jurisdiction of the clans where, with the help of his men, he secures wealth by violence without interfering in the affairs of the clans. However, no one has such extensive powers over the earth, which belongs in severalty and on an equal basis to the autochthonous clans, each of whom has made a pact with the spirits of the area. Or as the tale elder said to Rattray, "We were once owners of the lands, since the Scorpion Europeans came we have entered into holes. You have burned our bows and arrows, we once were keepers of the moons." Linked to the ancestral sources of the earth's fertility, and often, by the same ancestral token, to human fertility, the autochthonous people's claims to the land had survived intact through the centuries of domination by rulers of foreign origin before European invaders changed the conditions of colonization. So do the typical narratives of kingship origins say, to which the normal relations of power, production, property, and piety correspond. In a well-known tradition of the Ouagadougou Mossi as recounted by Elliot Skinner, the conquest of the native Ninese villagers by a Mossi hero consisted of inducing or forcing them back to their villages from the forest into which they had fled, in order to resume the sacrifices to the local earth. As a corollary, many of the Mossi ruling lineages, the Nacombs, are land poor. Similarly, Jacques Lombard relates that the semi-nomadic Wazangari conquerors of the Bariba peoples of Borgu had little interest in land, as distinct from pillaging or otherwise exacting its fruits from the indigenous producers. What Lombard writes of the system of powers established in the formation of the Borgu states, the contrast he describes between the Wazangari control of the native people and the native people's control of the land, is typical of the political economics of stranger kingship. The conquest brought no impairment of the aboriginal rights over their land. The ruling aristocracy leaves the power of disposition to the masters of the soil, with all the prerogatives pertaining thereto. The principle was that power should be exercised directly over men but not over land. Lombard goes on to say, however, that considering the toll the Wazangari exacted on the people's output, they might as well have owned the land. Maybe so, but that is not an intrinsic condition of stranger king systems. Highly mobile ruling groups such as the Avangara of the Azanda kingdoms exacted minimal tributes from the various peoples they subdued. One is reminded of Owen Lattimore's well-known observation that the pure nomad is the poor nomad, as is also true of small-scale stranger kingships such as Alur. What is invariant, rather, is the principle as succinctly enunciated by Nuro people: the Makama rules the people, the clans rule the land. Referring to the Namu chiefs of the Talansi, R.S. Rattray writes, "The people belong to me, the land belongs to the Tendana," is a statement I have repeatedly heard made. Likewise, it is said of Bimba chiefs that they count their wealth in people, not in land. In Longo, neighboring kingdom and Quandam tributary of Congo, the king does not possess the land and cannot dispossess anyone else. Divided into diverse territories, the land is the property of the spirits of nature. The king gets his authority from their representatives, dwarfs and albinos, and from the high priest of the realm. Michel Izard provides an exemplary summary of such dualism in relation to the Yatengamasi. The bipartition of the society of the kingdom between people of power and people of the land corresponds to two regimes of authority, the first which concerns men, the second which concerns land. One of the most fundamental functions of the king is to be the guarantor of the alliance between the power and the land. These economic distinctions are spiritual endowments, amounting to a complementary relation between the transcendent powers introduced by the stranger king and the local powers of the earth inherited by the native people, as integrated by the former through his domestication by the latter. Where the native people mediate relations to the local earth through the ancestral sources of its productivity or else to the earth spirits through their ancestors, the ruling aristocracy mediates the relations to the encompassing realm of natural and cultural resources, from which it derives material benefits by virtue of its own foreign identity and marvelous powers. Randall Packard provides a fine example in his ethnography of the East African Bashu. Of particular importance to the well-being of the land are the ancestors who first cleared the land of forest, for in so doing they established an important bond with the land. Their cooperation, obtained through the invocations of their descendants, is critical for the performance of any action involving land. The Bantu view chieftainship, Bwami, within the context of wider view of man's relation to nature. The chief, Mwami W. Ambata, is the primary mediator between the world of the homestead and the world of the bush. Through the Mwami, the mediating role of rainmakers, healers of the land, priests of earth spirits and ancestors are correlated and the forces of nature domesticated. The Mwami is also ultimately responsible for separating the uncontrolled and dangerous forces of the bush from the world of the homestead. Motivated by their respective natures and powers, the native-descended subjects and their foreign-derived rulers are engaged in distinct and complementary economic spheres, coordinated largely through the distributive activities of the latter as funded largely by the productive activities of the former. Insofar as the ruling aristocracy achieves the construction of society after the world has been transformed by work, the indigenous people are pretty much the working class in stranger kingdoms, particularly in the primary sectors of agriculture, fishing, and hunting, as well as most craft production. But then, the clans rule the land, as the owners of the land by ancestral right. The subjugated working class of the stranger kingdom have a monopoly control of the primary means of production. Moreover, as organized primarily through kin relationships, their production is oriented principally to their own domestic consumption. But where the indigenous people's relations to the land are proprietary and productive, those of the ruling aristocracy are tributary and extractive. The ruling class appear on the scene of production post-mesem, after the harvest, to levy a toll on its output, both in the products and in manpower they would put to their own uses. Their own uses have to do with the accumulation, strategic redistribution, and conspicuous consumption of circulating wealth with the aim of enhancing their power by the direct domination of people rather than by control of people's means of existence. They are concerned with exchange and distribution more than production, with riches and sumptuary values rather than means of subsistence, with the returns of tribute and trade, and the booty of war rather than agriculture. The mobile wealth of this sphere monies, luxury cloth, salt, metals, ivory, cattle, slaves, etc. is generally of foreign or wild origins and ensouled with the vital potencies of these other worlds, just as are the rulers who manifest such powers by acquiring and distributing them. As Bidifang people say, we made war in order to have wealth, to have wives and slaves. Here the very idea of power involved the acquisition of the magical force of another person through warfare, that is, through capture. Considering that the native people receive their harvests by one or another form of spiritual bestowal, while the ruling elite appropriate their wealth by one or another form of predation, then our notion of production hardly applies at all to these societies. In any case, it need not be supposed that stranger kingship as such represents a determination by the economic basis. Not only because the subordinate class controls the primary means of production, but because, as Southall put it for Eller, the economic powers of ruling chiefs are insufficient to account for the concept of their authority. Nothing more strikingly reveals the binding force of the concept of chiefship, he wrote, than the inability of the requisite material basis to confer its real essence. Besides Eller, there are stranger chiefdoms and kingdoms large and not so large where the structural differentiation between the alien rulers and their autochthonous subjects is disproportionate to their minimal powers of economic domination and exploitation. Ozanda again, as well as Anuak, Luvdu, Shilluk, Talanzi, Nyakiosa, Moundang, all come to mind as instances of a radical differentiation of the superstructure unsupported by the inequalities of the infrastructure. Still, if Marx doesn't quite work here, George Simmel's classic essay on the Stranger is a fair description not only of the dualism of stranger kingship, but also of the structural constraints that distinguish the localized native owners, connected in substance to soil, from the mobile stranger traders and traffickers operating in an encompassing sphere. The stranger is by nature no owner of the soil not only in the physical, but also in the figurative sense of a life substance which is fixed, if not in a point of space, at least in an ideal point of the social environment. Although in more intimate relations, he may develop all kinds of charm and significance, he is not an owner of the soil. Reduction to intermediate trade, and often to pure finance, gives him the specific character of mobility. If mobility takes place with a closed group, it embodies that synthesis of nearness and distance which constitutes the formal position of the stranger. For the fundamentally mobile person comes in contact, at one time or another, with every individual, but is not organically connected, through established ties of kinship, loyalty, and occupation, with any single one. Serial stranger kingship. I uncovered an increasing number of first occupants and former chiefs, to the point that it began to appear that there were as many first occupants among the Bashu as there were New Englanders who came over on the Mayflower, and as many chiefs as subjects. Randall M. Packard, Chiefship and Cosmology. Probably the majority of pre-colonial African states, including Congo, have known serial kingship histories, sometimes involving several successive foreign dynasties. For the most part they were nevertheless organized in the classic binary terms of native and stranger, that is, by recursively categorizing all earlier regimes, their rulers and subjects alike, as native owners relative to the latest foreign dynasts. The historical complexities were systematically recuperated by the master dualism of native owners and foreign rulers, if not without some residues of contradiction. For insofar as the latest dualism did not cancel the earlier ones, the effect was a polity structured as a series of encompassing iterations of the same structural duality. To this effect, Michel Izard writes of the Yatenga Masi, the duality Masi/people of the earth can be interpreted as the last of a series of homologous distinctions of the type conquerors/autochthons. The Masi conquerors had deposed of the fools rulers of the earlier stranger kingdom centered in Lurum, from which the realm took its name, whereupon the fools became people of the earth or sons of the soil in the kingdom of their successors. Moreover, the fools' leaders took on the functions of priests of the earth or masters of the earth throughout the Masi realm, those of highest rank becoming the head priests of the Masi state, a recurrent pattern in stranger kingships, as will be seen. The fools rulers of the ancient regime are said to have imposed themselves on a still earlier population of Dogon, who, as original inhabitants, were masters of the earth relative to their fools overlords. This original duality was for the most part unrecognized by the Masi, who would reduce both the old fools rulers and their Dogon subjects to the generic identity of native fools or Ninis. Yet the Dogon did not entirely lose their identity or prestige as indigenous earth priests in the new Masi order. In the areas they shared with fools, They still functioned in that capacity relative to the old fool's nobility, and as the original occupants of the land, they maintained a reputation for great spiritual powers throughout the Mossi kingdom. In his rich works on the Kazembe kingdom in the Luapula Valley, Ian Cunnison describes a somewhat more complex history of successive dynasties similarly folded into the binary opposition of native subjects and foreign rulers. When the latest conquerors led by the Lunda hero Kazembe took over the country, the erstwhile Shilla rulers of Bimba derivation together with their own original subjects, the Bwilil people of Luba derivation, collectively became the indigenous owners of the land, at least from the kingdom-wide perspective of Lunda. The Bwilil had displaced the original pygmy population in the hunting and fishing heartland of Kilwi Island, and they became owners when the Bimba under their chief Nkiba took over the country. Indeed, in a process of ethnogenesis typical of stranger king formations, they became Bwili under the Bimba occupation, even as the Bimba were now known as Shilla. When the Lunda arrived, the Bimba/Shilla leader, titled Nkiba by positional succession, was made the chief wife of the conqueror, Kazembe, as well as the paramount owner of the kingdom land. However, this did not erase the earlier historical distinction between Shilla rulers and native Bwilil owners, which continued to function within the areas occupied by these peoples. So while Shilla together with Bwilil were owners relative to the Lunda chiefs, Shilla were chiefs relative to Bwilil owners. The master dualism thus accommodated a triad of ethnic groups, which, moreover, were broadly distinguished in function, the Lunda as rulers, the Shilla as fishers, and the Bwilil as ritual experts. The first of the annual ceremonies to unlock the fish in many of the lagoons shows that there are Bwilil about. But then the Bwili's ritual knowledge had come from their autochthonous pygmy predecessors. The overall effect is a complex polity constituted by the interplay of complementary and opposed relations of precedence, complementary in regard to the control of land and people, but opposed in regard to the virtues of autochthony and alterity. In the event, the rule over society as a whole in serial stranger kingdoms passes to the later and greater of the several peoples, while the ritual authority over the land devolves upon the earlier and lesser of these peoples. Paradigmatic history. Also relevant to Congo, when one important stranger kingdom replaces another of similar magnitude, the earlier realm leaves certain residual marks on the organization of its successor. For insofar as the Quandam rulers are now the dominant owners and priest-chiefs of the new order the way the Shilla under Nkiba became the primary owners under the Lunda kingship of Kazembe while remaining secondary rulers, as it were, of the enduring older regime, the subject population is more broadly and centrally organized than the Kongiris of small-scale, autonomous communities that make up the indigenous stratum of an elementary stranger kingdom. Serial stranger kingship structures do vary, depending on more or less contingent conditions, whether the immigrant rulers come with their own native subjects, like the Ombano complement of the Avangara rulers of Azanda kingdoms or the Bakabilo priests of the Bimba, for example, or whether the latest dynasty is centered in the same capital as the ancient one, as in the successive dynastic occupations of Mbanza Congo or the West African kingdom of Bussa in Borgu. For that matter, Borgu itself, as a multi-kingdom region of 6 major principalities, rather resembles the regional configuration of polities referenced in the narratives of Antinuwane's advent. A brief aperçu of the Bussa kingdom offers further clues to the Congo. The Borgu peoples are collectively known as Bariba, itself apparently a generic term for the various Voltaic speakers who comprised the principal native chiefs of the earth in the latest pre-colonial regimes. Together with Yoruba, Mandingo, and other custodians of the earth, the Bariba are said to have arrived in Borgu as hunters and to have once ruled in various areas. The historic kings who displaced them were descendants of the legendary Kisra, the enemy of the prophet in Arabia, who himself led the mounted warrior aristocracy known as Wazangari westward into Borgu from Bornu. The Wazangari kings first settled at Bussa, whence certain of their descendants dispersed to found their own domains, among which Bussa remains superior for its antiquity, although surpassed in size and power by others, particularly Niki. The complex hierarchy at Bussa of priestly owners come former rulers is indicative of the process by which the recursive deployment of these identities in serial stranger kingdoms generates native officials of wide authority in the state, the latest owners especially exercising temporal functions as well as acting as major priests of the realm. As Marjorie Stewart explained, even in an earlier era the same processes had been unfolding. Before the arrival of the Kisra rulers, the priests of the earth or owners of the land, when they belonged to a group coming from elsewhere, also acquired a greater degree of political power and control over a larger territory than had previously been the case of earlier priests. The most important officials at Bussa were the kingmakers, who, apart from the addition of the imam in recent years, consisted of the custodians of the land and priests of the earth, whose ancestors ruled over the area in pre-Kisra times. Since these prominent priest chiefs ministered to the divine dead rulers effectively in the same way they ministered to the sacred living king, there is in fact little point in differentiating their temporal from their spiritual functions. The four greatest priests and owners of the earth at Bussa had various duties and privileges in relation to the kingship. They acted as counselors to the ruler, electors and installers of his heir, stewards of the king's household, keepers of the royal regalia, officiants at royal sacrifices, and, not least, they were in charge of what may be called the second installation, the royal funerary rites, whereupon they repeated their earthly role as priests in relation to the entombed kings. Of these native custodians, the principal chief of the earth at Bussa was the Bakarabunda, whose title appropriately translates as the old man who was there, with powers such as to evoke notices of him as the prime minister of the kingdom. Mandingo by origin, his ancestors were the previous rulers of Bussa, the ones who gave Kisra permission to settle and thereupon assumed the status of native owners. The priest chiefs subordinate to the Bakarabunda evidently represent several successive ethnic regimes, and whereas they appear to be ranked according to how recently they arrived, they are notably associated with the cults of the earliest gods, particularly the pre-Kisra great god Lashi. Thus, second to the Bakarabird was the head priest of the earth, the Badabirdi, who, besides being in charge of the burial of the king, offered the sacrifices in times of general crises to Lashi. Likewise, for the third of these priest chiefs, the Bersoni, described as the priest to the owners of the land, in a sense priest to the priests, he officiates at an ancient shrine of Lashi and other pre-Kisra spirits at Dogon Gari. The god Lashi and this shrine in particular, to which the Bussa king also sends an annual sacrifice, are linked to certain of the oldest ethnic groups of the kingdom, notably the Kambarai people, who speak a Yoruba dialect, and also certain Dogon clans. As this is a shrine of the native owners dedicated to the ancient god, what is characteristically at stake in the annual sacrifice is the fecundity of the earth, for until the Bussa king's sacrificial ram is offered, the chief of Dogon Gari did not send the season's yam crop. Stewart observes, many of the ancient shrines and spiritual places in Borgu are associated with the Kambarai, and it is believed as other groups settled in the area, the last to arrive submitted to the sacred rituals of the earliest inhabitants. This helps account for the report that the pre-Kisra regime was actually dominated by two families, not only the Bakarabundai at Old Bussa, but in the outlying village of Mane, the group headed by one Bamoid, who, though of Kambarai origin, was known as the brother of the Bakarbundai. Accordingly, the prominence of the Kambarai and Lashi, representing the autochthonous people and their own earthly powers, is another form of the tendency to reduce the complexities of serial kingship orders to the master dichotomy of foreign rulers and native owners, which is also to say, to the structural chiasmus formed by the interaction of the complementary and opposed values of autochthony and aldeirity. Origins of the Congo Kingdom. The structures and traditions of serial stranger kingship in the Congo region were much like those of Borgu, although, so far as I am aware, they have largely gone unremarked as such by the early chroniclers and the later scholars alike. The issue of the integration of successive foreign dynasties has been foreclosed, notably as it is presented as a discrepancy between competing versions of Congo history, rather than a temporal sequence synthesized as a structural palimpsest. The reports of an original Ba Congo migration from the interior, beyond the Kwango River, are generally taken as disposable exceptions to the dominant tradition of anti-Nuwanes coming from beyond the Congo. Or else the serial kingship is recognized but not conceptualized, as though it were of no particular significance that anti-Nuwane incorporated several older kingdoms in the course of the epic journey to his own. In the climactic episode of this charter tradition, also often widely noted and little theorized, anti-Nuwane submits to and is installed by a chief priest of the earth, Anseku Enivunda, in the ancient capital of Mbanza Congo, the characteristic function of the native owner whose own ancestors were once the rulers. For the most part, however, everything happens in the Europeans' accounts as if they were content to follow the authoritative discourse of the latest Congo powers that be in reducing the perduring structures of successive stranger kingdoms to the master dichotomy of immigrant rulers and autochthonous subjects by conflating all previous regimes in the latter category. As, for example, the early 18th century account by Bernardo de Gallo. It is necessary to know that there are two peoples in this kingdom. One arriving as immigrants and the other truly of the land, the latter composed of those who submitted or subjugated and the other the dominant ones. The dominant ones came with King Lukani and they were called Se Congo or Congolese nobles, inhabitants of the royal city. The others, the subjects, are those who are found in the lands and provinces of the kingdom, and those called Akeda, Alamba, or peasants and rustics. Some years earlier, the Capuchin missionary Kavazi noted a similar distinction, also observing that the Ba Congo did no productive work, leaving that to slaves, although rather than completing society, they passed their days smoking. In any event, the countryside at that time also had some aristocratic inhabitants, including those from previous regimes as well as Se Congo bearing the graded titles of European nobility in charge of various districts. Taken together with the ethnic diversity of the underlying population, the collapse of this complexity into the binary opposition of immigrant rulers and native subjects is the structural condensation I am talking about. Among the anthropologists, Ballandier alone takes note of two distinct incursions of immigrant rulers and suggests they refer to different historical periods, but otherwise the general scholarly opinion follows the dualist model, which is no doubt the ethnographic reality. The conqueror created a new system when he founded the Kingdom of Congo, writes Kajsa Ekholm, but he remained a foreigner. The land did not belong to his forefathers and for that reason he was dependent on the first occupants and primarily on their representative, Anseku Enivunda. By contrast, a number of chroniclers of Congo charter traditions since the 17th century have been reporting one or another of two fundamentally different versions of the kingdom origins, with different castes of characters migrating from different homelands across different rivers. Indeed, there are many modern groups who claim to have founded the old capital of Mbanza Congo, let alone those who claim to have originated there, but the widespread traditions of an origin from the east across the Kwango River and from the north across the Congo have the warrant of early as well as recent documentation. As can happen in serial stranger kingships, the dynastic stories may get conflated such that elements of one appear, more or less incongruously, in traditions of the other. Based on information collected in 1665, the account of Anti-Nuwane's advent by Kavazi is one of the most informative narratives on the origins of the reigning dynasty, except that instead of Vungu it situates the hero's point of departure as Koimba in the region of Kwango, that is, east of the Congo Kingdom. The Jesuit Matias Cardoso, writing in 1622, got Anti-Nuwane's homeland as Vungu all right, but he also recorded the names of 6 earlier rulers not found on any other extant king list. What these anomalies evidently represent is the subjacent tradition of a prior kingship that had indeed come across the Kwango. Consider, for example, a text of 1680 by the soldier historian Antonio de Oliveira de Cadernega. Concerning the origin of this kingdom of the Congo, the old conquerors of Angola testified that the Mexi-Congo nation was always reputed to be foreign. That they had come from the interior to dominate the kingdom, just as we say of the Romans. In that way this Mexi-Congo people came from the interior and expanded. They came from the lordly lands of Congo de Mulika, took possession of the powerful kingdom of the Congo, the natives of that kingdom being the Ambundos, of another stock. As Emulaka extended considerably beyond the Kwango, this is something completely different. Yet it is not completely different from certain legends recorded in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Not to forget that Antinowane's own story involves contacts with previous regimes, including the one at the capital of Mbanza Congo, which he is otherwise supposed to have founded. The Protestant missionary Karl Lehmann, writing of Nsundi province, says the eponymous Sundi people had immigrated and established a great kingdom before the foundation of the Congo. In one version of the kingdom origins, the story he reported is much the same as Vungu tradition, with Antinowane as the main protagonist, except that the river he crosses is the Kwango and the relations he kills for not paying the toll are his brother-in-law and the latter's wife. 21 Lehmann was convinced in general that the people came from across the Kwango, as indeed the tradition current among them was our ancestors came from the east. In this regard, the traditions of an original Bantu kingdom in the Congo established by migrants from the right bank of the Kwango River collected by the Jesuit missionary J. Van Wing are particularly suggestive for their resonance with local references to ancient kings reported in the 16th and 17th centuries. From the Bankano people, for example, who inhabit the region watered by several tributaries of the Kwango on the Congo side, their principal town was Mbanza Congo, situated at the angle formed by the Kwilu and its tributary the Tawa. They say that their Congo was founded by a great chief, Na Congo, when he crossed the Kwango. Or again, from the Inkazi region. The Bakongo of the Inkazi region still know that their ancestors came from the Kwango, and it is from the Kwango that they left to found Congo de Antatilla, or San Salvador. Most traditions and legends known to the masses do not go back beyond San Salvador to the origin place of the population. But several chiefs distinctly affirm to me that the first chiefs of the tribe came from the Kwango. Then there are the complementary accounts from clans in Bangu province that trace their genesis to a dispersal from Mbanza Congo ordered by this Na Congo, the king of Kwango origins. From these several sources, Van Wing constructs an alternate history to the Vungu tradition, a narrative of migration and kingdom formation under the aegis of Na Congo, the principal chief of the Bakongo clans, and his successors of the same title and distinction. Beginning with the crossing of the Kwango and the initial residence on the Kwilu in the northeast, the story takes Na Congo and his people through the Congo heartland to the ancient capital of Mbanza Congo in Mbemba province, leaving people along the way to form dependent chiefdoms. That is how the important Mbada province was generated, including certain Kwilu and Inkazi settlements under a ruler who acknowledged the suzerainty of Na Congo. By the tradition, Mbanga province was constituted in response to the growth of population in Mbanza Congo, which prompted the king, Na Congo, to dispatch a levy of people from each resident clan to other areas on a mission of conquest. This dispersal of ruling groups from Mbanza Congo is repeated in the traditions of Antinowane and the Vungu dynasty, but what is also paradigmatically relevant in the early historical chronicles is that a set of interdependent kingdoms and chiefdoms centered in Mbanza Congo pre-existed the installation of the Vungu kings in the same sacred center. Moreover, in their notices of local traditions, these 16th and 17th century records correspond closely to significant elements of the Na Congo traditions that Van Wing collected much later from much the same places. With regard to Na Congo's initial residence in the Kwilu Valley, there is the 1664 text of Kavazi relating that in Esquila they revere a site hidden deep in the forest, which by ancient tradition was the residence of the first kings. Kavazi was told that anyone who looked upon the site would die. 22 The Kwilu sites noted by Van Wing were in the domain of the ruler of Mbada, whose incumbent figured prominently in the Antinowane tradition as the latter's maternal uncle. In the Lopez/Pigafetta work of 1591, the Mbada ruler is described as a stranger king in his own right, as might be expected from the narrative of the Na Congo incursion. The prince of Bada has many lords under him, and the natives are called Mansabas, their language being understood in Congo. They are a much ruder tribe than the Masakongo, and slaves coming from them prove extremely obstinate. Regarding the information gathered by Van Wing of the colonization of the Mbangu area by Na Congo's people, A passage in Pigafetta indicates that the Mpango ruler of the 16th century indeed belonged to the oldest nobility of the kingdom. The present governor is called Don Francisco Manapango, and belongs to the oldest nobility of the chiefs of Congo. In councils of state he is always present, being already an old man and of great prudence, and for 50 years he has governed this province without any outbreaks. The Mpango notables' political functions in the historic Congo regime are consistent with the typical role of former rulers in serial stranger kingships. Finally and more recently comes strong linguistic evidence of a pre-Antinoan dynasty from across the Kwango in an article, On the Origin of the Royal Congo title Nangula, by Cone Bosto N, Ajas Ndendach Wayabi, and Gil Maurice de Schrijver. 23 of this traditional king's title, the authors write. Thanks to a distinctive diachronic sound change, it is even possible to locate quite precisely the term's origin within the Kikongo dialect continuum. Its provenance gives new credibility to an earlier but discarded hypothesis situating the origins of the Congo kingdom in the eastern part of the Lower Congo, somewhere in between the Inkazi and Kwango rivers. In contrast to the dominant Antinoan narrative, the authors would accordingly revive the older and alternative scenario: the Congo kingdom was founded by conquerors who subjugated an autochthonous population commonly recognized as Ambundu and came from region known as Congo dia Nlaza between the Inkazi and Kwango rivers. In this connection they cite a highly relevant notice from Monte Sarkio's account of his travels in 1650 through the eastern part of the Congo kingdom and beyond. Here the ruler of a place called Elama styled himself grandfather of the king of Congo, a title analogous to that of the Mbata ruler in the Antinoan regime, the linguists correctly observe, and which, as mother's father to the king, also signifies the founding marriage of the stranger prince with the daughter of the native ruler. One need only add the linguists' reiterated assurance that the royal Nangula title could only have originated in one specific region of the Congo, i.e., east of the Inkazi River. Following Thornton's translation of Pigafetta, Mbanza Congo in Bemba was the center of the state of Congo and the origin of the ancient kings of the land where they were born. A priori, then, it would be highly unlikely that the origin of the ancient kings referred to Antinoan, inasmuch as the Vungu tradition says Mbanza Congo was already inhabited by the priest-chief of an older regime when Antinoan arrived. By all evidence the political configuration of the Congo region when Antinoan arrived was like Borgu in more ways than one. A galactic polity in a phase of decentralization, Borgu consisted of several independent kingdoms and chiefdoms acknowledging the nominal superiority of the original state of Bussa, founded by the famous Kisra, from whom the rulers of the others had derived. Recall also the Bakarakandi, the old man who was there in Bussa, the descendant of former rulers, who gave the immigrant warrior Kisra permission to settle, installed him in the kingship, and became the principal chief of the earth in the kingdom at large. Just so, in the Vungu tradition, Antinoan came upon a congeries of autonomous principalities south of the Zaire centered on Mbanza Congo of sacred memory, where one Anseku Nivunda was established as lord of the earth. Also known in the chronicles as Mani Vunda and Mani Kabunga, Anseku Nivunda was the descendant of former rulers, with kinship ties to the first inhabitants. There was a local political chief of Mbanza Congo, but his title of Mani Pangala evidently could not match the scale, prestige or authority attending the Anseku Nivunda's hegemony over the earth, which would have reflected the past glory of Mbanza Congo as the dominant center of the region as well as the origin of the ancient kings. That Antinoan came from a peripheral chiefdom to take over a declining galactic center is a process common enough in regional polities of this kind. That Vungu had already accumulated considerable power under the reign of Antinoan's father, Nemaya Enzima, as Thornton and Hilton have argued, seems likely in that the important Mbata king had accorded the Nemaya's sister to wife. As previously noted, then, Antinoan, who thereby combined the native and foreign kingly virtues, was destined to be immortalized as the conquering hero, even as the tradition of his fateful interaction with the indigenous priest-chief Anseku Nivunda would become the paradigmatic charter of the Congo kingship. Residing in Mbanza Congo, the Anseku Nivunda was effectively the epitome of the quantum ruler become the priest-chief of the indigenous owners of the country. Under the cognate name of Mani Kabunga, he is described in the anonymous, 17th century history of the Congo Kingdom as the supreme pontiff among the Congo nobility. In Cavalier's references to his powers, he was the intermediary between the living and the ancestors who were the real owners of the fields, the forests, the rivers, and the streams. The Nseku Nivunda was the person to whom one appealed for help in all circumstances, on whose authority one planted and harvested, who had the magical powers of the hunt and the remedies for madness and convulsions, and although he himself did not reign in the country, neither could anyone who had not been recognized by him. We have encountered this kind of Congo figure before, the Kidamai who as priest-chief of the province installs the foreign governor from across the river, although not before humbling him into acknowledging the Kidamai's own precedence in the land. Considered by many as a god on earth, according to Kavazai, the Kidamai was the plenipotentiary of the heavens, and was offered the first fruits of every harvest. In Hilton's generalized depiction, the Kidamai were described as the owners, masters, lords, or chiefs of the land and gods of the earth, seed, or region, and it was believed that they could grant or withhold the rain, thereby making the world fecund or barren. By all evidence, then, Nseku Nivunda was the Kidamai of Mbanza Congo, and insofar as the earth priests of a region were hierarchically ordered, he would be endowed with such powers on a scale commensurate with the ancient preeminence of Mbanza Congo. 24 Hence his traditional and historical role as kingmaker. It is certain, according to the documents as well as tradition, that Nseku Nivunda had the privilege of being the principal elector of the kings, of installing them, and of receiving the portion of the tribute rendered when they acceded. Nseku Nivunda shared the king-making privilege with others whose chiefly ancestors had also submitted to Antinuwane, notably the Manimbata or Nseku Lao, and they continued in this office well into the Christian era. What had distinguished Nseku Nivunda as so-called principal elector is that he alone could proclaim the king-elect to the assembled Congo nobility, hence his assent to the decision was deemed essential. And the reason for this distinction was that in so recognizing the king, the Nseku Nivunda reprised in historical practice the paradigmatic tradition of the inauguration of the Congo dynasty at Mbanza Congo, where his ancestor transferred the sovereignty to Antinuwane although not before suitably humbling him. Like stranger heroes elsewhere, Antinuwane was legitimate at the price of his domestication as a conqueror from the dangerous outside. Antinuwane had defeated the overlord of Mbanza Congo, the Mani Pangala, and was installed on a mountain some 4 leagues distant, where he divided his conquests among his followers. But because Antinuwane had failed to secure recognition of his authority from Nseku Nivunda, he now fell ill with convulsions. His people thereupon went to Mbanza Congo and, bowing before Nseku Nivunda, pleaded with him for a cure. "Lord, we know that you are the elder, the one who first occupied this region, or in the expression of the country, the one who was first in the nostrils of the universe. Antinuwane has fallen into convulsions, make him calm." At first incensed, Nseku Nivunda protested against what he deemed an invasion, but he relented and agreed to accompany them to Antinuwane. Here the latter addressed him, saying, "You are the eldest among us. Strike me with the buffalo tail, that my convulsions may cease." Cavalier explains the symbolism. The cure was the making of Antinuwane as king. Striking with the tail of the buffalo stands for the sprinkling of the king-elect with lustral water in the royal installation ceremonies. Hence by this request, writes Cavalier, Antinuwane recognized the authority of Nseku Nivunda, and implicitly confessed that the illness he suffered was due to his negligence of the indispensable formality of acquiring the consent of the religious chief. Nseku Nivunda responded to the plea and sprinkled the Antinuwane with the water. That is how we know, Congo people still say now, that in order for every king to rule, Nseku Nivunda must be present and strike with the tail of the buffalo or sprinkle the water. If Nseku is not there, his authority will not be recognized. The reconciliation of the king and Nseku Nivunda was sealed by the usual contract of stranger kingship, the marriage of the foreign hero with a daughter of the native authority, here Antinuwane with a daughter of Nseku Nivunda. According to a 1665 text, Antinoüain also ordered his followers to marry daughters of the native people, nobles with nobles and commoners with commoners, which again implies the presence of a distinctive, pre-existing ruling group. His installation by the native chief of the earth accomplished, Antinoüain then left his mountain redoubt and settled in Banza Congo. He took the title of Mani Congo or Ni Congo, Lord of Congo, from the name of the locality founded by the Nseku clan. Reading from Cavelier, this union between Antinoüain and Nseku Nivunda was instrumental in bringing about the voluntary incorporation of Mbita province in the Congo kingdom. If so, the submission of Mbita would be further testimony of an ancient regime centered at Mbanza Congo. In any event, as we know, the Mani Mbita now became the primary wife-giver to the king, providing a daughter to the inheritor of the crown, a practice still faithfully observed through the early 17th century. Also still observed were the powers of the Nseku Nivunda and the Mani Mbita in king-making and other respects. Both were grandfathers of the king in that their daughters' sons inherited the rule Nseku Nivunda's grandchild originally and Mani Mbita's regularly, and the Mani Mbita was also the king's maternal uncle, as originally the brother of Antinoüain's mother. After the king, these two were the most important personages in the realm, although over time Christianity and the Mani Mbita's political support of the crown apparently made him the more prominent, albeit the Nseku Nivunda remained no less indispensable. For that matter, neither was the political chief of Mbanza Congo, the Mani Pangala, forgotten. Every year the title holder mounted a ritual protest of Antinoüain's usurpation. Details are unknown to me. It would be interesting if the rituals again involved the submission of the foreign king to the native ruler as a condition of the submission of the native ruler to the foreign king. In the matter of serial stranger kingship, everything happens in the traditions and the historical texts as if the Nseku Nivunda and Nseku Lao represented dispersed branches of the royal clan which previously ruled the central and eastern portions of the Antinoüain kingdom. As in the ideal typical stranger kingship pattern, these Nseku notables of the ancient regime became the electors, counselors, and wife-givers of the historic Congo dynasty. Cavelier writes of the Nseku under the new dispensation, at Mbanza Congo, the Nsekus occupied the highest rank. Among the Congolese the Nseku clan is considered the oldest of the clans. Nseku Lao, whose family governs Mbeka, is of royal blood. One can presume that the Nsekus were the principal counselors of the king. 25 Not only are the royal Nseku the oldest clan, but according to Van Wing, the Nseku Lao clan is very widely spread through the Bakongo country. That the Nseku Lao in Mbita ruled a rustic people called Monsabas indicates they were stranger kings in their own right. In sum, the Nseku people, extending over the country they once ruled, exercised a certain residual sovereignty as a condition of the legitimacy they conveyed to their alien successors. Serial stranger kingship. Historiography. Something must be said, then, for the distinctive ways that different peoples are the authors of their own histories. Particularly at issue are the people's ongoing recreations of how their society came to be, in practice as well as discourse, thus endowing their charter traditions with a certain historicity. In this connection, it deserves reiteration that stranger king structures are distinctively and inherently temporal. The entire cultural order, from its dual modes of production through its social and political and religious cults, is predicated on a diachronic narrative. Accordingly, like Maori, people in these societies find themselves in history. So it should not surprise that Ndembu accounts of their kingdom's origins are not one-off stories. And inasmuch as they are rehearsed in connection with the activities and relationships they underwrite, tradition and structure reciprocally affirm the truth of the other, or indeed, by way of awakened memories, they reproduce each other. Ian Cunnison observes of another kingdom of Lunda origin, the Kazembe realm of the Luapula Valley, the whole justification of the existence of the kingship and its customs is referred back to its origins in the state of Mwata Yambo. Similarly for Talanzi. All that matters of the past which lies beyond the span of man's recollection lives on in the social structure, the ideology, the morality, and the institutions of today. These are palpable proofs of things that happened. in the days of our forefathers and ancestors. Nor was Congo an exception. Speaking of Congo matters such as war, the death of the king, and the royal installation, Balandier recounts, at each decisive moment in the life of the kingdom, reinforcement was sought in a symbolic return to the origins, in a sort of communion in which the notables and the people were associated. Although the deceived wisdom may have it that because so-called mythical charters are merely narrative justifications of the socio-cultural order, they cannot be historically true, in practice it follows rather that because people put these foundational traditions into their ongoing relationships, they must be historically true. It's true because they do it, and they do it because it's true. Society endures on such tautologies. The big issue here is the status of myth, its historiographic value, arising from the fact that in the received language of Western scholarship it denotes something fictional, whereas for the African peoples whose story it is certainly true and frequently sacred. The effect can be a fateful disconnect. The people's sacred truth is the historian's axiomatic falsehood. Together with some historically minded anthropologists, historians seem especially prone to thus oppose myth to historical reality. As, for example, Collins and Burns when writing of the rulers of certain Swahili city-states who trace their origins to Shiraz in Persia, these assertions are more myth than historical reality. For these Swahili, however, this is the historical reality upon which they are organized and in terms of which they act, and as it is truly their historical consciousness, it cannot simply be ignored as false consciousness. Of course, not all historians are disposed to thus write off the distinctive ways that other peoples may know and make their history in favor of an archival determination of what actually happened or, more often, what probably happened. As for anthropologists, the classic statement of the fallacy of myth was penned by their armchair ancestor, Sir James Fraser. By myths I understand mistaken explanations of phenomena, whether of human life or of external nature. Such explanations originate in that instinctive curiosity concerning the causes of things which at a more advanced stage of knowledge seeks satisfaction in philosophy and science, but being founded on ignorance and misapprehension they are always false, for were they true they would cease to be myths. Likewise well known, however, was the critique of Fraser and his like by the Africanist anthropologist William Bascom. In the course of rescuing myths from Fraser's calumnies, Bascom offered a useful typology of three kinds of prose narrative, myth, legend, and folktale, and one mixed category, notably common in African societies, of myth legends. Concerned with superhuman persons and the origins of the world, mankind, death, and other such cosmic themes, myths, wrote Bascom, are prose narratives which, in the society in which they are told, are considered to be truthful accounts of what happened in the remote past. Myths are the embodiment of dogma, they are usually sacred, and they are often associated with theology and ritual, whereas legends are prose narratives which, like myths, are regarded as true by the narrator and his audience, but they are set in a period less remote, when the world was much like it is today. Concerned with such things as wars, chiefs and kings, heroic deeds, and dynastic successions, legends are like our history in their content, if not in their science. The third category, folk tales, consists of entertaining stories not told as truths, nor in the social or ritual contexts that suppose they are. The African myth legends are the product of a simpler dichotomy of true and fictional narratives. Cosmic and historical traditions are thus grouped together and distinguished as historically true, as distinguished from folk tales by Yoruba, for example. The Yoruba recognize two classes of tales, folk tales and myth legends. Myth legends are spoken of as histories and are regarded as historically true. They are quoted by the elders in serious discussions of ritual or political matters, whenever they can assist in settling a point of disagreement. Note the implication, these historically true narratives function as paradigmatic precedents. Two different issues of historicity are entailed in these myths and legends, whether they make history that is, as paradigmatic precedents, or they are history that is, as reports of what actually took place. Too often, however, in opting for one alternative, Western scholars are apt to ignore or discard the other. Considering that the myths and legends are a priori true for the people concerned, hence that they function continuously as precepts of order and action, for some analysts, whether the events reported in the narrative truly happened is irrelevant. Alternatively, in concluding that these traditions are a priori untrue and could never have happened, either because of their fabulous character or because they are merely functional reflexes of existing institutions, other scholars eliminate them from historical consideration altogether, either as being history or as making history. For reasons to be explained, I will here argue against both these extremes. But for the same reasons I would also reject the common average scholarly refuge in the answer lies somewhere in between, that these traditions may well harbor some historical realities, which we can determine by subtracting their obviously fantastic and irrational elements. This common, average historical wisdom about myths might be labeled the kernel of true thesis. The supposition is that the traditions are more or less valuable means of discovering real historical events provided their fantastic aspects are debunked and discarded. The object is to find the kernel of truth in an otherwise unbelievable story, upon which the rest of it is best ignored. Or else, as in the case of certain traditions of stranger king origins, the rest is written off as a counterfeit claim of legitimacy. Among scholars of African history, Jan Vanzina has been the great master of this kind of historicist exegesis. In an interesting way, it involves an inversion of the relation between myth and fact that has been argued above concerning the analytic value of a demonstrable discrepancy between traditions of origin and what actually transpired. In the typical kernel of truth practice, one subtracts the fanciful from the mythical in order to arrive at the truly historical. But if the so-called myth is known to be the historical reality by the people concerned, what actually happened becomes the means of historical wisdom rather than the end, for the comparison with the tradition shows how these happenings have been appropriated within a given socio-cultural scheme. The relationship between what happened and how it was construed, which is also to say what historical effects it may have, is the work of culture or, more precisely, of people making what happened intelligible by means of cultural standards of what there is. Too often, scholars have worked from the tradition to the event by a process of rational abstraction, supposing historical truth is factual, whereas a comparative anthropology would work from the event to the tradition by a process of exegetical elaboration, supposing the cultural truth is historical. A parenthesis here, lest I be charged with the crude notion of relativism to the effect of any morality is as good as any other, by which critics too often slander an anthropological sensitivity to the ways other cultural orders, and correlatively other histories, differ from our own. My understanding of cultural relativism has always been the following. Cultural relativism is first and last an interpretive anthropological, that is to say, methodological procedure. It is not the moral argument that any culture or custom is as good as any other, if not better. Relativism is the simple prescription that, in order to be intelligible, other people's practices and ideals must be placed in their own historical context, understood as positional values in the field of their own cultural relationships rather than appreciated by categorical and moral judgments of our making. Relativity is the provisional suspension of one's own judgments in order to situate the practices at issue in the historical and cultural order that made them possible. It is in no other way a matter of advocacy. Cultural relativism is an anthropological way of discovering cultural differences, rather than a charitable way of granting them moral absolution. End of parenthesis. By contrast to the answer lies somewhere in between. Some scholars would endorse the radical argument that since myths are sacred truths, all that matters is that they function as historical paradigms, regardless of their factual status. For Edmund Leach, what is structurally and historically effective about myth is that the people believe it is true, that it may or may not have really happened is irrelevant. In the Fraser Lecture of 1988, he offered a most un-Fraser-like take on the historical value of myth. In the language of contemporary anthropology, the assertion that a particular story is a myth need not imply that it is untrue. Stories are myths if they are used as justifications or precedents for social action, whether secular or religious. Whether the precedent story in question was or was not true as factual history is entirely irrelevant. Myth is believed to be true by those who use it. In this sense, all the Christian gospel stories are myth for Christians. Although practicing Christians are deeply committed to a belief that the key events recorded in the Gospels really happened, the fact is that the historicity of the stories is irrelevant for the religious implication of what the texts contain. In his excellent treatments of history in the Kazembe Kingdom of the Luapula Valley, Cunnison comes to a similar conclusion, but with an important caveat about the nature of the truth values at issue. What actually happened matters little unless the people concerned have means of knowing that what they say happened, did happen, or did not. The important thing is this: what the Luapula people say now about the past is what they know actually happened in the past. Simply to say they believed it happened in the past is too weak, for they do not doubt it. It thus seems sociologically irrelevant whether the history is in quality possible, improbable, or downright mythical. What is important to Africans about their histories is not their probability or reliability, which are unquestioned and outside discussion, but it is the implication present in the form which the history finally takes, and nowadays this conception has found currency among some of the people by the use of the English word meaning. And in the mythical histories of clans and subclans and tribes, the meaning is the raison d'être for the groups coming there in the first place, of their position in regard to the occupation of land, and their relation to other neighboring groups, or groups with whom they live together. Clearly Cunnison's stronger contention that traditions of the past involve indubitably known, objective judgments this happened is preferable to the dubitable subjective propositions entailed in belief I hold that this is what happened. Moreover, given that this history organizes the relations between groups, it also has to do with what will happen. Considering the sense of fiction that ever attends the word, then, why continue to call these unquestionable narratives myth? Even Malinowski's charter myth is an ethnological oxymoron, inasmuch as a tradition that establishes the constitution of the society could not be fictional in the society in which it so functions. On the other hand, if belief and myth are too weak for a proper anthropological understanding of these origin stories, to say that their relation to what really happened is irrelevant goes too far in just that anthropological respect. Especially if by archival or archaeological means one could determine a discrepancy between es Eigentliche Joasen and the tradition thereof, it would be an intellectual bonanza. To repeat, it would expose the cultural work in the organization of a historical praxis, how what happened has been effectively recuperated in the terms of a particular socio-cultural order. What the discrepancy between fact and tradition would reveal is the way which is never the only possible way the events have been culturally construed by some social process of valuation. For historians and anthropologists both, the fundamental question is not what actually happened, but what it is that happened. But that cannot be a question addressed through the Congo indigenous traditions of the past, according to Wyatt McGaffey. McGaffey could agree with Leach and Cunnison that whether or not such narratives are factual is irrelevant, for in his own view, they are not really about the past. Whatever their relation to the actual past, they have no place in a historical account, since historical is not what they are. Merely epiphenomenal is what they are, discursive expressions of social institutions whose logic, purpose, and content they embody, syntagmatically or metaphorically, explicitly or in disguise. For McGaffey, to give charter traditions any historical credence is to make the major methodological error of suborning the analytical position of the anthropologist by an indigenous point of view beholden to its own structures and functions. Speaking of conventional attempts to separate historical fact from the magical aspects of traditions, he writes, "The conventional ethnographic view regards such magical details as accretions upon an historical core. Tradition, that is to say, is implicitly sorted into a class of events that seem likely to the European mind, and thus as possibly or probably historical, and a class of unlikely events that are discarded. The procedure is arbitrary and unjustified. Real history cannot be inferred from tradition in any simple way. To accept as historical even such portions as look real to the foreign eye is to submit unawares to the authority of indigenous cosmology as much as though one had also accepted the magical portions as historically real. In fact, there is no boundary between the two, the myth is all one piece and all of its parts make sense from the same point of view. And since the traditions of stranger kingship too are functionally dissolved in and as religion or some other social institution, since they cannot be real history, everything is then written as if they had no temporality or historical significance of their own. The point of view from which BA Congo construct these traditions and which thus comprises their native logic and substance is variously determined by McGaffey as ritual, political, sociological, religious, or cosmological. And while any and all such kinds of narrative or practice cannot then be historical material, in a recurrent deference to Marxist anthropologies they are deemed to have ultimate sources in the relations of production and social reproduction. In one of McGaffey's latest statements of this position, the dual system of stranger kingship featuring the complementary relations between immigrant chiefs and autochthonous priests, as summarized for Congo by Luc de Huysque, is referred to the even more abstract basis of space and time. De Huysque dwells quite rightly on what he calls dual systems, but evidently the pairing of earth-related and dynastic rituals is independent of the narratives that purport to account for them. The pairing can be understood sociologically, in that every community exists both in space and time, which are the necessary dimensions of production and social reproduction and will be ritualized to some extent in every agricultural society. Space is the earth itself and the forces of nature on which all depend in common. Time, on the other hand, is the source of authority and the measure of social differentiation. Reference to the past purports to distinguish older from younger, first comer from late comer, aristocrat from commoner. These two dimensions are what Victor Turner called communitas and societas, although he thought of communitas as occurring only in marginal situations outside the reach of societas. As Michael Jackson put it, the complementary principles of social organization, which are variously called lineage/locality, kinship/residence, ancestors/earth, descent/territoriality, can be abstractly and heuristically polarized as a distinction between temporal and spatial modes of structuring. Not the origin of this polarity but how it works out in practice is a contingent, historical question. 26. We are not specifically informed either by Thornton or by McGaffey how one accounts for the particular attributes of stranger kingship by the mode of production. A Marxist determination by the economic basis involves the forces and relations of production, but in this McGaffey text all the explanation we get by production and social reproduction is a generic reference to agricultural society. As a technical means, agriculture does not entail any particular structure of society. Certainly it does not specify that the working class of native subjects monopolize the ownership and control of this primary means of production by virtue of their forebears' original settlement of the earth in life and continued occupancy in death, such that the descendants of these first comers are uniquely able to ritually nurture the growth of crops which are in effect the transubstantiation of their ancestors. Rather than explicating stranger kingship and its rituals by determinate properties of production, then, McGaffey's treatment becomes more and more abstract. Now we are told that the dualism at issue is an opposition between time as the source of authority and of the measure of differentiation and space as the nature upon which we depend in common. Time is to space as societas is to communitas. But perhaps nowhere is space so radically differentiated as in the pervasive African distinction between the human community of the settled and the wild populated by powerful evil and beneficial forces through the associations with which the stranger king derives the measure of his authority. Finally, we learn that not only are the dualisms of stranger kingship forms of time and space, but likewise the complementary principles of lineage and locality, kinship and residence, ancestors and earth, can be abstractly and heuristically polarized as a distinction between temporal and spatial modes of structuring. We are thus encouraged to explain differences by a constant and particulars by universals to which McGaffey, by invoking history to bridge the epistemological abyss, thereupon adds an explanation of the recurrent by the contingent. Although McGaffey and Thornton have their more principled reasons for dismissing the historical value of Congo origin traditions, whether of the kingship or the clans, they also on occasion pooh-pooh them for the trivial or unlikely causes these stories may assign for large events. So Thornton follows McGaffey in writing off the so-called Cabbage Patch Wars, a recurrent motif in clan traditions which alleges that an original ancestral group was definitively divided as a result of a quarrel between women over the ownership of a cabbage patch. Without claiming to assess the possible symbolic weight of the incident, one could easily suggest from our own Judeo-Christian traditions that though such episodes may seem unlikely, they can serve as the reasons for major real historical consequences. Or is it not partly because they have accumulated such effects over time that to the rational positivist eye, they seem disproportionately trivial? In any case, for 2,000 years Christians have known that they are inherently marked by sin and condemned to labor, suffer, and die, all because Adam ate an apple. There is, however, no historical record of the event. Or of Adam, for that matter. Perhaps Augustine's influential notions of the inheritance of acquired characteristics in regard to original sin were instrumentally designed to combat the alternative interpretations of the rival doctrines abroad in North Africa, even as they would be of functional value to the exercise of Roman imperial power. Still, the stigma of the original sin together with its many doctrinal complements has survived all manner of regimes, including the medieval, feudal, and the modern democratic, notwithstanding the mythical and irrational, not to say ridiculous, tradition of its origin. It also has been successfully perpetrated on colonized peoples who needed to be persuaded they were inherently evil. All that grand history has been sequitur to a trivial event that never happened. Yet because McGaffey and Thornton are convinced that events described in the Congo traditions of stranger kingship never happened, or in any case that they are of no historical moment, they dismiss these traditions as precedents and thereby ignore their specific structural entailments as in the relations of agricultural production as well as their historical reiterations as in the political functions of the Nasku and Ivunda in the Christian kingdom. Otherwise said, they confound a syntagmatic history with a paradigmatic one, and having denied the facticity of the former, that also precludes the possibility of the latter. This is not to say that for McGaffey this is standard ethnographic or historiographic procedure. In regard to other aspects of Congo history, he is prepared to recognize the historicity of Congo traditions that, like stranger kingship, suppose that power comes from a spiritually charged other world. The conversion of the king and the leading nobles to Christianity in the 15th century meant from their point of view, as Randalls effectively indicates, their initiation into a new and more powerful cult which, like all the other cults known to them, offered privileged access to the powers of the other world through contacts with the dead. The subsequent religious history of the Ba Congo down to the present day is the history of this misunderstanding. The misunderstanding is as fundamental as the definition of death, which to Ba Congo is a condition of life in another place, or as the definition of race, which to Ba Congo is a matter of changing one's skin. Any foreigner attempting to understand must be prepared to recognize a logic totally unlike his own. The numerous working misunderstandings that have attended Western colonial enterprises afford perhaps the best demonstration of the historical significance of the difference between what actually happened and what it is that happened. The white men thought they were buying Maori land; by the same transaction, the Maori understood they were acquiring white men. One can understand why Luapula people translate their traditions as meaning, the same happening can have different meanings, hence different historical effects, for peoples of different cultural heritage. In 1779, Hawaiian women of ordinary rank ate with their sailor paramours aboard Captain Cook's ship during his fateful sojourn at Kealakekua. That is what actually happened, but what it is that happened, among other meaningful things, is that the women broke the Hawaiian taboos on coordinating with men and eating sacrificial foods, pork and bananas, strictly forbidden them. For the sailors what happened was something like a date for lunch, an expression of intimacy. For the Hawaiians, it was a significant historic event, which along with other exchanges of mundane significance to Europeans that amounted to violations of the human and divine order for Hawaiians contributed to the climactic abolition of the indigenous religion in 1819. At that time, in a symmetrical and inverse act of codening, King Liholiho launched a cultural revolution by eating in public with women of the highest nobility. Consider, then, that the syntagmatic event is as much dependent on cultural conditions that are not coterminous with it as are events that are paradigmatically inspired by ancient memories. One might say that the happening becomes an event insofar as it is recuperated by values originating outside of it, that is, by the meaningful or symbolic values of a particular cultural scheme. Indeed, the event as such is doubly beholden to phenomena external to it, both to cultural values preposed to it and to subsequent events that retrospectively make it more or less consequential. Not that these values determine what actually happens, as this also depends on contingent circumstances not specifiable as such in the relevant cultural scheme. The British explorer Captain Cook was not foreseen in the Hawaiian order of things, however much the annual visitation of the god Lono, with whom Cook was identified, became the cultural template of his fatal end. However circumstantial, history is necessarily atemporal and cultural through and through. Whether the pertinent causation is sequential or analogical, syntagmatic or paradigmatic, the transhistorical cultural context is the condition of its possibility of what it actually is that happens. Otherwise, without the culture concerned, what actually happens would be as significant as a tree falling in an uninhabited African forest. One Sir George found that his translators rarely if ever could explain the historical allusions, probably because they were British, or if Maori, not of relevant tribes. 2. See summary accounts in Salins. 3. See above on the wide knowledge and relevance for social action of the Ndembu royal tradition among ordinary villagers. For an example of differing commoner and chiefly versions, the Shambhala commoners emphasize their voluntary acceptance of the chief, given his juridical functions and spiritual powers, while maintaining he holds power on their sufferance, while the chiefs emphasize or justify their coercive authority. 4. CP 431, where this diagram is reproduced and discussed by Graeber. 5. Credit to E. E. Evans Pritchard II, who thus understood the imposition of the rule of the Senusi brethren over the segmentary lineage order of the Bedouin of Cyrenaica. 6. See chapters 4 and 6 for a fuller discussion of galactic polities. 7. The takeover of Bantu polities by marginal Luo immigrants, followed by the cultural assimilation of the latter by the former, was a common process in the interlacustrine area. Alpers and arid right, over most of northern Buzaga, the assimilation of Luo elements by the Bantu speakers proceeded in accordance with the interlacustrine pattern of immediately preceding centuries, immigrants acculturating to local language and customs but being able to move into positions of chiefly authority. 8. Symmetrical and complementary seismogenesis, a la Gregory Bateson, are discussed in more detail in chapters 4 and 6. 9. See the extended discussion of this phenomenon in Chapter 6 and the related discussion of utopian politics in Chapter 2. 10. By the Mossi kingdoms is meant composite socio-political formations resulting from conquest by warriors called Mossi of the Wivolta Basin. However, the process of intermarriage and also infiltration by settlement carried out by Mossi peasants was certainly more decisive than military conquest. 11. Turner says he dies from his commoner state, but as he is of Lunda origin, he would be no simple commoner, and it is rather from this external state that he dies and is transformed, naturalized. 12. The Shilluk installation involved a certain permutation of the confrontation of the foreign prince and the native authorities. Here the superseded kingly groups led by Nukang and his son Dok represented the ancient regime against an upstart king-elect who, coming from the south, would in effect reproduce Nukang's original conquest, as indeed the new king famously became Nukang in these rites. 13. For further details on the Shilluk installation, see David Graeber's account in Chapter 2. 14. Messenger. Cavelier and Louis Jadon did not have good things to say about Duarte Lopez reportage. Was it because he was a descendant of Jewish converts which they did not fail to mention? He was a traitor, they said, neither explorer, voyager, nor historian. He seems not to have traveled beyond Longo and San Salvador. His historical reports are without any exactitude. The errors and gaps in the relation are numerous. 15. Thornton later quotes the second part of this text about crossing the river, but separately and in a different context. 16. Not to mention the early documents, such as the 1620 HRC and CIII of Pava, which situated the founder of the kingdom respectively at Bungo and Bango, north of the river. 17. As will be discussed presently, Wyatt McGaffey takes a similar but more nuanced position on the determination of Congo stranger king traditions by the relations of production and social reproduction and their non-pertinence as history or for history. 18. Ravenstein writes apparently from the dominant, Congo view that Mbundu meant slaves, and the conquered. 19. Alternatively, the Mbundu ruler may have accorded the subordinate Vung ruler a junior sister or daughter as a secondary wife of the latter. This would actually be consistent with the subdominant version of the tradition of Antinuwane's crossing of the Zaire, wherein he takes on the ambition to become a conquering king when his mother, who had refused to pay the toll, was insultingly asked, "Who do you think you are, the mother of the king?" It would also be consistent with the recurrent motif to the effect that Antinuwane had no chance to succeed to the Vung kingship. 20. C. Battison and Levi Strauss. 21. Killing his brother-in-law is not radically different from Antinuwane's killing his father's pregnant sister. In all probability the victim was not his sister's husband, as the wife in question would then be his sister. Given the Ba Congo preference for father's sister's daughter marriage, the brother-in-law was more likely his father's sister's son. Hence, as in the Antinuwane exploit as reported by Kavazi, the principal victim was the hero's paternal affine. 22. A descendant of the Kwilu rulers came to the Congo throne in 1568 as Alvaro I. It may be this was a reprisal of the ancient Kwango kingship. The argument the other way around, that Alvaro's reign motivated the Kwango tradition, would not seem persuasive, as the Kwango, at that time the territory of the kingdom's Yaka enemies, would not be logically pertinent or politically desirable as a newly invented source of the kingship. 23. Many thanks to Cecile Froment for bringing this work to my attention. 24. It is consistent that certain Anseku people claim pygmy ancestry, thus an association with the original inhabitants in the maternal or paternal line. 25. The counselor role would belong specifically to Anseku Lao, supposing the report that after the installation of the king the Anseku Nivunda could not come into contact with the king was accurate and referred to the pre-Portuguese period. 26. Speaking of Lele religious symbolism involving animals, Mary Douglas observed that it is not relevant to ask how accurate the observation of the creature's behavior need be. A symbol based on mistaken information can be fully effective as a symbol, so long as the fable in question is well known. The dove, it would seem, can be one of the most relentlessly savage of birds. The pelican does not nourish its young from its own living flesh. Yet the one bird has provided a symbol of peace, and the other of maternal devotion, for centuries. Chapter 4. The Stranger Kingship of the Mexica. Marshal Solins. According to Cortés, upon first meeting Moctezuma, the Mexica ruler famously told him, "It is now a long time since, by means of written records, we learned from our ancestors that neither myself nor any of those who inhabit this region were descended from its original inhabitants, but from strangers who immigrated hither from a very distant land, and we have also learned that a prince, whose vassals they all were, conducted our people into these parts, and then returned to his native land. He afterwards came again to this country, and found that his people had intermarried with the native inhabitants, by whom they had many children and had built towns. And when he desired them to return with him, they were unwilling to go, nor were they disposed to acknowledge him as their sovereign, so he departed from this country, and we have always heard that his descendants would come to conquer this land and return us to subjection." For all the scholarly controversy that has ensued about the veracity of Cortés' account, when one considers the worldwide distribution of stranger king dynasties with quite similar structural features and historical traditions as are entailed in Moctezuma's discourse, what he is reported to have said is quite unremarkable. Stranger kingdoms of this description constitute the dominant form of pre-modern state. The rulers of a remarkable number of societies the world around have been foreign by origin to the peoples they rule. As rehearsed in ongoing traditions and enacted in royal rituals, notably the rituals of their installation and of the new year, the kings come from elsewhere. Moreover, as their cosmic cum celestial powers derive from their external origins, the foreign identity of the kingship is perpetual, a condition of their sovereignty, in contrast to the earthly powers and identity of their indigenous subjects. A common counterpart of the fabled origins of the stranger kings is their cultural superiority, just as in the Moctezuma text, they are the civilizers, they built cities. Yet most indicative of stranger kingship is the marriage of these powerful foreigners with native women in the paradigmatic case, the union of the original stranger king with the daughter or daughters of the autochthonous ruler, an alliance that is in effect the fundamental contract of the new society. Sovereignty here is embodied in and transmitted by women of rank. In the sequel, the union of the native woman with an immigrant prince engenders a succession of kings who combine in their own persons the essential components of the new regime, foreign and indigenous, celestial and terrestrial, masculine and feminine, each component incomplete in itself, but taken together they make a reproductive totality. Have you ever wondered why vassal lords address Moctezuma as my child? I have heard the like in the Fiji Islands, where the indigenous chieftains similarly assume the status of the paramount's elders, for he is the offspring of their clan, their ancestress. First in the land, giving birth to the king, the subject people are senior kinsmen of their ruler. The return of the original king, ruler of the native people, the Quetzalcoatl figure in the Moctezuma text, is another common narrative of stranger kingdoms, as well as an annual ritual drama. The king of ancient memory and godly status comes back to reclaim his sovereignty, only to be deposed again by the usurper now in power, although usually not before he renews the fertility of the land during his temporary ascendancy. Also not uncommon is the tragic irony involved in the identification of the colonizing European with the returning popular god king, the way Captain Cook was considered an avatar of Lono in Hawaii, or Sir James Brooke, the White Raja of Sarawak, was taken by some Iban people as the son of their primordial progenitors, Kalang and Kumang. Then again, in another version, Sir James was Kumang's lover, thus replicating the contractual union of the stranger prince with the ranking woman of the native people. Similar marvelous tales of white men are told in Amazonia and Melanesia. For the Micronesians of Ponape and Truk, things that drift ashore, including the founders of chiefly lineages, have come from the spirit world, which is why, as Ward Goodenough explained, Europeans, on their first arrival, were greeted as denizens of that divine realm. The parallels with Moctezuma's alleged greeting of Cortés would not be worth further discussion were it not for the disputable speculation of some scholars that the identification of Cortés with the lost god king of Tolan greatly facilitated the Spanish conquest. That this does not necessarily follow is demonstrated in the case of Captain Cook, whose identification with the ancient deity Lono merely got him killed. What will happen in the showdown between the returning god and the king whose ancestors came to power by usurping him depends on contingent circumstances of the historical conjuncture. Moctezuma hardly had to give in as a result of the tradition, he could have as well concluded from it that Cortés was a threat and got rid of him. What is structural is that either outcome, the death of the god or the king, is a logical but not inevitable sequitur to opposition between them in the indigenous cultural order. One might say it is structurally sufficient but not historically necessary. That is one possible conclusion from Mexica history on the relation between structure and event.